Welcome to the course that will help you improve your grammar skills. How? With exercises, a lot of exercises, and detailed explanations of each and every aspect of English grammar. This is the right course for you if you have a basic understanding of English grammar. Some gaps to fill in? This is the correct place for you. You have probably studied English grammar once. However, you've forgotten some of the structures. You need to refresh your knowledge. This course will help you. What you will find here is detailed information on all basic grammar structures with really a lot of examples and exercises. The content is structured in a way to help you get oriented really fast which grammar pattern is where. You want to revise passive? Go to the passive section directly. You want to learn more about inversions and to practice the structures there? Jump to the inversion section. It's not necessary to follow the order on the way it is given. Before every new grammar term, you will find the Grammar Lab. It introduces in simple schemes and charts the basic information you need. Those grammar cards are free for you to download. Also, to further practice on your own, there is a file prepared especially for you with hundreds of useful online resources. After the Grammar Lab comes time for the exercises included in the course. The PDFs with the exercises, again, are added as resources and you can download them. I'm happy to welcome you on board. See you in the first lecture. Once again, welcome to the course that will help you improve your grammar skills. As I've told you, what you are to expect from this course is first, when there is new grammar introduced, the set of lectures to start with the Grammar Lab. In the Grammar Lab, we'll be explaining all the specifics of the grammar that is to be practiced after that. After each Grammar Lab, you may find attached the grammar cards. It will be easier for you if you want to print them, if you want to rewrite them, if you want to use them in whatever way. After that, after each Grammar Lab, you will also find different links to online resources. These resources are free for you to use. You can find a lot more, I'm sure, and I encourage you to start sharing them with the other students in order a helpful community to be formed. Please, if you are aware of the information we are sharing in the Grammar Lab, just skip it and go to the exercises. A PDF with the exercises you will find after each Grammar Lab. Okay? And the answer section is always in the video following the Grammar Lab. Enough with the introductory words, let's get started. The very first section, as you've seen, is about tenses. So we'll pass through the English tenses, examining them in details, in fact. The first tense, of course, is present simple. If you know which the forms of present simple are, if you know which the forms of the verb to be are, just skip the Grammar Lab and go to the exercises section. Otherwise, let's get started. I speak English. He speaks English. We speak English. Present simple is used when you speak about something in general, something which is always true. Think of it on this way, something which is always true. When it comes to the forms, what you need to remember is that the verb needs s at the end when you speak about him, her, or it. I speak, he speaks, we speak. She speaks, it walks because it can't speak. We speak, you speak, they speak. So S at the end of the verb when you speak about him, her, or it. It usually refers to cats or dogs, animals, let's say, if they are not pets. It also refers to all of the objects that can't breathe. Think of it on this way. The negative form. For the negative form, you need auxiliary. Auxiliary is a helping verb. We'll speak about auxiliaries quite a lot within the course. So, the auxiliary in present simple is do, don't in the negative, does, doesn't in the negative. The negative sentences. I don't speak, you don't speak, he doesn't speak. Be careful. Doesn't, the S from the original verb, from the meaningful verb, comes here in the auxiliary. Doesn't, S. Here it is. And what you need after that is just the infinitive, the basic form of the verb. Infinitive is called the basic form of the verb. So, he doesn't speak, she doesn't speak, it doesn't walk. We don't, you don't, they don't. No difference here. After that, when you form the questions, you need to exchange the places of the auxiliary and the pronoun, the person who is doing the action. Do I, do you, does he, does she, does it. Do we, do you, do they. These are the forms. Do you speak English? And you need to answer. These are the short answers to general questions, the so-called yes-no questions. So, do you speak English? Yes, I do. Or no, I don't. Yes, positive auxiliary. Yes, I do. No, negative auxiliary. No, I don't. Does he speak English? Does he speak English? Yes, he does. No, he doesn't. The forms of present simple. The most important thing to remember is that you need S at the end of the verb when you speak about him, her, or it. Negative form doesn't, and the verb is in infinitive. Question does, and the verb is in infinitive. When you use it, I told you that present simple is used for general truths, for something which is always true for you. But apart from this statement, there are some markers. When we pass through the different tenses, you will see that there are a set of markers for each and every tense. And once you understand how to distinguish between them, it will be really easier. Because a lot of people find tenses difficult. Actually, it's just a matter of time to get used to them and to start using them correctly. So, always, usually, generally, often, sometimes, every day. These are the basic markers which tells you that something happens regularly, that something happens all the time. She always comes on time. He usually works a lot. We generally study at home. I often speak on the phone. Be careful now. I am sometimes late. We'll speak about it again. I am sometimes late. You see the difference? In the previous sentence, you had the adverb, these are adverbs, you had the adverb before the meaningful verb. I often speak. When the verb, the meaningful verb, is the verb to be, then see what's going on. I am sometimes late. I, the verb to be, the adverb after that. So this is something you need to pay attention to. We speak English every day. So the adverbs of frequency, this is how they are called, they can stay before the verb when the verb is different from the verb to be, or they can be at the end of the sentence. It's up to you. It's up to what you'd want to emphasize within the sentence. But if you are beginners, or intermediate students even, just keep to this pattern. Keep to the fact that the adverb needs to be in front of the meaningful verb, and that's it. After that, when the verb is to be, the adverb needs to be after the verb to be. That's it. Up to there. Next step. How to spell the verbs with S. Yes, there are some specifics, so please be careful. The general rule, you have a verb and you just add S. Perfect. But there are several exceptions. For example, verbs that finish in O, as go, and do. You need ES there. Goes. Does. Be careful when the verb finishes in Y. Why? Almost every time, in this case, there is something that needs to be considered, something that you need to think about. What is the difference between the verbs play and cry? Look at Y and think carefully what could be the difference. Play, cry. The letter before that, right? So R is a consonant, A is a vowel. When you add S to a verb which finishes in AY, you don't need to change anything. And that's easy. You just add S, that's it. But when the verb finishes in consonant plus Y, then you need to be more careful. You need to transform Y into IE. And after that, you need to put the S at the end. Cries. We'll speak about spelling a lot, so don't worry if you can't memorize everything at once. Watch, brush, pass. All of these verbs finish in sounds that does not sound natural if you put only S after that. It would be watches, brushes, pass. You can't pronounce it on this way. Well, because of that, what you need to do is to add ES. Watches, brushes, passes. Okay? Remember these patterns, these examples for now, and it will be enough. With exercises, I'll be helping you with the revision of spelling, and you will see that it's not so difficult in fact. Enough with the basic grammar. Let's see all these things in practice. The exercises, as I've told you, you will see in the PDF, which is attached. What to expect? First, you need to open the brackets using present simple. After that, you need to rewrite the sentences starting with she, and of course to make some changes. After that, you need to make questions and give short answers. There are some hints to help you there. And then you need to make the sentences negative. Last but not least, several sentences which are either positive or negative. You need to open the brackets again in present simple. The idea, you need to get used to the forms of present simple. Then you will be ready for some more specific usages. Then you will be ready for the other tenses and the comparisons. But step by step. See you in the answer section. Present simple in action. Let's check the exercises. In the first one, you needed to open the brackets using present simple. Only present simple. Children usually ask a lot of questions. Children, they. What you need is just the verb in infinitive. The marker for present simple, usually. She never listens to me. She, which means verb plus S at the end. The marker for present simple, never. We usually drink coffee after dinner. Usually, the marker for present simple. We drink. infinitive required. You never help me with the housework. You, infinitive. The marker for present simple, never. She understands Italian. She, which means the verb, needs S at the end. Understands. General statement, present simple. Classes start at 8 every morning. Every morning. When something happens usually every morning, this means that you need present simple. Start. You are an excellent teacher. You are. We haven't passed through the forms of the verb to be, but I believe that you know them. However, if in doubt, I am, you are, he is, she is, it is. We are, you are, they are. And the short forms. I am, I'm. You are, you're. He is, his. She is, she's. It is, it's. We are, you are, they are. Okay, the verb to be, I believe, is clear. He drinks 3 liters of water per day. He drinks. S at the end of the verb. Per day, which means every day. Because of that you need present simple. My sister lives near here. My sister, she. The verb needs S at the end. Rewrite the sentences starting with she. I speak Spanish. She speaks Spanish. I teach maths. She teaches maths. Be careful about the spelling. Teach, it finishes in ch, and you can't pronounce S after this sound if you don't put E there. Teaches. She teaches maths at school. We travel by car every day. She travels. S at the end of the verb. I go to work by the underground. I go, she goes. Be careful about the spelling. ES needed when the verb finishes in O. Make questions and give short answers. Does he smoke? Yes, he does. Does, infinitive after that. Do they live here? No, they don't. Do they? No, they don't. Infinitive after the auxiliary. Does your brother visit you very often? Does your brother visit you very often? Yes, he does. Do you drive to work? Yes, I do. I believe these are easy. Does he drive a Ford? Yes, he does. So the most important rule to remember, does, when you speak about him, her, or it, and after that you need the infinitive of the verb. Does he drive? Yes, he does. That's it. Do you meet often? No, we don't. No, negative auxiliary after that. Does she live with her parents? Does she live? Yes, she does. Does he watch TV a lot? No, he doesn't. Does he, infinitive. Does he watch? No, he doesn't. Full stop. Do they speak to each other? No, they don't. Do they speak to each other? Sentences, your task to make them negative. I speak, I don't speak. He doesn't speak. Exactly. She travels, she doesn't travel. Doesn't, the S from travels comes here, doesn't, and you need the infinitive after that. She doesn't travel. He washes the dishes every afternoon. He doesn't wash the dishes every afternoon. He washes, he doesn't wash. I like to talk. I don't like to talk. I like, I don't like. We live in London. Negative, we don't live in London. It rains every day. Negative, it doesn't rain every day. After that, We like listening to the radio. We don't like listening to the radio. Why listening? Well, that's a long story. If you are curious, go to the gerund section and you will see a lot of examples there. In short, this is the second verb form. Like listening. You see there are two verbs one after another. And in English, there are some verbs which need the second verb form to be with ing at the end. There are some other verbs which need the second verb form to be with to, and there are some verbs which need bare infinitive, or just the basic form of the verb after that. But it's really early for this one. We'll speak about it in details later on in the course. He speaks 4 foreign languages. He doesn't speak 4 foreign languages. Speaks, doesn't speak. She is a good programmer. Negative, she isn't a good programmer. Question: is she a programmer? Okay. Open the brackets in present simple. Question: do you work here? Negative, I don't like traveling by car. I don't like. The TV program starts at 5. Starts. It. The office opens at 7 a.m. The office. It. It opens. Does she like watermelon? Question: does, who, and after that you need the infinitive. Does she like watermelon? Does your sister know the truth? Does, she, infinitive. Does your sister know the truth? It doesn't snow often here. It doesn't snow. Doesn't plus infinitive. We travel a lot. We, after that, infinitive. And the last one, the course ends at the end of June. The course ends. It. The course is it. So you need s at the end of the verb. That was the beginning of present simple. There are still several more things I'd want to share with you, and this will be in the next video. See you there. Before we go to the exercises, let me show you something else, which is connected with present simple again. She does travel. We often argue. These are the markers just to help you understand what we are going to speak about. If the structures are familiar for you, just keep the grammar lab. This is what I'd want to put the emphasis on here. So, he speaks English. He speaks. If you want to make it more emphatic, which means that you want to say he really speaks English, it's not necessary to say he really. You can do it thanks to grammar. How? You need the auxiliary. The auxiliary helping you again is the verb which helps you form the question, or the verb which helps you form the negative. So he does speak English. He does, and after that the infinitive. He does speak English. On this way you say that he really speaks English. We do have a great time. We really have a great time. Again, the emphatic structures are formed thanks to the helping verb. Helping verb plus meaningful verb. He does speak English. We do have a great time. And something else that I've mentioned the previous time, the adverbs and the place of adverbs. The basic rule. I am often late. I often come late. Just remember these two sentences and it will be really enough. When you have the verb to be in use, as in the first case, you need the adverb to come after the verb to be. I am often late. The verb to be, then the adverb of frequency, which shows you that you need present simple. I am often late. I am usually on time. I am sometimes late, and so on. But when the verb is meaningful, think of it as different from the verb to be, you need the adverb before the verb. I often come late. I often call you. I sometimes skip classes, and so on. That's it. It's easy, I told you. So the exercises. You need to form sentences in present simple. After that, you need to continue forming the sentences. Just be careful, you need to order the words in the correct way. And the last exercise, you need to add emphatic meaning. This means you needed to put the auxiliary somewhere in order to show where the emphasis is, where the focus in the sentence is. Okay? Let's check them out in a while. The exercises you will find in the attached PDF. There will be exercises online for you as well. See you. Present simple in practice. One more time. So in the first exercise, you just needed to form sentences in present simple. Why? To revise the basic structures and to be sure that you know the basics. So question, do you travel every day? Does water boil at 100 degrees? Question, water, it needs to start with does. She doesn't listen to such music. She doesn't listen. Doesn't past infinitive. My sister doesn't like her classmates. Doesn't past infinitive. The TV show starts at 12. The TV show, it starts. When does your class finish? When does it finish? When does your class finish? Why do you not come tonight? Or why don't you come tonight? It can be on both ways. Why do you not come tonight? Why don't you come tonight? It's up to you. When do you come back home usually? Or when do you usually come back home? On both ways. It can be as well. How often do you read? How often? How often do you read? Form sentences. The words were given in the first part where you could see what you needed to do. So let's see the answers now. He doesn't often drink water. Doesn't often drink. She never comes late. Never. After that, the verb. I am never on time. The verb to be. After that, never. I never smoke. Never. Verb. After that. She often calls. Adverb. Verb. After that. We usually forget. Adverb. Verb. After that. He often speaks in French. Often speaks. Adverb. Verb. After that. She is usually at home. The verb to be. The adverb. After that. We rarely travel by bus. The adverb and the verb. After that. Last but not least, how to add the emphatic meaning. I do disagree. Keep in mind that we'll speak about these structures in the course one more time when we mention inversion. Why? There is time, I'll tell you there. So I do disagree. I really disagree. I do not like that book. I don't like that book at all. She does travel by train with pleasure. She does travel. Don't forget that when you add the auxiliary, you don't need S at the end of the verb. He does speak 4 languages. He really speaks 4 languages. I do suppose she is right. I really suppose that she is right. He does not know the truth. Have you paid attention to this one? When you use emphatic structure in a negative sentence, and obviously you want to put the emphasis on the fact that something is not, the better way is to write the auxiliary and the particle not together. does not doesn't. He does not know the truth. We do like having picnics in the forest. We do like having picnics. My wife does cook excellent. Does cook. Really cooks. And that was it. I believe the exercises were easy, but this is just the beginning. There are so many things that are waiting for us from now on. Okay? See you in the next video where we'll start talking about the next tense, present continuous. See you there. In our grammar lab for today, we'll speak about present continuous. How it is formed, how the verbs are spelled, how to understand when to use present continuous. Please, if you do already know all of these, just switch to the next lecture and start directly with the exercises. Otherwise, let's get started. Even here, you can see which the form is, how to form present continuous. You need I plus the verb to be plus the verb plus ing. What it means. The examples. I am driving. He is driving. They are driving. These are the positive sentences. How they are formed, once again. You have the pronoun I, you, he, she, it, we, you, they. After that, you need the correct form of the verb to be, which means I am, you are, he is, she is, we are, you are, they are. Then follows the verb plus ing. I'm driving, you're driving, and so on. These are the positive sentences. When you want to make a negative sentence, what you need is the negative form of the verb to be. So instead of I am, you need I'm not. Instead of he is, he isn't, or he's not. And after that, again, you have the verb plus ing. I'm not driving, or I am not driving. You aren't driving, or you are not driving. He isn't driving, he is not driving. She isn't driving, she is not driving. We aren't driving, or we are not driving. You aren't, you are not driving. And they aren't, they are not driving. It's quite more common to use these short forms. I'm not, you aren't, he isn't. Just be careful if you need to write something formula. If you're writing a formal letter, for example, it is better to use the full verb forms, which means don't write isn't, write is not. And after that, the same logic follows. You have the verb plus ing, driving, in our case. When you want to form the question, then the story goes like this. You take the form of the verb to be, and you start the sentence with it, such as you are exchanging the places of the verb to be and the pronoun, which means, are you driving? You see, you are driving. Question, are you driving? And then the verb plus ing once again. Are you driving? Is he driving? Is she driving? Are they driving? And so on. And the answers are the same as the answers that you will usually give when you are asked something with the verb to be, which means Are you driving? Yes, I am. Is he driving? Yes, he is. So you just need the word which goes with your answer, yes or no, and after that the positive or the negative form of the verb to be. Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Yes, he is. No, he isn't. If you are a beginner in grammar, what can help you here is the following exercise. Take a piece of paper and write down all of the forms, all of the positive, negative, and question forms. Give answers as well. And you will see that you will start using the verb forms without thinking about that. Don't worry, we have enough exercises as well that will come soon, so no chance not to learn present continuous. Next step. How to understand in what situations to use it. When you hear present continuous, what you understand, even if you have no idea about anything else, is that you speak about the present, right? Present. And the difference with present simple is that present continuous is used for something which is happening at the moment of speaking. Right now. Right now, I'm speaking. Right now, I'm teaching. Right now, I'm explaining English grammar. Right now, I'm talking about the markers of present continuous. You see, I just described what was happening, and what I said is I am doing this, I am doing that, because these are the actions that are happening at the moment. At the moment, I'm doing this and that. So, the first marker, now. The second one, at the moment. The third one is more interesting, today. What I mean by today is, for example, you know that when you speak about something which happens every day, you use present simple. Exactly. Every day I wake up at 6. Today I am waking up at 7. So when you have a common action, something which typically happens, and you want to introduce something which is different from the way things usually happen, then you use present continuous with today. The example, usually he walks on foot, but today he is riding. Usually he walks on foot, but today he is riding. Today, present continuous. The other two markers, at the moment, she is playing with the child at the moment, and he is doing the homework now. Now, at the moment, today. These three markers tell you that you do need present continuous. The last step, how to spell the verbs. Just please don't get confused and don't give up right now, because there will be really a lot of exercises in which you will be practicing the spelling. And all of the time I will be reminding you which the rule is. I will just help you learn them without thinking you'll start using them. Okay? So let's get started and pass through the basic rules. After that, with practice, you will start using them. Make, take. These are verbs which have as a last letter E, but you can't hear it, right? Make, take. You don't hear E as a sound. Well, when you don't hear it and you want to add ing, you just skip this E. And what's happening? Look at it. Make, making. E is not needed in this situation. The second group, play and cry. You know that there is always something specific about verbs which finish in Y. Well, here the rule is that there is nothing specific. Yeah, exactly. The change that you know in present simple, leave it for present simple, please. Here the only thing you need to remember, it doesn't matter which the letter before Y is. What is important is that you only add ing and then everything is the same. You don't need to change anything else. The verb is written correctly. The verb plus ing. Then, when to double and when not the last consonant. Look at these two verbs, run and eat. The thing which unites them, yes, they are short verbs. A short verb means a verb with one syllable only. Run, eat. But there is something different. And the difference comes in the iteration of vowels and consonants. In other words, which the combination of a vowel plus consonant is. If you take a look at run, what you have is consonant, R, vowel, U, consonant, N, consonant, vowel, consonant. When the combination is like this, and when the verb is short, adding ing, you need to double the last consonant. Because of that, you have run, running, double N. The story goes in a different way when the combination of the last three letters is different. Look at eat. Vowel, vowel, consonant. E is vowel, A is vowel, T is consonant. Well, because of that, when you add ing, there is no need to double the last consonant. If you write eating with double T, this will be wrong. Okay? So remember these two examples covered in exactly this way, and it will be easier for you. Consonant, vowel, consonant, double the consonant. Vowel, vowel, consonant, or any other combination different from the one above, you don't double anything. The next pair, commit and benefit. Commit, benefit. What unites these two verbs is that they are long verbs, which means that you have more than one syllable. Commit, benefit. Okay, the first verb, commit, has two syllables. The second one, benefit, has three syllables. Okay, both of them are long verbs. Long verb, reminding you, means a verb which has more than one. Perfect. But when you look at the spelling, what you notice is that committing is with double T, whereas benefiting is with one T. Why? Exactly. If you think about the stress of the verb, that's it. The first thing you need to be careful about is the same rule that you already know about the short verbs. Look at the last three letters, consonant, vowel, consonant. In both of the verbs, the rule is followed. Consonant, vowel, consonant. Perfect. But when the verb is long, there is something else you need to be careful about, and it's exactly the stress of the verb. Where the stress is, on which syllable. Commit. Commit. It's on the last syllable. When it is on the last syllable, the stress is on the last syllable, plus you have consonant, vowel, consonant as a combination, then you have to double the last consonant. Because of that, committing, double T. But when the stress is not on the last syllable, as in benefit, it's on the first one, you don't need to double the last consonant. It's the rule. You double only when you have the correct combination of consonant and vowel plus the stress. Again, remember these two verbs and everything will be clear. Let's try with the verb open. Open. First, is it a long or a short one? It's a long one. Exactly. It doesn't matter that the first syllable is only the letter O and the sound OU, actually. Open. This is more than one, so it's a long verb. And after that, where is the stress? Open. Open. On the first syllable, precisely. Because the stress is on the first syllable, you can't double the last one. Opened, opening, opening. Just ing, nothing else needs to be added. You don't need to double the last n. And the last verb I want you to look at is the verb die. Die. When there is a verb which finishes in ie and you want to add ing, what you need is to make the opposite transformation. If you remember, in present simple, when we added s to a verb which finishes in consonant plus y, what happened then? Exactly, as in cries. For example, we changed y into ie, consonant plus y. Well, here the process goes vice versa. The verb finishes in ie in its basic form. So what you need to do when you add the ing is to change ie into y. Great beginning. Again, don't worry if all these rules sound a little bit difficult, sound a little bit awkward. It's normal not to be able to memorize everything from the very first time when you hear it. There will be enough exercises, enough rules, enough repetition of everything that you know, so you will memorize them. Before we continue with the exercises, what I want to do is just to make you go through them, and on this way to be aware of what expects you, just to know what is awaiting you. In the first exercise, you need to write positive sentences in present continuous. The marker, now. Second exercise, the same, 9 more sentences. The idea, you need to be perfectly well aware of the forms. Not to think about the forms after this lecture, from now on to think about when to use this or that. Then we continue. Write questions and answers. Again, everything is in present continuous. Negative sentences, again, using now, present continuous. Only present continuous we are checking right now. Last but not least, make a positive, a negative, and a question sentence about now. It practices everything. Now is the moment to press the pause, to open the PDF, or to download it and to print it, whatever you want, to do the exercises and to check them together in a while. See you in the next video. Ready? Good. Let's get started. So, in the first exercise, you needed to write positive sentences using now. He is sleeping now, reminding you how present continuous is formed. You have the verb to be in the correct form. I am, you are, he is, she is, it is, we are, you are, they are. After that follows the verb plus ing. He is sleeping now. Look at the verb, the last 3 letters, EEP, consonant? No. Okay. Vowel, vowel, consonant, which means that P doesn't need to be doubled. He is sleeping now. We are eating outside now. The verb is eat, so you have the combination of vowel, vowel, consonant. Again, it means that nothing needs to be doubled. They are going to the cinema now. They are going. Going? Nothing special about the spelling here. My sister is watching TV now. My sister is watching TV now. Nothing special about the spelling. You look at the last 3 letters. You see that there isn't a vowel there in the middle, so no, nothing can be doubled. She's reading now. Again, no reason to double whatever. She is reading. The children are playing. I told you that in present continuous, when the verb finishes in Y, there is no reason to overthink about it, no reason to think what the rule was, how to do it, how to spell it. Nothing changes. You just have a typical verb to which you only need to add ing and that's it. We are playing. The children are playing. Play plus ing. I'm washing the dishes now. Just don't forget the verb to be. One of the most common mistakes here is people saying we playing, we watching, we walking. No, you need the verb to be first. We are playing, we are watching, you name it. We are walking now. We are walking. And that was it. In the second one, again, sentences, what you need to do is to transform them in present continuous. And yes, if you paid attention, here you need to be more careful about the spelling. Let's revise all of the rules one more time. We are driving. The verb drive finishes in the letter E, but the letter E, the sound E, is not pronounced. It's mute. Because of that, you just skip it. You don't write it. And what you have is we are driving now. They are sitting next to each other now. They are sitting. Sit. Short verb. The combination is consonant, vowel, consonant, which means that, yes, you need to double the last consonant. He is doing his homework. He is doing his homework. Nothing special, just you need to add the ing form. It is raining now. It is raining. No reason to double N because the combination is vowel, vowel, consonant. He is living with us right now. He is living with us. Living. Live is the verb. F is the sound that you hear, and you need to skip E, the last letter that is written. Why? Because you don't hear it. You don't pronounce it, so you just skip it. He is living with us right now. We are planning the holiday now. We are planning. The verb plan is a short one, and the combination is consonant, vowel, consonant. Because of that, you need to double the last consonant. They are running now. Same logic. The last consonant is doubled. My baby is crying. When the verb finishes in Y, nothing changes when you want to add ing. My baby is crying. And the last one from this exercise, the children are playing now. The children are playing. Again, the verb finishes in Y, no reason to change whatever. Just be careful again not to forget the verb to be. This is really, really important. Next exercise. Questions and answers. Again, present continuous. The rule here, you need to exchange the places of the pronoun and the verb to be. Is it raining now? Yes, it is. Is he sleeping now? No, he isn't. Positive? He is sleeping. Exactly. So you just exchange the verb to be and the pronoun. Are you doing something important now? Yes, I am. Not yes, I doing, because this is something that students usually say. Yes, I am. This is called short answer. Is he helping you with the homework? Is he helping you with the homework? Yes, he is. Are you traveling now? Yes, I am. No, I'm not. When you are not given which option you need to write, just write both of them, just practice. Are you traveling? Yes, I am. No, I'm not. About the verb travel. Yeah, probably there are questions. Let me explain. It's an exception. It doesn't follow the rules. Yeah, there are verbs like this. In English, a lot of rules don't follow the rules. Which means that here, look at the verb travel. First, it's a long verb. Second, it finishes in consonant, vowel, consonant. Perfect. But the stress is on the first syllable. Travel, not travel. Travel. Well, it doesn't matter. Although the stress is not on the last syllable, you need to double L. Just memorize it. Travel, traveling, double L. Is she watching TV? Yes, she is. No, she isn't. Is she watching? The verb to be, the pronoun, the verb watching. I told you, till the end of the lecture you'll be masters at present continuous. Are they working now? Are they working? Yes, they are. No, they aren't. Are you singing to your child? Are you singing to your child now? Because if you ask in general, how would it be? I mean, this question, number 4 in present, simple, exactly. Do you sing? That's it. So, are you singing to your child now? Do you sing to your child in general? The next one, the negative sentences. He isn't riding a horse now. Why there isn't E in riding? Yes, because when you say ride, you hear T, D as a last sound, and you do not pronounce E. So he isn't riding. E is omitted. You can also say he is not, but I told you that the more common case is when is not is shortened into isn't. We aren't sitting on the carpet now. We aren't sitting. Sitting. Sit, the verb, consonant, vowel, consonant. So you need to double the last consonant. Exactly. They aren't talking now. They aren't talking. Negative sentence. And if you want to make a question, negative question, aren't they talking? That's it. So what you need to do one more time is to exchange the verb to be and the pronoun. And it doesn't matter whether the verb to be is in its positive or in its negative form. They aren't talking now. She isn't watching TV now. She isn't watching, or she is not watching. I'm not going home, or I am not going home. And last but not least, he isn't sleeping in the living room now. Isn't. The verb to be, negative, isn't. After that, the verb plus ing. Isn't sleeping. They aren't dancing now. Dance? Yes. You don't pronounce E, because of that you don't need it in the ing form, so you just skip it and add ing. They aren't dancing. The last exercise, several more sentences we have here, and out of each sentence you need to make on your own positive, negative, and question. As here, they are drawing, they aren't drawing, are they drawing? Yes, they are. Negative? No, they aren't. Exactly. The verb to be plus verb plus ing. Be careful here. The continuous form, the present continuous form of the verb to be is the same, saying it again, the same as the form in present simple. So I hope that nobody wrote he is being. No, it doesn't exist. What you need is simply the verb to be. He is in bed now. He isn't in bed now. And the same as in present simple. Is he in bed? No, he isn't. That's it. Is he? Yes, he is. No, he isn't. She is preparing the breakfast. She isn't preparing the breakfast. Is she preparing? The verb prepare, probably you've paid attention, it finishes in E. E is not pronounced, so because of that you just skip it, you omit it, and you directly add ing. Work, simple verb. They are working, they aren't working, are they working? I believe that at this stage of the lecture you don't have any problems. Just to form present continuous. It is raining, it isn't raining, or it is not raining. And when you form the question, is it raining? Yes, it is. No, it isn't. They are playing football. They aren't playing. Are they playing? The last time when you practice verb finishing in Y within this lecture. So, verb which finishes in Y, you don't need to make any changes here. Any changes. You just add ing after that, and that's it. Perfect. That was the end, the last exercise. From here, please don't forget that there are a lot of exercises in the attached links. Don't forget to take a look at the cards that you have. And if you need more exercises, just tell me, I will add more links. As you are now experts in both tenses present simple and present continuous, let's see what happens when both of them are used within the same context. So what we'll do here is to experiment. There will be different situations, there will be sentences with different mistakes. Your task is to understand where you need present simple and where present continuous. First, let's take a look. Open the brackets. This is one of the most common exercises that you're going to have during the course. The idea, just imagine the situation, imagine the context you can use this sentence in, and try to use the correct tense. How to do it? You'd already know. You need the time marker. Once you catch which the time marker is, you will be able to put the verb in the correct verb form. This one helps you after that start using the verbs, start using the sentences. And a piece of advice, every time after you do the exercise, read aloud all of the sentences that are within this slide, within this exercise. Why? Because on this way, you start practicing listening to yourselves. about more techniques, how to work on your grammar, how to improve your grammar on daily basis, we'll speak later on in the course. But for now, this is a pretty good beginning. Once you finish with the exercise, just read aloud the sentences. Okay, so we have several of this kind. Just you need to correct. Here, in the previous two, you needed to open the brackets. To correct means again, you need to find the time marker. Once you understand which the time marker is, you need to correct up to the form which is required by the time marker. Finish the sentences to show contrast. This is the type of structures we spoke about in the grammar lab in the present continuous tense. For example, every day I do something, but today I'm doing something else. Here, instead of today, the marker given is these days. Same logic, it was a hint. Okay? Press the pause, do the exercises, and we are checking them together. Starting. We don't see our parents every week. Time marker, every week. Every week goes with present simple. Because of that, we use don't as a negative form plus the infinitive. We don't see. Is he listening to the radio now? The first thing that you see is that you need to form a question. And the question refers to now. Now, something which is happening at the moment. When there is something which is happening at the moment, you know that you need to use present continuous. Exactly. And the question in present continuous is formed by the verb to be, the pronoun, the verb was sing. Is he listening to the radio now? She doesn't get up at 7 o'clock every morning. Time marker, every morning. Because something is happening every morning, it is something usual. With usual activities, or with personal timetables, personal schedules, you use present simple. Doesn't, because of she, not don't, please. So she doesn't, infinitive, doesn't get up. Is Tim talking to Anne now? Now, marker for present continuous. Question, which means the verb to be, who, after that the verb posing. Is Tim talking to Anne now? They work in the restaurant on Mondays. On Mondays means every Monday. So when something happens every day, every Monday, every equal period of time, it means that you need present simple. When you need present simple, you put it in the correct form. They plus the verb. They work. If the sentence started with he, what would be here? He works. Exactly. They work. He works. She is listening to her favorite song at the moment. The time marker, at the moment. At the moment goes with present continuous. She is listening, not she listening. They don't come to school every day. Every day, present simple. The negative form is formed with the verb don't or doesn't. And because here you have they as doers of the action, you need don't. After don't comes the verb. They don't come to school every day. Is he working now? Now, present continuous. Question. Is he working now? My son goes to bed at 9 o'clock. It is not mentioned when exactly, so the idea, if you don't specify when exactly the action is happening, you just consider it up to the general logic, okay? If you don't say that right now or these days he is going to bed at 9 o'clock, it means that he goes to bed every day at this time. My son goes to bed at 9 o'clock. Present simple. Here the story is more interesting. There is a text, which means that all of the tenses, all of the verb forms are connected. And what you need to do is to follow the logic of the text, because you can't open the bracket without considering what is happening when. Let's get started. He gets up at 7 every morning. Every morning time marker, present simple. But today, contrast, but today is a different day, he has birthday. So let's look at this sentence closer. But and today introduces exactly contrast, which means that there should be a difference in the general case between the previous sentence and this one. But the difference is that here we have the verb to be, which means that you don't need to change anything. The verb to be has the same forms in present simple as well as in present continuous. So everything you need is. He has birthday. Why has and why not having? Because he has birthday on this day every year, which means that this one is an action which happens regularly. Present simple. Now, present continuous. Now Matt is having breakfast. Be careful with the spelling. The verb is have, finishes in E, but E is not pronounced. Because of that, you skip E, you remove it, and you just add ing. But now Matt is having breakfast. Usually, marker for present simple, usually he has a cup of juice and a toast. Today, contrast, today he is having an avocado toast with bacon and eggs. Usually, present simple, usually he doesn't get to office so late. Usually. Well, today he is late for 30 minutes. Today he is. Why? Because yes, there is difference between what he usually does and what he is doing today, but the verb to be has the same form in present simple as well as in present continuous. His colleagues are organizing a party for him and they are waiting for him to come. They are organizing the party today because today is a special day, and they are waiting for him to come today. So this is not something which usually happens. This is something which is happening at the moment. When he opens the door, he is really surprised. When you say when he's opening, you refer to the fact that this act of opening took a period. I mean, it continued for a period. Well, when you open, you just open, and that's it. Because of that, the verb open cannot be in a continuous tense. He opens the door. So when he opens the door, he is really surprised. After work, Matt usually goes back home. Usually, marker for present simple. And the verb is go. You know that after verbs which finish in O, you need to add ES. Because of that, the spelling is goes. Goes. The same as does. Matt usually goes back home. Today, his family and he are going to the theater. Again, contrast between what he usually does and what he is doing today. Then they are having dinner in a nice restaurant. Have dinner. Usually they have dinner somewhere else, but today, the contrast, they are having dinner in a nice restaurant. Exercises like this one are really useful for you to get used to speak the language. Why? Because in context, you can really focus on the differences, and which tense you will choose actually depends on what you want to say. Think about tenses on this way. They just help you express yourselves. They help you show your feelings, your emotions, your thoughts at the moment. It's different to say that you have dinner in that restaurant every day and you are having dinner there today. You see, you introduce the contrast. So don't learn them as tenses, learn them as ways of expression. And you will see that it's really not that difficult. The next exercise. Here the task was to correct the sentences if you find any mistakes. The first one. It's often raining in England. Is often raining? Well, often is the marker for present simple. Because of that, you can't say it is often raining. You need to change the verb form. It often rains. He usually takes money from his friends. Usually, marker for present simple. When the verb is in present simple, you need the basic form, the infinitive plus s. Nothing wrong here. The sentence is correct. I'm having a brother. This is something in general. You are not having the brother right now. And furthermore, you have something not material. You can't use have in continuous form in this way. So I have a brother in general. I have a brother, I have a sister, I have a car, and so on. You possess something which is not material. She is talking on the phone, I can hear her. When you can hear somebody, it means that this person is doing the action at the moment. And because the action is being done at the moment, exactly, you need present continuous. She is talking on the phone now. I can hear her now. The sentence is correct. Don't disturb him now, he plays the piano. Now the time marker is in the previous sentence. But these two sentences are connected. They just describe one and the same situation. Which means that in the second sentence, you do have now as well. He is playing the piano now. The castle is standing on a hill outside the town. Well, no, you can't say the castle is standing because this is something which usually happens. Think of it on this way. The castle has been there, is there, and will be there. I mean, it was there in the past, it is there now, and it will be there in the future. The castle is standing on a hill is wrong. The castle stands on a hill outside the town. She is normally working really hard. Normally indicates that you speak about something which is repeated, about repetitive action, about something which usually happens. Exactly. When you form it on this way, it means that you do need present simple. She normally works really hard. He never is here. He is never here. About the places of these adverbs, we'll speak in a while in the other exercise. Just remember for now that when you have the verb to be, then you need to put the adverb after the verb. He is usually late. She is never here. We are always on time, and so on. The last exercise, we needed to show contrast here, and I gave you a hint that the structure you need is the same as the one we used with today in the grammar lab. Let's get started. I don't see Tim often, but these days I'm meeting him quite often. So usually something happens, or usually something doesn't happen, but the contrast, but these days, the contrasting statement, I'm meeting him quite often. The structure, something which usually happens goes in present simple. Something which is happening now, these days, goes in present continuous. I usually sleep in the living room, but these days I'm sleeping in the bedroom. Contrast, present simple, present continuous. He always goes to work by bus, but these days he is going by car. So usually something happens in one way, but these days this thing is happening on a different way. I usually clean the house myself, but these days my husband is cleaning. Contrast, something usually happens, present simple, but these days, but within this period of time, something else is happening. My husband is cleaning. She usually prepares healthy food, but these days she is buying fast food. She is buying. Again, something usually happens, so you use present simple. After that, there is contrast. Something starts happening in a different way. You need to introduce contrast by using present continuous. She is hardworking, but these days she is getting lazy. Same logic. Something usually happens in one way, but after that it's happening on a different way. She is hardworking, but these days she is getting lazy. We build bridges, but these days we are building houses. Don't forget what I mentioned several minutes ago. Think for tenses as your ways to express your thoughts, to give nuances to what you're saying. This is just the other level of using the language. You don't need to always form simple sentences. You don't need to focus on the tense. Just use the tense as a helper. Let it show your thoughts, your feelings and emotions to the other people. Well, when you do this one, you will see that using the language, talking, is pleasure. It doesn't matter whether you will make a mistake or two. I mean about spoken English. It's not that important. It's important to be able to transmit, to show, to express yourselves in a way to be understood. And no, your pronunciation doesn't matter. It's important just this pronunciation to be understood by other people. I've mentioned it in the description of the course. I'll repeat it here. I'm not a native speaker, and it's not a problem at all for me to teach English. Why? Because first, not native speakers are better in teaching English grammar. Absolutely. Just we study the language in a different way. If you ask me to explain the same grammar structures in my native language, no way. I can speak it perfectly well, but I can't explain it in a way all of you to understand. Well, here I can. Why? Because I learned it on the way you're learning it at the moment. And the second plus is that when you are a not native speaker, you're just trying to express yourselves clearly. You want to be always understood. You want to give hints to others. You want to help them improve their language, and you want to be sure that all of these will result in something that will help them improve their way of speaking. More tricks? I told you, we have a special section about this one, so see you there. But till then, we need to master grammar. See you in the next lecture. The exercises that follow are quite more interesting than those we've already been through. Why? Because here I will show you some not so common cases, not so common situations in which present simple and present continuous are used. Just reminding you, the information is not for complete beginners. If you are a beginner, please go to the previous course of mine, the Complete English Grammar course, A1 to C1. That one gives you the perfect basics. That one can help you really a lot. The aim of this course is to give you extra exercises, to help you practice more and to help you deepen your knowledge in the areas which you found difficult then. Furthermore, here are the hints how to keep on working on your grammar. Let's get started. When you open the PDF with the attached exercises, you will notice that the situations are mentioned here. I mean, out of what context which sentence is taken. And it's important. In a while you understand why. Present simple or present continuous. This is the instruction you need to follow. Different exercises, not so easy, and a lot of traps you may encounter, but interesting, absolutely. Be careful in this one, the last one, where you need to choose between these four verbs. Think about the differences in meaning, and let's get started. Your turn first. Please do the exercises in advance, because otherwise you will just not benefit from all of them. The first one. Nadia Murad wins Nobel Peace Prize 2018. This is headline. The headlines in newspapers are usually given as general statements, and because of that, in a newspaper, you will see sentences in present simple. They report news. Here you don't show additional information by what is happening when exactly. This is the news, this happened, they are reporting. So in a headline, present simple. In the classroom, which book are you reading now? Obviously, it's not a question referring to the current moment, because the child is having another class. The idea is that within a particular period of time, something is happening, and now refers to the time at around the moment when the action is really happening. Which book are you reading now? After the one that you finished and before the one that you will start after that. Here, now doesn't mean at the current moment, exactly now. More and more people are learning foreign languages. Remember that when you speak about trends in the present, the correct way to express them is with present continuous. This will be really useful skill if you are sitting the IELTS test. So when you speak about trends, use present continuous. Live sport commentator. Matheson passes to Peterson. It's a goal. Obviously, it's happening right now. Just imagine. I mean, it's live, it's a commentator, and this one is happening in front of the eyes of the audience. But in such reports, again, present simple is used. One of the main reasons, it's just shorter. And there you don't have time for more complicated verb forms. Simple, but that's it. Annoying habit. Why are you always whistling? Remember this one? It's really quite commonly used. When you want to emphasize on somebody's actions which annoy you, which embarrass you, which you don't find pleasing in very general, the way to do it is by using present continuous. And probably you've noticed the combination always plus present continuous. Well, this one indicates exactly your annoyment, the fact that you dislike this one. Why are you always whistling? Present continuous, annoying habit. Something amusing. He always come up with crazy ideas. He's always coming up with crazy ideas. Same logic as the one in the previous sentence. When you want to express your amusement, when you want to say that something is amusing for you, that you find it amusing, you use present continuous. Always plus present continuous. You show amusement plus annoyment. My sister is doing a degree at university, so I don't see her very often, unfortunately. She is doing the degree which is something not regular, something which is occupying her time at the moment, at around the moment of speaking. And this is out of her habitual behavior. Because of that, to show this contrast, you use present continuous. This usage you do already know. After that, so I don't see her very often. Well, yes, very often something happens or doesn't happen. At the moment, see is a synonym of meet, but the verb see can't be used in a continuous form. Because of that, you go to the simple one. My sister is doing a degree, so I don't see her very often. He is always coming back home late, and that is driving me crazy. The usage we spoke about a minute ago. When you find something annoying, you show your annoyment with present continuous plus always. Usually it's always that's used. You just need an adverb here. So he's always coming back home late, and that is driving me crazy. You can say the same sentence in present simple, of course, but it's not so strong at that time. First, you go to the end of the street, then turn right. When you give instructions, remember that you use present simple. The logic, again the same as in the live TV shows. You don't need to overcomplicate grammar. You just need to help the person reach their goal. Unfortunately, more and more couples are getting divorced. This one here is the trend. And when you speak about trends, you know it. You need present continuous. Why does water boil? In general. When you speak about general truths, general facts, then you use present simple. This one is simple, really. She is singing upstairs, I can hear her. When you can hear something, you understand that this thing is happening at the moment of speaking. So present continuous. Where are you phoning me from? The line is not very good. Again, out of the context of the situation, it's clear that the action is happening right now, at the moment of speaking. Well, because of that, you do need present continuous. Just don't forget that there is a question here, which means you need the other structure that starts with the verb to be. After that comes the pronoun. Where are you phoning? Not where you are phoning. In this one, let's explain why this or that option is the better one. Each book only costs €1 at the moment. The verb cost cannot be used in a continuous form. As simple as that. He's sure he recognizes that man behind the corner. Same logic. Recognize can't be used in a continuous form. Here comes the doctor. And the other sentence, there goes the train, we are late. When a sentence starts with here or there, the common rule is that you need the verb to be in present simple after that. It's not wrong to say it in present continuous, just it's more natural. You will hear it on this way. Here comes, there goes. Remember them, here and there with present simple. She is staying in the Metropolitan for the business trip. It's not something which usually happens, at least it's not something which is mentioned here as a habitual action. It's something which is happening now, within this period of time. For this business trip, she is staying there. Because of that, we have present continuous here. Summers are getting colder and winters are getting warmer. Exactly, I'm sure that you've recognized that this is a trend. And when you speak about trends, you use present continuous. I'm watering Anne's flowers while she's on holiday. The same logic as in sentence number 5. This action is typical for this period. It's not something which usually happens. It's something which describes your behavior within a period of time. And when you speak about a period of time which differs from your usual behavior, exactly, then you use present continuous. I'm watering Anne's flowers while she's on holiday. I'm always forgetting his birthday. How can I? The second sentence here, in fact, helps you understand what is the context of the first one. You're expressing your annoyment, exactly. And because of that, you're going to the continuous tense. You are dissatisfied, you disagree with your own behavior, you need to express it, you need to show your emotions. Back to what we spoke. Tenses show emotions. Tenses express thoughts. You can use in one situation different tenses. The difference is that you say different things. You express different thoughts. Be careful which grammar structure you use, just in order to be sure that you express yourselves in the better way. This child is really obedient every time I see him. And the second sentence, oh, your daughter is being obedient at the moment. I'm surprised. Can you see the difference now? Is being is one really rare usage of the verb to be. In general, the verb to be is not used in continuous forms. The verb to be has the same forms in present simple and present continuous. Right. But when you speak about advanced grammar and advanced way of expressing yourselves, this one is interesting. When you want to put the emphasis on the fact that this which is happening right now is completely different from the usual behavior, from the usual things, then you can use the continuous form of the verb to be. So the child is usually obedient every time when I see him. And at the same time, the daughter is being obedient at the moment. You emphasize on this contrast exactly. The best way to show it is again by playing with tenses. Present continuous, the verb to be. It's possible, and that's how it is used. They're wealthy. They have 4 houses in different countries. And after that, thanks for calling. I'm having a great time at the moment. You know that the verb have can be used in continuous forms when it is part of a phrase. Have a great time, have a shower, and so on. Well, in this situation, it's part of a phrase. Have a good time, have a great time. Obviously, from the context you understand that this is happening at the moment. Well, because of that, you need present continuous. In sentence number 3, have is in its general meaning. Nothing specific. You can't use the ing form here. I'm thinking of buying a house. He thinks he knows everything. The usual usage, number 6. He thinks he knows everything, in general. I'm thinking of buying. When you use the verb think in continuous forms, it means that you're considering something. It means that you have spent time over an idea, you have planned it, and here is that you're saying it. So, I'm thinking of buying a house. Plan, intention, consideration. You are always meaning to be kind, but you never are. This one is interesting. The road sign means stop. The road sign means stop, so the verb mean has different meanings again when used in present simple and in present continuous. In present simple, as you see, this is the general meaning of mean. I mean, something means something. Nothing strange here. The stranger usage is in number 7. You are always meaning to be kind, but you never are. When you use the verb mean in a continuous tense, you change the idea behind the verb. In this case, the verb mean means have the intention. So you are always having the intention to be kind, but you never are. Always plus continuous tense. You know that on this way you show that something makes you annoyed, that you find something annoying. I hope really that these examples were clear enough. If not, please give me a hint in comments and I will find some other exercises. I will add them as links. Here just think, don't forget your links. They are almost after every lecture. You will find them. The last exercise. Look, have, think, and feel. How do you feel about inviting Matt to the party? I see you are not feeling very well. Go back home earlier today. When you want to put the emphasis on the fact that right now somebody is not feeling on the way they usually do, then you have the chance to use present continuous. The general rule, the verb feel is not used in continuous tenses. Yes, but you can use it in a continuous tense when you want to show contrast. How do you feel about? What do you think about? This is the meaning. How do you consider? The second pair. I'm looking for the latest book by Rowling. Do you have it in stock? You look like you're not in your best mood today. Look as a verb can be used in a continuous form when it is part of a phrasal verb. Actually here in sentence number 2, the first one, the verb is look for. It's not only look. Well, because of that, the meaning of look is changed. Look for means search, right? And there is no problem to use the verb search, look for, in a continuous tense. You look like you are not in your best mood today. This is the general structure. Look like can't be used in a continuous form. We are thinking of buying a new car. We are considering. Why do you think she's won the Nobel Prize? Why is that on your mind? The general usage. So the verb think can't be used in a continuous form in its original meaning. But when you want to say that somebody is planning something, that somebody has the intention to do something, then you use the verb think in a continuous form. And the last pair of sentences, they're having a party right now. Let's go later. Have a party? it's a phrase. No problem to use here have in a continuous form. Do the Smiths have a back garden? You know it. When you speak about material or non-material possessions, then it is impossible to use have in a continuous form. I do hope that these exercises were useful and that you learned really a lot of new things. Read through all of them, pass through them one more time, do the exercises in the links after the lecture, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. See you. After present simple and present continuous comes past simple, the third tense we'll speak about. In this grammar lab, I will give you the basic rules. After that, you will find the grammar cards that we'll be using, so you can download them, print them, rewrite whatever you want. Please, if you know how the regular verbs are formed in English, just skip this lecture, okay? Here we'll speak about regular verbs in positive, negative, question sentences, plus the verb to be. If you know these, this lecture is not for you. Otherwise, welcome. And let's get started. The verbs in English are divided into groups. There are regular and irregular verbs. Now we'll speak about the irregular verbs only. Or these are verbs that, in order to form what you need to add ed only, as is given the structure in green. For example, stop, stopped. Regular verb. You just add ed at the end. Let's see some examples. The verb to be is always special. You know this one. So there are some forms that are typical for present simple. There are some forms that are typical for past simple. The forms in past simple are was and were. I was there last night. Past simple refers to something that happened in the past. So I was there last night. He was there last night. We were there last night. All of the forms. I was, you were, he was, she was, it was, and after that, we were, you were, they were. That's it. Was and were. When you want to make a negative form, be careful here. You need only the verb to be plus not. I wasn't, he wasn't, we weren't, or were not. The same, was not. All of the forms. I wasn't there yesterday. You weren't there yesterday. He wasn't there yesterday. She wasn't there yesterday. It wasn't there yesterday. And after that, we weren't, you weren't, they weren't. Past simple of the verb to be. When you want to form the question, what you need is to change the places of the verb and of the pronoun, the same as in present simple. It means that the question starts with the form of the verb to be. For example, were you there? And the answer, yes, I was. No, I wasn't. Was he there? Yes, he was. No, he wasn't. What about she? Was she? Exactly. So you just need to change the places of the verb to be and the pronoun, the person you are talking about. Was I? Were you? Was he? Were we? And so on. Remember this one? Because in a minute, you may find it a little bit harder. All these forms and rules refer to the verb to be only. But in English, yes, there are thousands of other verbs. So let's see how we will use them in past simple. At the beginning I told you, when you want to form the form of the verb in past simple, all you need is to add ed at the end of the verb. Be careful, we speak about regular verbs, which are the regular and which are the irregular in the next lecture. But for now, work, for example, is a regular verb, simple verb, let's call it. You need just to add ed at the end, and that's it. There is no difference here between I, he, she, we, you, doesn't matter. You just take the verb, after that you add ed, and you are ready. I worked, he worked, we worked. You worked, she worked, they worked, you worked. No difference in the forms. This is important. Everything you need is ed at the end of the verb. Perfect. These are the positive sentences. And now be careful. When it comes to the negative sentences, what you need is the helping verb called auxiliary verb. So the helping verb didn't. It has the same role as the verb doesn't in present simple. So I didn't, and because didn't takes this past form of the verb, you need the infinitive after that. I didn't work. Didn't plus infinitive. Basic form, this means infinitive. So I didn't work, you didn't work, he didn't work, she didn't work, we, you, they didn't work. No other difference in the forms. Remember this one, it's really simple. You only need the auxiliary verb, the helping verb didn't, and after that the infinitive of the verb that you want to use. That's all. When you want to make the question, I'm sure that now you can catch the logic. When you want to make a question, you start with the helping verb again. The helping verb in our case is did or didn't, if you want to make a negative question. And after that you have the pronoun, then follows the infinitive of the verb, the basic form of the verb. Did you work? Did she work? Did they work? No difference in the forms. Positive verb forms, the verb plus ed. Negative, the verb plus didn't, the infinitive of the verb. Didn't plus infinitive. After that in question, did plus the infinitive. That's all. How to understand when you need to use past simple? Well, there are several markers. The easiest way to remember it is just to know that you need to know when something happened. This is, if you can answer the question, when did it happen, when exactly, then you need past simple. As simple as that. For example, when did you talk to her? I talked to her yesterday. Yesterday is the marker for past simple. When you see yesterday, you know that you need to use it. I wanted to talk to you yesterday. Yesterday, wanted. Past simple. Last month, last year. For example, when did you last see her? When did you see her? Last month. You know when, so you need past simple. Second marker, last. Something. And third marker, ago. 5 minutes ago, 1 year ago, 2 days ago, doesn't matter. Ago is the marker of past simple. Yesterday, last, ago. He arrived 5 minutes ago. Not before, please. Usually what students say is he arrived before 5 minutes. No, before is not a marker of tense. When you want to say that something happened in a past moment, what you need to use is the marker for distance. Ago is what you need, and ago is at the end of the sentence. Last step from our grammar lab, the spelling. And in fact, you know these rules. Yeah, they're a combination of what you know already about present simple and present continuous. Let's take a look and you will understand what I mean. The first two verbs, study and play. Both of these verbs finish in Y. The difference is in the letter that comes before Y. When before Y there is a consonant, what you need to do is to change Y into IE, something that you already know from present simple. Exactly. When the verb finishes in Y and there is a vowel before Y, then you don't change anything. You just add ed. Play, played. After that, the next three rules you know from the ing spelling or from present continuous. Stop, short verb that finishes in consonant, vowel, consonant. Exactly. When you add ed, what you need to do is to double the last consonant and to add ed after that. So, short verb form, which finishes in consonant, vowel, consonant. Then follow two long verbs that you do already know, commit and benefit. The difference here is in the stress, precisely. The first thing that you need to pay attention to is the combination of the last three letters. If you have a combination of consonant, vowel, consonant, there is a chance only, that you may need to double the last consonant. But your second check is about the stress. If you have a verb which is stressed on the last syllable, as commit, then you need to add ed. So the combination of consonant, vowel, consonant plus the stress on the last syllable gives you the opportunity or just makes you double the last consonant. Simple. When the stress, on the other hand, is not on the last syllable, then you don't need to add anything. You don't need to double anything. You just need to add ed and that's all. As I told you, the spelling rules are just a combination of what you do already know. So once you are aware of the rules for whichever tense, you will see that everything will get easier. And I promise that with the exercises that are coming, I will be explaining the spelling every single time so that you'll be able to get used to that. As I've mentioned exercises, let's take a look at what exercises are expecting us. You may find them in the PDF after the lecture, so please download, do them, and after that we'll check them together in the next video. First, you need to think about the correct verb form of to be. We speak about past simple only. After that, to work on positive forms, which means focus on spelling here. Think what, where, and how needs to be changed. Questions. Be careful with question words, with helping verbs, everything that you do already know. Then negative sentences. There are some traps here. Be careful, and again, keep in mind that spelling is important. In the last exercise, there are mixed sentences. I mean, they can be positive, negative, and questions. Your task is just to open the brackets, your favorite exercise, and the tricks I've mentioned already. Think for a situation in which you can use these sentences. At the same time, think for the way they are pronounced, the sentences. Once you finish all of the exercises, just open the PDF from the beginning and read everything aloud. So press the pause and we'll continue in a while. You found the exercises easy, I hope? So let's have them checked and explain what, where, and why happened. In the first exercise, you needed to choose the correct form of the verb to be, reminding you was and were, wasn't and weren't. She wasn't at home last night. She, negative, wasn't. I was at that party too. I, to be positive, I was. He wasn't ready for the exam. He, negative, wasn't. We were in the guest list. We, positive, were. We were. They weren't ready for the cold weather. They, negative, they weren't. Please do never think, do never say, and do never write didn't be. Didn't be simply doesn't exist. Were you in that hotel last night? Were you in that hotel last night? Question. For you. So were you? Weren't we in that hotel last year too? Weren't we? Negative question. Weren't we? My sister wasn't in the theater hall. She wasn't. Negative. Was he late again? Was he late again? Question. For past simple, the verb to be. The positive sentences. We stayed at this hotel last year. Stayed, you don't need to change anything in the verb. You just need to add ed after y. Why? Because after consonant, you need to change y into ie. But after a vowel, as here a is a vowel, you don't need to change anything. We stayed at this hotel last year. She arrived on time. Arrive, arrived. Be careful. You remember in present continuous that when the verb finishes in mute e, in e that you don't hear, you just skipped it and added ing. In present simple, when the verb finishes in e, you keep it, makes, you keep it although it's mute and you add s. Here, arrived, arrive finishes again in e that you don't hear, but you write it. And what you need to do is not to add double e. Please don't do it. You don't need double e here. You just need to add d at the end. And that's it. Arrived. We traveled by train. Traveled. I explained about this verb already. It's an exception from the general rule. Yes, it's a long verb. Travel. It has more than one syllable. But at the same time, the stress is on the first syllable. Well, it doesn't matter. You need to double the last consonant here. We all enjoyed his company. Enjoyed, ed, you just need to add it to the verb because the verb finishes in y, and before y you have a vowel. No other changes needed. I lived in Madrid 5 years ago. I lived, the same logic as arrived. The verb finishes in e. You don't write double e, you write only one E. I left. He smoked a lot. Same logic, you just add D, smoked. And you pronounce it smoked. Lift, smoked. I hope you paid attention. It is not leave it. It is not smoke it or something like that. You don't pronounce it as it. You pronounce it as t. Smoked, lift, arrived, asked in sentence number 7. Somehow, he always asked stupid questions. Asked, ed. As a baby, she cried at night. When the verb finishes in y, you need to change y into ie. So what you have is ied. She cried at night. It rained every day last week. It rained. The verb is rain. You need to add ed just. And again, you don't pronounce it rained. You pronounce it rained. Rained. The questions. Did the shop close? A reminder. A question is formed with the auxiliary or the helping verb did. After that you say who, and after that you say what. So did, I, he, she, it, and after that the verb is in infinitive, in its basic form. You don't need to add ed when there is a question. Did the shop close? Did you talk about this with him? Did you talk? Talk in infinitive, question. When did they come last night? When did they come? So you see the difference between sentences number 2 and number 3. In number 2, the question starts with the helping verb, with did. In sentence number 3, there is a question word. And this question word is when. Okay, when the sentences starts with a question word, you know this one from present simple. First, you need to write the question word. After that, the form of the auxiliary, the form of the helping verb. When did they come? Did you understand the question? Simple question. Did takes the past form of the verb. After that, understand in its basic form. Did you understand the question? What did you buy in the shop yesterday? What did you buy? Did plus infinitive. What did you buy? The question starts with a question word. Exactly. When did you last meet him? When, question word. Did, meet. Did brings the question. Meet gives you the infinitive of the verb. When did you last meet him? Why didn't you call her again? Didn't plus infinitive. Why didn't you call her again? Did you know about that? Did you know about that? Did plus the basic form of the verb. Did you know? Negative sentences. In a negative sentence, what you need is didn't plus the infinitive. She didn't get up early yesterday. She didn't get up. I didn't know what to do. My sister didn't call yesterday. Didn't plus infinitive. It doesn't matter whether we speak about regular or irregular verbs here. You will see, for example, in the next lecture that the verb know is irregular because the 3 forms are different. But it doesn't matter. When the sentence is negative, you only need to add didn't. And after didn't, you do need the infinitive. That's all. You can work with any verb that you want to. My sister didn't call. You didn't come on time again. I didn't go to the party last night, the marker for the tense. So didn't plus infinitive. We didn't buy anything from the Christmas market. We didn't buy. Didn't plus infinitive. She didn't pick up the phone. Didn't plus infinitive. I didn't sell the old camera. Didn't plus infinitive. If you don't know any of these verbs, please look them up in the dictionary. Check them in the dictionary. There aren't subtitles to this course in your native language. Apologies for this, but hope you understand it's impossible. I mean, there are students from all over the world, so it's impossible to add subtitles in every language. Just it's your task. Work with the language, with the dictionary that you are used to. And giving you a piece of advice, the best way to learn a language is to study the language in the language. I mean, don't translate. Don't try to find the equal in your native language. Just think in English, read in English, work in English, and on this way you will get used to the logic of the language in English. You are not going to be translators, you're not going to be interpreters, so you don't need to know the specific equivalent in your own language. We didn't tell about this. Didn't plus infinitive. The mixed exercise. When did you speak to Peter? Question. The question in past simple is formed with the auxiliary, with the helping verb did, and after that the infinitive. When did you speak? I liked the movie last night a lot. Liked. Like is a regular verb, which means that you need to add ed. But the verb finishes in e. Exactly. You need only d at the end. And be careful with the way you pronounce it. I liked the movie last night. She wasn't so obedient when she was a child. Wasn't, not didn't be. The negative form of the verb to be is wasn't. I stayed at my sister's house last week. The verb is stay. It finishes in a vowel plus y, and because of that you need just to add ed. No changes here needed. They didn't stop at the traffic lights. They didn't stop. Negative sentence, which means didn't plus the infinitive. They didn't stop. He wanted to talk about something with you. He wanted. The verb is want. You need to add ed and be careful. When the last sound that you hear from the basic verb, as here want is your basic verb, is t or the, then you can't say he wanted, right? You just can't pronounce it. Well, in this case, you pronounce it it. He wanted. He wanted. I liked. He wanted. Ed, it, is pronounced only when you can't articulate it in a different way. It's simply impossible for your tongue to pronounce it in a different way. My brother didn't finish his studies when he was young. My brother didn't finish. Didn't finish, negative form. When he was young, the past form of the verb to be was. I decided to apply for that job. Decided. You see, I added only d because the verb finishes in e, but at the same time I didn't pronounce it decided. I can't pronounce it on this way, in fact, you can't either. You pronounce it decided. It you add at the end, and this is perfectly correct. Good job. That was the last exercise. Don't forget that the links are in the previous lecture, the links for extra exercises online. If you need more exercises, give me a hint in the Q&A section and I will add more links. See you! As you know from the previous lecture, the verbs in English can be divided into basic big groups. There are regular verbs and irregular verbs. The forms of these verbs are structured in different way. When there is a regular verb, everything you need is to add ed. It doesn't matter whether you need a simple tense or a perfect tense. For the perfect tenses, we'll speak really soon. When it comes to irregular verbs, then the story is a little bit more different. There, what you need is to know which the forms of the verbs are, because they are different. Think of the irregular verbs as new words that you need to memorize. And you need to memorize in a way to be able to use them in different structures, in different situations, without wondering which verb do I need here and which verb is needed to be put there. In order to help you, I've prepared a set of cards with irregular verbs. You may find them in the lecture. You may download them from there. It's a zip file. Why I like these cards and why I made them on this way. So first here you're given the 3 verb forms, the thing that you need to remember: begin, began, begun. After that you have the transcription of each form looked at, and you have examples. This is really useful. The best way to remember, to memorize a new word, is to memorize it in context. And as these forms of the irregular verbs are new words, actually, again, the best way is to memorize them in context. You can rewrite the irregular verbs. You can find really a lot of lists of verbs online. Just my advice, don't try to memorize everything at once. You can't learn all of the verbs, absolutely. Start with the basic ones, and after that just keep on improving, keep on working. There is logic in these 3 forms. As you start learning more and more irregular verbs, you will start catching the logic, and it wouldn't be even necessary to try to learn something by heart. It will come by intuition. Okay? Good. The irregular verbs, again, you may find, you may download, and it's up to you to learn them. Now we are continuing with the exercises. As usual, let's first check them out. In the first one, this happened yesterday. You just need to put the verb in the correct form in order to express what happened in that situation. Remember, we still speak about past simple, so everything you know from the previous time is the same. The only difference here is in the positive verb forms. In the previous lecture I told you, whether you form negative or a question sentence, it doesn't matter what kind of verb you have. You always need didn't plus the infinitive in a negative sentence, and you always need did plus infinitive in a question. The problem comes in positive sentences. So in positive sentences, you do need the second verb form. The second verb form. This is what suits your needs for past simple irregular verbs. So first, in the first exercise, you needed to put the positive forms. In the second one, the questions. In the third one, negative forms. And of course, one of the favorite exercises of mine, several sentences with mistakes are given. What you need to do is to correct them. Press the pause, do the exercises, and we'll check them in a while. Okay, I hope that you succeeded in memorizing some of the irregular verbs. I hope that the grammar cards that you found at the end of the previous lecture were really useful and you found your way of memorizing them. I remember, in fact, when I was a student and when I had to memorize them, I wrote them on pieces of paper. There weren't computers at that time. I mean, exactly when I studied English. And I just wanted to order them. I mean, the pieces of paper, I mixed them. After that, I started ordering them one after another. And as I ordered them, I checked whether everything was up to my list. Well, now there are a lot of games online, a lot of exercises that may help you, so it's just up to you, up to your desire to learn, to memorize, and to pronounce them correctly. Let's look at the exercises. She sang a song yesterday. All of the sentences, all of the situations refer to yesterday. And you know that yesterday is one of the markers for past simple, as well as last month or year, as well as ago. So because of that, we use only past simple. And let's revise. Sang. The three forms: sing, sang, sung. Yes. Negative: didn't sing. So didn't plus the basic form. Positive sentence, second form. Question: did she sing? Did plus the basic form. Good. He went back home from work. Go, went, gone. She had doubts about his success. Have, had. She had doubts. Don't put S here, please, because I've seen it. What students do, so the exercise is about past simple, or just they speak about something what happened in the past, but they remember that there was something about adding S at the end of the verb every time when there is he or she. Well, it's not every time. It's only when we have present simple. So be careful. She had doubts about his success. When I went out, I took an umbrella yesterday. Go, went, gone. Take, took, taken. She sent me a lovely message. Sent, sent. Pronounced in the same way, just the spelling is different. The infinitive you write with D, the second and third form with T at the end. I did my homework. Do, did, done. They gave me the key, but I lost it. Give, gave, given. Lose, lost, lost. I spoke to my boss. Speak, spoke, spoken. I spoke to my boss. We met unexpectedly. Meet, met, met. Questions. Did you drink enough water? The structure did plus the infinitive. And in this and the other two exercises, I want to revise the three forms of the verb as well. Here is drink, drink, drank, drunk. Did you feel healthy? Feel, felt, felt. Did he forget to call you? Forget, forgot, forgotten. Did she give you a hand with the homework? Give a hand, if you don't know the phrase, means help. Did she give you a hand with the homework? Give, gave, given. Did you keep the promise? Keep, kept, kept. Did he say the truth? Say, said, said. Did you pay the bills? Pay, paid, paid. Did you read aloud? And be careful, we have seen in the cards that the three forms of the verb read are written in exactly the same way. The difference comes in the way you pronounce these verbs. So read, read, read. Negative. She didn't leave the door open. Leave, left, left. We didn't wake up on time. Wake up, woke up, woken up. I didn't fall in love. Fall, fell, fallen. She didn't hurt her hand. Hurt, hurt, hurt. Easy. They didn't put the packet back at the drawer. Again, put, put, put. I didn't have free time. Have, had, had. We didn't write to each other. Write, wrote, written. I didn't meet your boyfriend. Everything refers to yesterday. That's why we use past simple. Okay? Yesterday. All these things happened yesterday. The verb meet, met, met. I didn't drive fast at all. Drive, drove, driven. In these sentences, I've tried to include the most common verbs, so at least these try to memorize, and step by step, all the others, of course. The last exercise. We needed to correct the sentences here, to correct the mistakes. All these things happened in the past again. I wasn't at home when you came. I didn't be never exists. I told you, the verb to be in the past has two forms, was and were. And when you want to form the negative, when you want to say not be, you just use the form was or were, was not, wasn't, weren't. Kommt doesn't work. When the verb is irregular, you need the second verb form. So came is the correct one. She studied English at home. Spelling here, that's why the verb is wrong. You know that when the verb finishes in Y and there is a consonant before Y, what you need is to change Y into IE. Studied. I ate a sandwich yesterday. Usually, when you don't know the verb, when you don't know the three forms, what students do is just to add ed if it works. Well, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Eat it doesn't exist as a verb. Eat, ate, eaten. My brother didn't call. Before it was written didn't quote. Didn't, when you form a negative sentence, after didn't, you need the infinitive. The infinitive means the basic form, the verb form, the first verb form, the verb form that you will see in the dictionary. Okay? So you need co, not quote. He spoke Italian on the phone, I heard him. Speak, spoke, spoken. Irregular verbs, it's not speaked. Did you see that car over there? See, saw, seen. Irregular verb. I didn't know you were in the room. Again, something which is typically written or said wrong at the beginning. Didn't, after that, saying it again, you need the infinitive. And it doesn't matter whether there is a regular or an irregular verb. Infinitive is what you need. Knew, the infinitive of knew is know. I didn't know you were in the room. He arrived by car. The opposite situation. The verb is regular, but because you don't know it, you try to make it irregular. Arrive, arrive, I don't know, arriven probably. So when the verb is irregular, you just add d or ed. In this case, we added only d because the verb finishes in e and you don't need double e. The last example, we spoke on the phone only. Speak, spoke, spoken, not speaked. The verb is irregular. I hope you understood how important it is to know the three forms of the irregular verbs. This, in fact, is your chance to express yourselves correctly. So take your time and learn the irregular verbs by heart. That's the way. Try to associate them with something so that to memorize them in context. This will make it easier for you. See you in the next lecture. When you already know the difference between regular and irregular verbs, it's time to practice them together. So in this lecture, in this video, there will be exercises. You may find them in the PDF, only exercises. And the task is to open the brackets almost everywhere. The idea, you need to be able to understand which of the verbs are regular and which are irregular. Let's check the exercises first. In the first one, let's speak about the past. Well, there are different situations, different sentences with a lot of verbs. What you need to do is to put the verb in the correct past form. No, I didn't. This exercise practices whether you know the infinitive forms, because you know that didn't goes with the infinitive, with the basic form. For example, he traveled to Madrid. No, he didn't travel to Madrid. He traveled to Barcelona. In order to do this exercise, you need to know the first two forms of the verb. Hint, use the cards that you may find a little bit earlier in the course. It will be really useful for you to check all the time, and this will help you memorize everything in an easier way. After that, you need to paraphrase using the verbs in brackets. As you may see, in the brackets there are time markers. Yes, these are time markers for the past. So your task is to transform the sentences from present simple or from present continuous, present simple in most of the cases, to past simple. Now is the time to open the PDF, to take a piece of paper or your favorite editing tool, to do the exercises and to check them together. Right now. Okay. Yesterday I went to work by bus. I tried not to be late. Go is an irregular verb. The three forms: go, went, gone. After that, try is a regular verb, which means that it is formed, the second form, the past simple form, is formed with ed only. You need to be careful about the spelling here. The verb finishes in y and there is a consonant before y. It means that y needs to be changed into ie, tried. Last week I had some free time and I spent it in the park with my children. Have, had. Irregular verb, the second form is had. Spend, spent, spent. Spent is the second form, so you need to use this one here. It's not spended. Spent, spent, spent. Yesterday I saw something strange on the street, but I didn't understand what it was. Step by step. Yesterday I. After that you need the past simple form of the verb see. See, saw, seen. The second form, saw. Yesterday I saw something strange, but I not understand in the past, didn't understand, didn't plus the basic form. Which are the three forms of the verb understand? Understand, understood, understood. Perfect. Okay, but I didn't understand what it was. About the verb to be, you already know you need to be always careful. Always. Be, was, been. Be, was, or were. Was or were are the forms that you need. My teacher answered all the questions I had. Answer is a regular verb, So everything you need to do is to add ed. My teacher answered. Have, had, irregular verb. The second form is had. I expected to see a lot of people on the streets. Unfortunately, there were just few. Expect, the verb finishes in t, so be careful how you will pronounce it. Expected, that's what you need. Expected to see a lot of people on the streets. Unfortunately, so how to understand whether you need was or were here? Look at the first sentence. This is one situation, right? There is only one context here. In the first sentence, we speak about people or a lot of men, a lot of women, which means that we need the plural form of the verb as well. Were. Unfortunately, there were just few. He spoke to Matt, and we are applying the pattern. No, he didn't speak to Matt, he spoke to Tom. The verb is spoke. What you need to do is to think which the basic form of the verb is. Speak, spoke, spoken. So he didn't speak, he spoke. We met Mariko. Same logic. Met is the second form of the verb meet. Meet, met is what you need. No, we didn't meet Mariko, we met her sister. She spoke in Spanish. Spoke is the second form of the verb speak. Speak, spoke, spoken. No, she didn't speak in Spanish, she spoke in Italian. She came on time. No, she didn't come. Came, the three forms. Come, came, come. No, she didn't come on time. She was late. He rode a horse. No, a pony. No, he didn't ride a horse. He rode a pony. Rode is the second form of the verb ride. Ride, rode, ridden. She built a house. No, she didn't build a house. She built a flat. No difference in the pronunciation, in the way that you will hear the verb, but there is a difference in the way you write it. So be careful. Built, built, built. The last exercise. The time markers are given in brackets. I see my siblings every day. Every day, is the marker for present simple. And from present simple, you need to go to past simple, because the marker which is given in brackets, yesterday, is the one that refers for past simple. It refers to the past. I saw my siblings yesterday. See, saw, seen. We spent our holidays together. In general, present simple. Last year. Spent is the verb. Spent, spent, spent. Last year, we spent our holiday together. You ask a lot of questions. In general, ask is a regular verb. Ask, asked, asked. Yesterday morning, you asked a lot of questions. Or you asked a lot of questions yesterday morning. In fact, whether you will start or you will finish the sentence with the time marker depends on you. Depends on whether you want to put the accent. If you start the sentence with yesterday morning, you tell me that this is the important part for you. That exactly yesterday you asked really a lot of questions. And if you finish the sentence with yesterday morning, what you say is that it's important that you asked those questions. It doesn't matter when exactly. They go to the seaside every spring. Every spring, something that usually happens. So present simple. Go, went, gone. And previous spring, you need to use as a marker. Previous spring, they went to the seaside. Or they went to the seaside previous spring. Same logic, as the previous example. And for more, Tom meets Anne every day. Every day, present simple. You need s at the end of the verb because why? Exactly. Tom is he, and every time when you speak about him or her, when you use he, she in present simple, the verb takes s. Tom met Anne last week. She watches a lot of TV at the evenings. In general, she watches. Present simple. She watched a lot of TV last night. Last night, the marker for past simple. Ed you need to add to the verb. Watched as pronunciation, not watched. We speak on the phone every evening. Every evening something happens. It is exactly repetitive action, which means that you need present simple with every evening. But when you change the time marker from every evening to yesterday, then you need to change the form of the verb. We spoke on the phone yesterday. She speaks German. In general, she speaks German, and it doesn't matter when was the last time she spoke German. When you change it, she spoke German yesterday. This is important that yesterday it was necessary for her to speak in German. So she spoke, speak, spoke, spoken. Perfect. If you found those exercises difficult, I advise you to keep on working on the 3 verb forms. Spelling, first of all, then regular verbs, the second and the third form. Why you need the third form? Well, in a while we'll start talking about present perfect, past perfect, and about those tenses you need the verbs. As you notice in this first part of the course, we are going to pass through all of the basic tenses in English. The idea, once you have these basics, from there on we may continue improving your skills. Or once you know the basic structures, you will not think about tenses anymore, because language is not tenses only. And it's important for you not only to know the rules, but to be able to express yourselves in different situations. We've spoken about this one. Tenses are your way to express your thought, to express yourselves. Just take advantage of it. Learn the verbs now, it will be easier for you after that. See you in the next lecture. It's time for our grammar lab one more time. What we are going to talk about here is past continuous. So please, if you know the basics, which means you know how to form past continuous, you know when it is used, and you know what's the difference between past simple and past continuous, then please switch to the other lecture where the exercises are. Don't forget to take a look at the cards that you may find after this lecture, as well as at the links with the online exercises. And here, let's get started. When you hear past continuous, what is your first association? Probably present continuous, right? There is something. So present continuous, past continuous, it sounds as present continuous for the past, something like that. Well, you're on the right way, and you can see it based on the forms. Just look at the forms. Present continuous we formed with the present form of the verb to be, is or are, plus the verb plus ing. Well, here we need the past form of the verb to be, was or were, then follows the verb plus ing. And that's all. Let's check it out. I was walking down the street. We were walking down the street. The positive sentences. What you need is the correct form of the verb to be, was or were, plus the verb plus ing. I was walking, you were walking, he, she was walking, we were walking, you were walking, they were walking. Was or were plus the verb plus ing. After that, to form the negative forms, you need the verb to be again, just in its negative form, and after that comes the verb plus ing. I wasn't talking on the phone. We weren't talking at that time. So wasn't or weren't. I wasn't talking, you weren't talking, he, she wasn't talking, we weren't, you weren't talking, they weren't talking. The forms are easy, really. Just think of it as present continuous, but in the past, and you won't have any problems. After that, when you want to make a question, what you need is just to start the sentence with the correct form of the verb to be. So, were you talking? Was he talking? Was she talking? Was it walking, for example, because it refers to cat or dog, let's say, if they live on the street, or something that can't talk in very general. So, were I, was she, was he, was it? After that, were you talking? Were we talking? Were they talking? And the answers, yes I was, no I wasn't. Yes he was, no he wasn't. Nothing, I think, that will cause you problems here. And it's not about the forms, it's about the usage. When exactly to use past continuous, and why do we need so many tenses in English? Let's take a look at the usage. A situation. While she was studying, he was cleaning. She was studying, he was cleaning. Try to imagine the situation. When you study, in general, is it something which happens once? I mean, something momentary for a second, for a minute, or is it something which happens for a period of time? Exactly, it takes a period of time, and it's the same with the cleaning. So, the first case in which you use past continuous is when we have two actions. These two actions were happening during a period of time in the past. Something was going on for a period of time. While she was studying, he was cleaning. In this first example, we have two actions which were happening simultaneously, meaning at the same time. Both of them were in progress at some time in the past. In that situation, as a linking word, as a linker, you used while. And while gives you exactly this identification that something was in progress while something else was in progress as well. Good. There is one more scenario. That second scenario goes like that. He was waiting for her when the rain started. Again, he was waiting when the rain started. Imagine the situation. That person started waiting some time ago and continued waiting after that. So his waiting is in progress. This is what I understand from your sentence. This is what you tell me when you use past continuous. You put the emphasis, you focus on the fact that this action took a period of time. He was waiting for her when, and after when, you use past simple. When something else happened, when the rain started. You don't have information here how long it was raining for, what was going on there. No, you just know that the rain started. So he was waiting, period, when something else started, so when something else happened. Period, past continuous. Something else that's happening, something momentary, past simple. Again, why you need tenses? To give me exactly these details. If you don't use the correct tense, yes, you can speak. Just the person who is listening to you will not be able to understand what exactly you mean, what exactly you want to say. And you need to add more words in order to explain the situation, for example. The trick here is to use the correct verb form, the correct tense, and that's it. You don't need any more details after that. So last time, past continuous, period, past simple, something momentary. The exercises. First, we are passing through them. After that, you have your time to do, and we are taking them together. Open the brackets. Past continuous, well, this is the main exercise, the main type of exercise that you will have within the PDF that you will see after the video. Just please pay attention to something else. Probably you will start wondering which the correct spelling is. Guess what? You know it. Everything that you need to do is to revise again the rules that you know about present continuous. Exactly. The rules there are not rules for present continuous only. They're rules for the spelling of the verb plus ing. And this is what we have here, verb plus ing. So first exercise, open the brackets. Second, open the brackets. Third, open the brackets. That's it. I'm sorry. Different types of sentences you will see. And again, what unites all of them is the correct spelling and one and the same tense. We'll be practicing all the time. Now it's your turn. Do the exercises and see you in a while in the answer section. Welcome back. I hope that you found them really easy and you didn't have that many problems with the spelling. So let's check the exercises out. We were walking in the office at 8 this morning. Please, for every sentence, try to imagine the situation. So we were working in the office at 8 this morning. At that time, we were working, which means that we had started before and we are continuing after that. Were working. They were having breakfast when we arrived. Something was in progress. The action in past continuous was in progress when something else happened. This something else is past simple. They were having breakfast. Have breakfast, action in progress. Why we skipped E? You know it. Because the verb finishes in mute E. It means that you can't hear it. And when you can't hear it, simple, you don't write it. While we were doing our homework, they were playing outside. While is the marker that you need here. It means that there are two actions in front of you. Both of these actions were happening at the same time in some period in the past. So while we were doing, they were playing. Doing, nothing special about the spelling. About playing and all of the verbs which finish in Y, when you add the ing form, nothing changes. Everything that you need to do is just to add ing. At 6 this morning, we were still sleeping. Were sleeping, the correct verb form. Why P is not doubled here? I hope you remember, when the verb finishes in consonant, vowel, consonant, you need to double the last consonant. But when the combination is different, as in this case, we have vowel, vowel, consonant, then there is no need to do anything. Then you simply add ing. I saw the lamp was on. He was still studying at 8 in the evening. He was still studying. Studying, again, the verb finishes in Y, but when you add ing, no change in the spelling. At 7 o'clock yesterday, I was having fun with my friends. I was having fun. Having, E is not audible, you can't hear it, and because of that, you don't write it. At 4 yesterday, we were still traveling. We were traveling. About the verb travel, we spoke several times, so you know it's an exception from the rule, double L. My sister was cooking when I came back home. My sister was cooking, an action was in progress when something else happened, and after when comes past simple. They were speaking so loud I could hear them. They were speaking. The verb speak needs only ing at the end. You don't double K because the combination that you have is vowel, vowel, consonant. Negative sentences now. I wasn't talking on the phone when you opened the door. Something wasn't in progress when something else happened. I wasn't talking. He wasn't working when the cleaner came. Wasn't working, an action was not in progress. When the cleaner came, when after that past simple. While, indicator that both of the actions are in continuous. While I was doing the housework, the children were sleeping. I was doing the housework, the children were sleeping. At 3 yesterday, I wasn't listening to the radio. So, yes, you say when exactly, which at first sight means that you need past simple. But the trick here is that you want to say at that time, yesterday, something was not in progress, something was not happening. As I've mentioned it several times, tenses help you express your thoughts in a clear way. At this time yesterday, we were still lying on the beach. At this time yesterday, so you say when, and after that you focus, you put the emphasis on the fact that something was going on. We were still lying. I wasn't playing on the computer when the electricity went off. Wasn't playing. Play, you know, the ing without any change in the verb. So something was not in progress when something else happened. He wasn't drinking coffee when you knocked at the door. He wasn't drinking coffee. Something was not in progress when something else happened. At this time yesterday, I was reading a short story. At this time yesterday, so at this time yesterday, there was an action that was in progress. This is what you're telling me. You don't tell me when exactly it happened. Yes, it was yesterday, but when exactly? When is this time? So at this time yesterday, an action was in progress. I was having a lovely dream when the alarm started. Action in progress, interrupted by another action. And questions, most of the times. How were you feeling when you saw your ex? About the verb feel, we'll speak in details in the upcoming lectures, but for now remember that this verb, feel, in general can't be used in continuous tenses. Okay? But after all, when you want to say that something was typical for this exact situation, in that precise moment you were feeling something or you were not feeling something, then it's possible to use it with ing form. Again, we'll come back to this one later on in the course. Why weren't you dancing at the party when I came? Why weren't you dancing? Dance, E is omitted, ing added. An action was not in progress. Why? Question. Were you talking to Tom when I came? Were you talking? Question. Past continuous. And again, an action that was in progress when another one interrupted it. Was Pete playing the guitar when you arrived? Was Pete playing the guitar? Was that action in progress when something else happened? Was the TV still working when you entered the flat? Don't forget that every question starts with the auxiliary with the helping verb was or were if you don't have a question word. Examples for sentences with question words are the first two, how and why. Was the lamp on when you came back last night? Again, the verb to be doesn't have continuous forms. It's not used in present continuous, it's not used in past continuous. At least not as a verb in that continuous form. It's just used in its simple forms. So, was the lamp on? Not was the lamp being. You can't use it on this way. What were you doing at this time yesterday? Typical question. What were you doing? Where were you going when I saw you at this time yesterday? At this time yesterday, you were going somewhere. So, an action was in progress and I saw you. The action was interrupted. The question, where were you going when I saw you? Was he playing the piano when you came back last night? Was that action in progress when something else happened? Was he playing? After so many examples, I believe that you got used to the structures, and that was the aim of this lesson. Just the first step before you start using the tenses correctly is not to think about their forms. The forms, the way the tense itself is structured, need to be something that you intuitively do. You don't need to think whether you need was or were, or if you needed ing or s or ed at the end of the verb. Then, when you master these, you'll be able to continue talking and you'll be able to continue using the verbs, the sentences, the tenses in different situations. Enough for this lecture. See you in the next one. Theoretically speaking, you do already know the difference between past simple and past continuous. But let's check everything through some more exercises now. The idea, you know what's the difference, you know how each of these tenses is structured, but when you are asked to choose either this or that one, well, then you may face some difficulties. And let me help you to overcome them. The exercises you have seen in the attached PDF, you just need to choose between past simple and past continuous. Before doing the exercises, I'd advise you to revise first the forms, second the markers, okay? And then it will be really easier for you. The first one. When I saw them, they were playing basketball. When I saw, they were playing. You need always to think which of the actions can be in progress. Here in the first situation, they were playing, so this was an action that was happening over a period of time. And while they were playing, I saw them. After when? Past simple. When somebody knocked at the door, I was having a rest. When somebody knocked, an action in the past, something else was happening. I was having a rest. They were talking on Skype when I visited them. The action that was in progress here is the first one. They were talking. So something was happening when something else happened. When I visited them. I heard a noise while I was entering the room. I heard. Why not I was hearing? Well, there are some verbs. There are some verbs, that cannot be used in continuous forms. Hear is one of them. When you hear something, it's just a momentary act. It's something that's happening right now or right in the past, and that's it. It can't continue for a period of time. You can be listening in progress, but you can hear just something momentary. The three forms: hear, heard, heard. While we were leaving the shop, the police came. While we were leaving, the police came. So the first action here is in progress because we were leaving. Well, in the process of our leaving, the police arrived. The police came. Past continuous, past simple. Come, came, come. The three verb forms. I was getting into the car when I saw the robbery. Every time, try to imagine the situation, try to visualize it. On this way, first, you have a better chance to memorize it. Second, it's really easier for you to understand which tense is required to be put where. Because when you speak, the story is different. Then you have the situation and you need to choose the tense. Okay, but the situation is happening in front of you. Here it's a little bit harder. You need to imagine the situation and based on your imagination after that to choose the correct tense. I was getting into the car. This was the action in progress. When something else happened. When I saw the robbery. She was reading when the electricity went off. The action that was in progress was the reading. Exactly. So she was reading. She started reading some time ago. And while she was reading, the electricity went off. My brother was watching the show when she called. The action that was in progress was the first one. He was watching, and his watching was interrupted. It was interrupted by something that happened. This thing which happened is in past simple. My brother was watching, past continuous, the show when she called. I was sitting in the bar when she came. I was sitting. Don't forget that it's always important to be careful about the spelling. Here, sit is a short verb, and this short verb finishes in consonant, vowel, consonant. Well, because of that, you need to double the last consonant. Was sitting, past continuous. While the first action was happening, the second one happened. The second one interrupted. Past simple. Come, came, come. When the ambulance came, we carried him in. Here, the actions happened one after another. You can't say that while the ambulance was coming, we carried him in. No way. The ambulance needs to come first. After that, we need to carry him in. So, past simple for both of the verbs. Come, came, come. The three forms of the first one. For the second one, be careful about the spelling. Carry is a verb which finishes in y, and there is a consonant before that. You know that when the verb finishes in y with a consonant in front, you always need to change y into ie. He was driving down the road when he suddenly felt ill. Imagine a man in a car. The car was driving, so there was an action that was in progress. Something was happening. He was driving down the road when he suddenly felt ill. When something happened. This second thing happened in the process of the first one. So in the second case, past simple. The three forms: feel, felt, felt. I was working on the computer when I heard a strange noise. About the verb here, we've already spoken. you can be listening to something, and the verb listen can be continuous, whereas the verb hear expresses only momentary ability. Because of that, hear goes in past simple. The three forms: hear, heard, heard. And you heard it when something else was in progress. I was working, past continuous, on the computer when I heard. We were watching TV when it suddenly stopped working. So something was happening. We were, for example, sitting on the couches and we were watching TV, past continuous, the action was in progress, when this action was interrupted by something else, when it stopped working. First thing to be careful about, the spelling of stopped. Double P because of the combination here of the last three letters. Consonant, vowel, consonant, meaning that you need to double the last consonant. Exactly. And the second thing, you see that after stopped, there is another verb, and this verb goes with ing. Perfect, but please be careful. This is not tense. The second verb, it doesn't express a tense. This is just a second verb form. In this case, there is gerund. We'll speak about this one later on in the course. Just for now, paying you attention. When you see two verbs one after another, the first verb takes the tense, not the second one. When I arrived, she was waiting for me. I arrived. This thing happened in the past. Well, when this thing happened, I saw that something else was in progress. When you say the sentence like this, it means that the waiting started before the moment of my appearing, and when I came there, when I arrived, she was still waiting for me. When I entered, they said hello. The actions here are consecutive, which means that the things are happening one after another. Past simple in both cases. Enter, regular verb. Say, irregular verb. See, said, said. Why were you not working when he entered the office? Question. And when you have a question in a complicated sentence, in a sentence with two verbs, the question structure goes within the first part, the first verb form, not both of them. So, why were you not working? Here is the question in past continuous. After that, the regular form of past simple, when he entered the office. Last exercise. Yesterday I went to the office, then hurried to my German class. Later I had a meeting with my friends. You know that when we speak about actions which happened one after another in the past, such as, for example, your routine or something that was typical for that day when you tell a story, and it's not important which happened first, which one second, well, then you just use past simple. Pay attention to the spellings. Hurried, Y goes into IE because of the consonant in front of Y. The three forms of the two other verbs go, went, gone, have, had, had. While you were talking on the phone, you missed her. She's not here anymore. Again, imagine the situation. Something was in progress. The thing that was in progress was that this person was talking on the phone. So while he was talking, or she, something else happened. This thing that happened was that she just went out, for example. Missed, past simple. When you arrived there last night, who was in the room? When you arrived last night, when, you know it, it's a marker for past simple, and there is no action that is supposed to be in progress at this situation. So past simple for both verbs. Arrive, arrived, be, was, being. We were playing basketball when I sprinkled my ankle. We were playing when I sprinkled. The action that was in progress The first one, precisely. We were playing. It took some time in the past. Because of that, continuous. We were playing. When something else happened. When I sprinkled my ankle. Sprinkle, sprinkled, past simple. Just D you need to add because the verb finishes in E and you can't add double E in order to form past simple in this case. Be careful with the pronunciation, sprinkled, not sprinkled or something like that. What were you doing at 11 last night? What were you doing at 11 last night? So when you ask on this way, you want to know what was happening at that period of time. And the emphasis here is on the fact that there was an action in progress. You are interested exactly in this progressive activity that was going on then. What were you doing? Past continuous? Question. It was incredibly noisy there. So at 11 last night, it means between 11 and 12, for example, which is a period of time, right? At that time, it was incredibly noisy. The verb to be doesn't have a continuous form. Because of that, you need the simple form in the past in this situation. It was incredibly noisy there. He was throwing everything around while I was trying to order. The first action was in progress, while the second one was in progress as well. Both of them past continuous. My wife was having difficult times while I was far away. My wife was having while I was. While it gives you the marker, it is the marker that the two actions were in progress. But it doesn't mean that both of the verbs need to be in their continuous forms. Why? Well, because the verb to be doesn't have a continuous form, as simple as that. So, you're careful about the spelling. Have finishes in E, but E needs to be omitted when you add the ing form just because you can't hear it. My wife was having, past continuous, while I was, past simple, the verb to be, I was far away. And that was the last sentence for today. Don't forget to take a look at the extra exercises that you will find after this lecture. And in order just to be sure that everything is completely clear and you don't have any problems anymore with these two tenses, one more video. We'll be doing more exercises with more extra online exercises after that. Don't forget to pass through everything and to read the question sheet aloud. Why? Well, it's important. It's another way of working on your language. We'll speak about that one later on in the course. See you in the next video. As I've promised you, there will be another set of exercises where we'll be practicing past simple and past continuous. These exercises, let's say, are a little bit more advanced, so I think it will be useful for you to pass through them as well. You can find them in the attached PDF. The types of exercises are as follows. So in the first one, you need to choose did, was, or were. Sounds simple, but actually a lot of students find it difficult to distinguish between these three forms, especially at the beginning. Which one is needed exactly where? After that, you need to use the linkers plus the given prompts, the given words, to make sentences and to correct the mistakes if there are any. Time for you to do it and for us to check it. Let's get started. She didn't agree. You can't say wasn't because exactly agree is a meaningful verb. So there is no logic to put wasn't in front of agree. In English, I mean, because in a lot of other languages there is, but in English there isn't such logic. It's the same as if you want to say, I wasn't go. You can't. So she didn't agree. Agree, negative, didn't agree. And you say, I agree, not I am agree. They were traveling down the road. Traveling, the ing form, indicates that you need the continuous tense. The continuous tense is formed thanks to the helping verb to be, the auxiliary verb to be, in the past, which means was or were. They, well, because you have they, you need were. They were traveling. I did come. Where were you? I'm sure you weren't there. I did come. Be careful here. You remember at the very beginning when we spoke about present simple that there are markers in English which help you just put the emphasis, focus on one part of the sentence. Then we did it like that. I do like ice cream, which means I really like, I like it a lot. The same logic here, just the auxiliary is different, the helping verb is different because we speak about the past. So instead of do, you need did. I did come. After that, where were you? You can't put did here because you're missing the verb. And you do need a verb in order to ask a question like this. The question in present, simple or continuous, doesn't matter, sounds like where are you? Okay? Are, past, were. I'm sure you weren't there. You weren't, the same logic. It can't be didn't because the verb would be missing in that way. Was she waiting for you? A question you are required to do, and the form of the verb after the pronoun is in ing, which means that you need an auxiliary, you need something else which corresponds to the ing form. You know, it's past continuous. Was she waiting for you? They weren't playing on the computer when I came back home. They weren't playing. Playing, only the form of the verb, may really indicate which tense you need. You can't say they didn't playing. The other option is they didn't play. But at the same time, if you imagine the situation, the first part was in progress, which means that you need to express this progression with the correct tense. And the correct tense in our situation is past continuous. What did you do? What did you do? Do, infinitive. You need a question. And when the main verb is in infinitive, the only option that you have is to put do or did. In our case, did. Why wasn't she helping you? She did promise. Helping? Same logic you're following. You see that the verb finishes in ing, which means that you need the continuous tense. And the continuous tense, the question, is formed with the auxiliary was or were. She did promise. Same logic as in sentence number 3. She did promise means she really promised. She was completely sure. She really gave her word that she will do it. Pay attention to this one here. If you are in the present, you will say she does come on time. Does come. The S form, which is typical for present simple, goes from the verb to the auxiliary verb. From comes to does come. And the verb goes in infinitive. Absolutely same logic here. She did promise. Did takes the past form of the verb, and because of that you need the infinitive. It's not she did promised. She did promise. I was having fun. Having, ing. In order to form the whole structure, you need was or were. And because you speak about yourself, I, the correct form is was. I was having fun. She didn't tell you the truth. Tell, there is a verb in infinitive, which means that you need the negative form of this structure. When there is a verb in infinitive and you want to make it negative, you need don't, doesn't, didn't. In our case, didn't. She didn't tell you the truth. I think this exercise was really useful. Let's go on to the next one. She telephoned I have a bad while. The most important thing here is to imagine the whole situation, to try to visualize in your mind what was going on really. Then you will not have any problem formulating this sentence, and what is more important, you will not have a problem to express yourselves in a similar situation when you need the language. So she telephoned while I was having a bath. While this one was in progress, I was having a bath, something happened. She telephoned. You can even say she was telephoning while I was having a bath. Just it means that she was calling you all the time while you are having a bath. Both are correct. It depends on the exact situation. It depends on what you want to say. He was watching the news when she entered. No options here. He was watching the news. The first action was in progress, and this first action was interrupted by another one. He was watching the news when she entered. The first one, past continuous. The action which interrupts the first one, past simple. At 6 p.m. yesterday, I was having a walk in the park. Why continuous? Because what you need to see here is that at 6 o'clock I was in the middle of doing this, or I was still doing that one. You can't use simple tense in order to show progress of your activity. So in order to express exactly this thought, that at that time, on that day, something was going on, something was happening, you need past continuous. While I was parking, I heard a strange sound. While I was parking. So while something was happening, something else happened. About the verb here and the difference between hear and listen, we spoke several times already. So you know it. While I was parking, I heard a strange noise. The parking is the action in progress, and the hearing is the action, the act, which interrupts the first longer action. While I was scrolling my newsfeed, I came across your announcement. I think you can really visualize this one. So I was scrolling, it means I was in one of the social media, for example, and I was scrolling. Well, while I was doing this one, I saw your advertisement. I came across your announcement. Come, came, come, the three forms of the verb. Scrolling, double L, because the verb itself is written on this way, with ing at the end, was scrolling, past continuous. When she left the flat, it was raining. When she left, it was raining. It means that she was in the flat, she decided to leave it. Well, when she went out on the street, she saw that it was raining. It started raining before she went out, and it continued raining after she went out. The action was in progress. It was raining. While the twins were watching a cartoon, the parents were working. Simultaneous actions happening at the same time. So the twins were watching a cartoon, progress, at the same time the parents were working. Imagine a 4-member family, two rooms. In the first room the parents were working. In the second room, the twins were watching TV. That's it. The actions are happening at the same time. While I was teaching English, I met my future husband. While I was teaching English during my classes, so I was teaching for a period of time, and meanwhile I met my future husband. The first one in progress, the second one happens while the first one is going on. The last sentence. Correct the mistakes if any. Jane arrived at Peter's house at around 4. When you arrive somewhere, this is always a single act. It can't be a continuous one. Because of that, past continuous or present continuous here is simply impossible. So she arrived at around 4. At this time he wasn't there. He was doing the shopping. At around 4 he was in the progress of doing something else. I understood what you were asking. Understand is one of the verbs that cannot be used in a continuous tense. Because of that, you can't say I was understanding. You can only say I understood what you were asking. I agreed with you. I've already mentioned this one. I was agree doesn't exist in English. What you have in English is the verb plus ide. That's how the past form is formed. I agreed with you. They were preparing the dinner. Simple one. They goes with were, not with was. They were preparing. The verb prepare, let's revise the spelling. When the verb finishes in E and you don't hear that E, what you need to do is to skip it and to add ing only. Preparing the dinner. Were they traveling all day long? Yes, they were. What the form of the short answer is depends on the type of question. When you ask a question in past continuous, everything you need to do is to use the auxiliary, the helping verb, the verb to be. So, were they traveling? Yes, they were. If the question were, did they travel? Yes, they did. I remembered to call him. I was remembering doesn't exist as a form. The verb remember cannot be used in continuous tenses. While he was sleeping, the rain stopped. When something stops, it's not a progress, it's not some progression, it's just a moment. It stops and that's all. So you can't say was stopping. Again, stop, one of the verbs that cannot be used in continuous tenses. The question, why stopped, is with double P. Do you remember the rule? Hope yes. Short verb, and the last 3 letters are consonant, vowel, consonant. In this case, you need to double the last consonant. Double P, it's going into. Good job. I think that now we are ready to go to the next tense, where we have really a lot of work. Please, before you switch to the lectures about present perfect, yes, do the exercises that you have, the extra online exercises, and after that revise the 3 forms of the verbs. In perfect tenses, you need to use the 3rd form. And if you don't know it, it will be really difficult for you to formulate simple sentences even. So, the 3 forms of the irregular verbs. And see you in the next grammar lab. As I've promised you at the end of the previous lecture, we continue with the next grammar lab and the next tense. Here in present perfect, there are a lot of things that are connected, and some people find it really hard. First of all, please, if you know the forms, if you know the markers, if you know what's the difference between for and since, been and gone, and you don't need revision, just skip the grammar lab and go to the exercises. The links are after this lecture. After that, follow 2 more lectures, part of the course, where you will find extra exercises with extra explanations. Good. Our task now. First, to pass through the forms and the very basic grammar, which is connected with present perfect. Once you understand everything theoretically, we'll continue with the exercises, and during those exercise sections, I will be helping you with the grammar again. I will be repeating all the time the rules that you need to know in order to do this or that exercise. I hope you have revised the irregular verbs, as we are going to need them. Yes, I hope you have noticed as well what is written here in green, the forms of present perfect. So I plus have plus third form of the verb, third form of the irregular verb. That's how present perfect is formed. And yes, when you speak about him or her, you use he, she, then comes has again with the third form of the irregular verb. Let's check all these things out. I have been here. He has been here. We have been here before. Have plus third form of the verb. The verb to be, was, been. I have been, you have been, she has been, he has been, it has been, we have been, you have been, they have been. So have or has was the third form of the irregular verb. Your logical question now should be, okay, and what about the regular verbs? Well, the good news. The irregular verbs have one and the same form for the simple tenses and for the perfect tenses, which means that everything you need to do is just to add ed at the end. I have traveled, he has traveled. Nothing else is expected from you here. Have or has plus the third form of the irregular verb, or the verb plus ed if the verb is regular. The negative. In the negative sentences, what you need to do is to add the negative not up to the auxiliary, up to have or has. So, I haven't seen him, he hasn't seen me, we haven't seen each other. Everything you need to be careful about, about the forms, the structures, is whether you speak about him or her or about somebody else. So when you have he, she, it, the auxiliary, the helping verb, is always has. Has or hasn't, if negative. In all the other cases, have or haven't. The questions, how you form them, nothing new here as well. Everything you need to do is just to exchange the places of the pronoun and the helping verb. You have been there. Question, have you been there? And the answer, yes I have, no I haven't. Have plus the third form of the verb. Have you been? Yes I have, no I haven't. Has he been? Yes he has, no he hasn't. The short answers you form based on the question that was asked. So you need to be careful about the correct helping verb in the question. Then the same helping verb is used in the answer. Up to the forms, I guess, I hope and I believe that there is nothing difficult. Have or has plus third form of the verb if the verb is irregular. Have or has plus the verb plus ed if the verb is regular. The important question now. when to use present perfect, what information brings present perfect, because we've already understood on this one. Yes, this course is about grammar, but you need grammar not to be able to do grammar exercises. You don't need the grammar exercises just for the sake of the exercises. You need grammar in order to express yourselves clearly. And each of the tenses, because we started with tenses, brings just some additional information. You give your thoughts in a different way. You present yourself in a different way. Okay? So let's now see what information brings present perfect and why there are so many tenses. Saying it again in English. Nuances. This is what you need to be focused on. There are really a lot of markers which may tell you that you need present perfect. Ever, never, recently, lately, for, since, just, yet, already. A lot, I told you. And each of these adverbs brings in additional information. First, yes, it tells you that you need present perfect because you speak about your experience or because you speak about something which happened in the past and you don't know when exactly. These are the two most typical cases. But at the same time, you say when approximately something happened. Let's check it out. Have you ever thought of it? Have you ever thought of it? Ever introduces experience. You speak about your experience. If you have ever done this, or you have never done it. Ever, never, experience. I have never. Pay attention to the place of the adverb. It is between the auxiliary, have or has, and the third form of the verb. In between it comes. Have you ever? I have never. We've recently met. We've recently met. So you don't say when exactly. And this is typical for present perfect. You don't know, saying it again, you don't know when exactly in the past something happened. By contrast with past simple. In past simple, you know, yesterday, last year, last month. Here, you don't know when exactly. But you know, for example, when you say recently, it means that it is close to the moment of speaking. So, introducing recently in your sentence, you just give some extra information. You just provide some extra markers for your listeners to understand what you mean. We've recently met. Meet, met, met. I haven't spoken to him lately. I haven't spoken to him lately. Lately, one of the adverbs which usually goes at the end of the sentence. Usually. I haven't spoken to him lately. It means that up to the moment of speaking, the previous several months, for example, we haven't spoken. I haven't spoken to him lately. If you don't know the meanings of recently and lately, please look them up in a dictionary. Check them in a dictionary. I've just come back. I've just come back. It means exactly before the moment of speaking, I've come back. For example, you are entering and in a minute you see that your spouse, your husband, your wife or your child is coming back. Well, you may say, I didn't have to clean that mess up. I've just come back, just before the moment of speaking. Have you paid the bills yet? Yet is an adverb which is used in questions and in negative sentences. Yet. Have you paid the bills yet? In a question, it goes at the end. Same logic when you have a negative sentence. I haven't paid the bills yet. I haven't paid the bills yet. When you use yet in a question, you usually express the fact that you don't agree with something, that you find something not pleasant, not correct as behavior. So, have you paid the bills yet? Which means, have you really not paid the bills yet? Have you really not paid it? Yeah, really? So, have you paid the bills yet? After that, I've already done the task. I've already done the task. One do you need, of course. I've already done it. It means I did it in a moment in the past. It doesn't matter when, but what we have as a result is that now, at the moment of speaking, you have it ready. When exactly I did it, it doesn't matter. The result is important. At the moment, it is ready. I've already done the task. The most important, yet is not used in positive sentences. Yet is used in negatives and in questions. The next two markers, for and since. There is a difference, and it's really important to understand where the difference is. Don't worry, we'll be practicing all of these. There are enough exercises after that. So, I haven't seen him for 2 years. When you see for as a marker, you use present perfect. Just a hint, or present perfect continuous, but we'll speak about this a little bit later. So, for, marker for perfect tense. Remember it on this way. I haven't seen him for 2 years. For the period of 2 years. For is used when you speak about a period within which something happened or something didn't happen. In our case, I haven't seen him for 2 years. And the difference with since, I haven't seen him since Monday. Since is used with a moment. Since when? Since Monday. For how long? For 2 years. These are the two questions which help you understand which of the two markers you need. For how long and since when? Since Monday. Since moment, for period. The last markers, and something that you really need to think about and need to understand, first of all. Been and gone. The first scenario. You're meeting a friend of yours and he or she says, "Oh yes, I've been there and it was really amazing." I've been there. It was amazing. I've been there, you speak about your experience. You don't say when exactly. And the fact that it was amazing, it is mentioned that something was amazing, it means that this person is back. Again, look at the example. I have been to France. Great memories I have from there. It means at some moment in the past, this person went to France, enjoyed the journey very much, and after that came back to the country he is from, or she. I have been to France, so you went somewhere, you came back. You talk about your experience. By contrast, if you say have gone, you mean that you are still in the place of your destination. Look at the example again. She has gone to the post. No idea if she's coming back. She has gone to the post at some moment in the past. You don't know when exactly, and it's not important when exactly. What matters is that right now, in the moment of speaking, she is not back. She is still there. So she is not back, she is still there. When you use been, you have been and you're back. When you use gone, you're still there. That's what you need to remember. Okay. Now you're ready to check the exercises and to start working on them. Not everything will be practiced within one lecture only. We have two different. So we'll start with the easier exercises. Let's check them out. First, you need to write the 3 forms of the verbs. I told you that it's really important, and because it's important, you need to practice as much as possible. on your own as well. You don't need me, in fact, to practice the 3 forms of the verbs. After that, you need to talk about your experience. The idea just to get used to using the present perfect tense. And after you speak about experience, you speak about something which happened in the past, but it's not clear when exactly. And when you don't know when something happened, yes, you need perfect tense, the present perfect. After that, the S. Something I haven't paid special attention to here, but probably you've taken a look at it. When you write he's been there, you can use the short form he apostrophe s. Well, this apostrophe s may be short from is or from has, or may express even possession. It depends on you to understand whether in that case we needed is or has. And this exercise practices this knowledge, this intuition of yours exactly, whether it is used is as part of as the auxiliary verb is, or it is used as part of the perfect tense has. Be careful with this exercise. Now is the moment to pass through everything if you need one more time. Then to take a look at the PDF, to do the exercises, and we are checking them in a while. Back to the exercises, time to check them out. The first exercise, simple and very general if you know it. The 3 forms of the verbs. We'll be practicing this one all the time from now on. I mean, almost every time when we see a verb, I'll be asking you about the 3 forms of the verbs, just to know. Forget, forgot, forgotten. Fall, fell, fallen. Eat, ate, eaten. The spelling is also important, just to know. Sing, sang, sunk. Wake up, woke up, woken up. Know, knew, known. Do, did, done. The second form you use in past simple, the third form in present perfect, in perfect tenses in general. Speak, spoke, spoken. Forgive, forgave, forgiven. Feel, felt, felt. Read, read, read. Teach, taught, taught. Throw, threw, thrown. Think, thought, thought. It's important for you to find your way to memorize them. Various exercises you may try. There is one song, a popular one. I've uploaded it in the previous course of mine. I can put the link here as well. You will find it after this lecture. Just find your way. Just practice the irregular verbs all the time, because without them you can't speak clearly and you can't express yourselves freely. It's important. Okay, the other exercises. Let's talk about experience. When you speak about experience, you know ever, never, and you use present perfect. Ever and never as adverbs go between have, the auxiliary, and the third form of the verb. I have never visited that country. Visit, regular verb. You need just to put ed. Have you ever tried so delicious meals? Have you ever tried? Present perfect experience. Try, a verb which finishes in y, and there is a consonant before that. Well, because of this, you need to change y into ie and to add the at the end. Have you ever tried? John has traveled all over the world. John has traveled all over the world. It's not said when exactly. It's an example about experience only. You don't know when exactly he started traveling, when he stopped traveling, and whatever. And it's not important. This is the other key for present perfect. So first, no one tells you when something happened. And second, it's not important when it happened. What is important is that this thing happened, and up to the moment of speaking, it is completed. It is finished. About the verb travel, you know the story. It doesn't fit the rules. It's an exception, but after all, you need to double the last consonant. I have never stayed in such an expensive hotel. Never, marker for present perfect. The verb is stay, it finishes in y, and there is a vowel in front of y. Well, because of that, you only add ed. Have you ever seen emeralds? Have you ever seen, ever, marker for present perfect. Have you ever seen, plus the third form of the verb see. See, saw, seen. Has he ever been to the jungle? Has he ever been to the jungle? Be was been, ever, experience. We have never spoken about his failure. We have never spoken, never, experience, speak, spoke, spoken. He hasn't been to London yet. He hasn't been to London yet. Hasn't been, be was been, yet is the marker, and I told you, in negative sentences and in questions, you can use it. Let's talk about the past without mentioning when something happened. Again, why? Because it's not important. For the contextual situation, for the conversation, it's not important when something happened. It's important that this thing happened, and that's it. She has arrived safe and sound. Arrive, regular verb, just D. I have worked very hard for these exams. I have worked. When exactly doesn't matter. The result is important. Present perfect. I have worked. Work plus ed, regular verb. Has Peter answered your mail? Don't forget that this is a question. So has Peter answered your mail? I haven't tried hard enough. Try finishes in y, absolutely the same rules, so y is changed into ie because of the consonant you have in advance. We haven't agreed on anything final. We haven't agreed. Agree is a regular verb. You need just to add d at the end because it finishes in e and you don't need triple e in our situation. He hasn't said his final word on this. He hasn't said. Say, said, said. Irregular verb. You need the third form here. Thank you. You have helped me a lot. Again, it's not mentioned when exactly. Only the result is important. The result that somebody has helped me. Help, regular verb, reminding about the pronunciation. It is not pronounced helped. It's pronounced helped. Have you finished the book? Is the book finished? This is important. I mean, do we have the result? Is the action completed? This is what you're asking about. When exactly you finished it, it doesn't matter. I just want to read it. So I'm interested in this whether now, at this moment, the book has been finished. Have you finished the book? The change is or has from the S. Important exercise, as I've told you. She has been to the post. She's been to the post. Has been. After has, there is the third form of the verb. So what you need is present perfect. She has been. He is worried about his future. He is worried. Be worried. This is the structure that you need. Be worried. I'm worried. He is worried about his future. It has been a long time. Been, the third form of the verb, marks that what you need here is the auxiliary has. Matt has got a new car. Has got. But is this present perfect? What do you think? No, exactly. This is the verb have got, and just the form. Matt has got a new car. She has fallen asleep immediately. She has fallen asleep. Fallen, fallen, there is a third form of the verb, which means that everything you need is present perfect. He has stolen it, I'm sure. Same logic. The third form of the verb, steal, stole, stolen. Stolen you have in this case, so because of that, present perfect. He has got a brother. He has got, have got, that's it. It's not present perfect. It is the form of the verb have got. He has got a brother. She's never so late. She's never so late. Why she has never so late? Well, where is the verb? You don't have a verb exactly. The verb that you need is the verb to be. And when you use the short form apostrophe s, it means she is. This is the verb that you need. Otherwise, the sentence should have been, she has never been so late. If you don't have the meaningful verb, you just can't go to present perfect. And that was it. We've done good job. One more lecture with exercises, plus more exercises after that, because, the first step is to get used to the tense and not to have any doubts in what situations and why this or that tense is used. After that comes the harder part, let's call it. You need to distinguish between the tenses. You need to understand when to understand this tense and when to understand that tense. On theory, everything is perfect, but when it comes to practice, there could be some difficulties. So, step 1, only present perfect. Step 2, present perfect and past simple. But step by step. Present perfect, one more video on that. The second part of exercises on present perfect is coming, as I've promised you. Let's first check what we are going to practice here. For and since. About the grammar, we have the grammar lab. There, I've mentioned everything important that you need to know. So, if you find some difficulties in filling in the exercises, please go through the grammar lab first, and after that come back to the exercises section. Again, for or since. Why so many exercises? Why so many sentences? A lot of students find it difficult at the beginning, and they really can't get used to the structure itself. It needs to become something intuitive, something natural. After that, the other set of markers, just yet, already, plus the correct tense. Last but not least, been or gone. In short, we are going to practice all of the markers that you do already know about present perfect. The pause, the exercises, and we are checking them together. Let's get started. Reminding you just, for is used when you speak about a period. Since, when you speak about a moment. For how long, since when. These are the two questions that will help you distinguish between for and since. The correct tense, for now, is always present perfect. There are other options, and we'll speak about these other options a little bit later. But for now, you do know only present perfect. So use present perfect only. He has worked here since 2010. Since when? Since 2010. Has was third form of the verb. Regular verb, which means only ed at the end. We have known each other for 10 years. For how long? For 10 years. Know, knew, known. I haven't seen him since we finished school. And here please pay attention. Since when gives you information about a precise moment in the past. Because of that, after since, you always have past simple. We'll speak about that a little bit later as well when we compare present perfect and past simple, but I think it's better to remember it from now. Present perfect since past simple after that. I haven't seen him since we finished school. We haven't traveled to Argentina since last year. Since when? Since last year. Haven't traveled. Negative. She hasn't been around for several days. For how long? For several days. Be was been. Third form. She hasn't been. We have played together for hours when we were children. For how long? 4 hours. We have played for present perfect. I have worked abroad for 3 years. For how long? For 3 years. Worked, work, regular, ed only at the end. He has made serious progress since I last saw him. Since when? Since I last saw him. Past simple. Before that, he has made. Make, made, made. I haven't spoken to him since yesterday. I haven't spoken. Speak, spoke, spoken. Third form. Since when? Since yesterday. Since we need. She hasn't called for 20 days. For how long? For 20 days. It's a period. She hasn't called. Negative. Call is a regular verb, so you need only ed at the end. He hasn't been so calm for ages. For ages is a set phrase. Everything you need to do is to remember it. It's always for ages, that's it. It means for a very long time. Be was been. We have spoken for 1 hour. For how long? For 1 hour. Speak, spoke, spoken. Have you studied maths for a long time? For how long? For a long time. Study, regular, finishes in Y. Y is changed into IE. Have you studied? She has always been around since childhood. She has always been around since childhood. Since when? Since childhood. Be was been. They haven't seen each other since last week. Since when? Since last week. Present perfect. They haven't. Negative. See, saw, seen. They haven't seen. I haven't written a line since my school days. I haven't written a line. Write, wrote, written. Since when? It's a moment in the past. Since my school days. After all these examples, I hope that everything is clearer now when it comes to foreign sense and that you'll be able to start using them correctly. The other markers, just, yet, already. Give me a second. We have just arrived. We have just arrived. It means before the moment of speaking, exactly before the moment of speaking. Just goes between the auxiliary, the helping verb have, and the main verb, in our case, arrived. Oh, you have already finished the homework? That's great. Go and take a rest. You have already finished. Already in the middle between have and the verb. You have already finished the homework. It means that at some moment in the past, it doesn't matter and it's not important when exactly in the past, something has been completed. The result is that now, in the moment of speaking, the action is done. The result is present. I haven't done the housework yet, but soon I will. You see here, there is kind of negativeness. You just say that unfortunately I still haven't finished it. This is always the nuance that you give in the sentence when you use yet. I haven't done the housework yet, but soon I will. It sounds as an apology, right? It's still not done, but soon, yes, it will be. Do, did, done. She hasn't cleaned the whole flat yet. It's high time. It's criticism here. It's even stronger. Hasn't cleaned the whole flat yet. Yet goes at the end of the sentence, I told you. Or as in this situation, at the end of the first part of the sentence, because there's no logic to put it at the end of the whole sentence. Clean, regular verb, only ed at the end. I have just cleaned, be careful, it's wet everywhere. You can't put already, because already means it has been done at some moment in the past and it's not important when, right? But when you use just, it's important when. It's exactly before the moment of speaking. The fact that the floor is still wet identifies that the action has just been completed. Because of that you need just and not already. My sister has just called. Don't wait for me, I need to talk to her. She has called before the moment of speaking. Now I will be talking to her, so don't wait for me. That's the logic of the sentence. She has already understood about the accident. There is no need to call her. At some moment in the past, it doesn't matter when, she has understood about this one. Understand, understood, understood. Have you paid the bills yet? Have you paid the bills yet? Yet at the end of the sentence. Have you paid? Has it stopped raining yet? Has it stopped raining yet? Because the place for the adverb is at the end of the sentence and you have a question which is important, you understand that you need yet. Stop, double P. I won't explain this one anymore. He can't come. He has already spent all his money. He has already spent it. It's not important when exactly it happened. The result is important. Out of this spending, he doesn't have any money now. Spend, spent, spent. I have just had my lunch. The empty plate is still here even. The second part of the sentence helps you identify which adverb, which marker you need. The fact that the plate is still here means that the action has just been completed. The adverb, which means something that has been completed up to the moment of speaking, exactly before the moment of speaking, is just. Because of that, you put that one. Have, had. Don't make a mistake here. The first have is the auxiliary verb, the helping verb, the verb that you use with present perfect to form present perfect. After that, had is the third form of the meaningful verb. Okay? So the correct form is have had or have just had, have already had, and so on. I have been here for 5 days. I have already visited a lot of interesting places. Not exactly before the moment of speaking. I'm not just coming back from a sightseeing tour, but within these places, now and then, I've visited really interesting places. Be was been. Have you been to the Asian theater yet? Yet at the end, marker because it's a question. And have you been? You ask about experience. She has prepared the dinner. It's hot still. She has just prepared the dinner. Just identifies exactly this, that the action has happened before the moment of speaking. I haven't finished my tasks for the day yet, unfortunately. I haven't finished negative sentence. You need yet. And haven't finished negative as structure. Ed at the end of the meaningful verb. Has it started snowing yet? In a question and in a negative sentence, the adverb that you can use is yet, saying it once again. Has it started? Paying your attention to the pronunciation. Here you can't skip it. I mean, you can't say it started. because from time to time people start trying doing this one exactly. It's impossible. You just can't pronounce it. You can't articulate it on that way. Has it started snowing yet? And the last exercise, been or gone. Been means you have been somewhere, now you are back. Gone means you have been somewhere and you are still there. Remember the card that we drew. Where have you been on a holiday? Obviously, the person is back from the holiday and you are just asking about his experience there. He has gone to school, he's not back yet. You have the marker in the second sentence. When you are not back from the place, you just need to use gone. He has gone. We have been to this theater many times, but we still love it. Usually people, when go to a play or to the theater, then after that they come back, right? So same logic here. They have been to the theater, after that they have come back. She has gone somewhere for her lunch break, she's not in. Logical. When you are still not back from the place you have been to, just you need gone. She has gone somewhere. I have been to different foreign language classes. When you go to study somewhere, after that you come back home. You don't stay there forever. So because of that, you need to use been in this case. They have been to and fro for years. To and fro identifies exactly this going to somewhere and coming back. In this situation, been is the correct verb that you need. My father has been to the army for 2 years. Then he has applied for university. Well, there he has met my mother. My father has been to the army for 2 years. The context of the whole situation gives you to understand that this period has already finished. I mean, he is back from the army. And after that happened the other things. When exactly, it's not mentioned. And because of that, you can't use past simple here. It's not said when exactly this one happened. It happened at some moment in the past. For the story that is being told, it's not important when exactly. Present perfect suits you perfectly fine. Apply, pay attention to the spelling. The verb finishes in Y and the consonant is before that. Meet, met, met. That was enough for present perfect only. The next step is to introduce past simple and present perfect in one context. And then it's getting a little bit more interesting. So see you in the next lectures. I'm sure that this is what you have been waiting for. You just want to understand if you understood everything, which means if you can make the difference between present perfect and past simple. Because it's really easy when I tell you use this tense and find the correct marker for this tense. But when you need to choose, the story gets a little bit harder. I'm sure you can do it. Just let's take a look at the exercises first. You can find the PDF after this lecture as well as several links for online exercises. So let's get started. The first one, you need to choose the correct option here. What will help you, of course, the markers, the time markers. After that, you need to open the brackets using present simple or past simple or present perfect. Again, you need to be checking for the marker, for the time marker that will help you. The third exercise, the same. Piece of advice, one more time. Don't look at this as grammar exercises for the sake of learning perfect grammar. Yes, if you're going to sit an exam, it will be really useful and you will really need this one. But in all other cases, you need grammar to be able to speak, right? And you need grammar just to be able to express your thoughts, to express yourselves. So do your best, learn as much as possible and visualize. Just imagine as often as possible. On this way, when there is a similar situation, you'll be able to make an analogy and you'll be able to use the correct tense without thinking about it. Pause, do the exercises, and we are checking them in this video right now. Have you ever visited the Birmingham Castle? Ever. You ask about experience. When you ask about experience, you need present perfect, not past simple. Because of that, the first option is the correct one. I went to Alaska several years ago. When? You have the time marker for past simple, ago. Because of that, you can't use have been. Have been, yes, it's used for experience, but if the sentence was like, I have been to Alaska, full stop. Well, when you say when exactly, then you need past simple. Go, went, gone. Did you like your last travel? You don't ask about your experience, about somebody's experience in general. You ask about the last travel. And this last travel happened at a precise moment in the past. You ask about that precise moment. Because of that, you need to use past simple. The last time I traveled, I enjoyed it a lot. The first time, the last time, and so on, whichever time, is always used with past simple. It's a marker. The last time I traveled, I enjoyed it a lot. When the first action is in past simple, the second one goes in past simple automatically. I have recently met a lot of interesting people. Time marker, recently. I'm sure that you've seen it. So, ever, never, recently, lately, for, since, just, yet, already, been, and gone. These are the markers for present perfect. Meet, met, met. She has never spoken to him again. She has never spoken about her experience. You're talking something that has happened or hasn't happened at some moment in the past. It doesn't matter when. Speak, spoke, spoken. We have decided that in advance. When? Nobody tells you. It's not important for this situation. It's important that the decision has been taken. That's it. So we have decided. Decided. Did you hear how I pronounced it? Because it finishes in D, so you can't pronounce just decided or something like that. Decided. She has already met my parents. Already. At some moment in the past, something has happened. Already is one of the identifiers, one of the markers for present perfect. Meet, met, met. She has never been in Italy before. It's not said when. And when it is not said when, you know, experience, present perfect. The last time she was in Italy was in 1995. The first time, the last time, and so on goes with past simple. The last time she was. I married, or I got married, in 2010. When exactly? I know it. It's mentioned. Probably it's important. I married in 2010. I've been married since 2015. The story got different here. Since is the marker for present perfect. Before since, you usually use present perfect. After since, past simple, if there is a verb. I've been married since 2015. Have you ever fallen in love from first sight? Have you ever fallen in love? You speak about experience. You ask about somebody's experience. Experience goes with present perfect. Fall, fell, fallen are the three forms of the verb. I met Tom a month ago. When exactly? A month ago. Okay? Meet, met, met. Past simple. I haven't traveled recently. Recently, one of the markers for present perfect, so there is nothing to doubt about here, nothing that can mislead you. You just need to form the present perfect form correctly. I haven't traveled recently. You can also say I haven't recently traveled. It's up to you. Traveled, double L, you know the story here. She has never been so late. She has never been so late. Ever, never, markers for present perfect experience. Be was been, the three forms of the verb. Okay, the last example. Have you washed the bike? When? It doesn't matter, it's not important. Have you done it or not? We have learned the answers by heart. Again, when? It doesn't matter. The result is important. We have learned. Learn is one of the verbs in English that can be formulated as as a regular as well as an irregular verb, which means that it's okay for you to write learned with ed or learned with t. Up to you, really. She didn't eat quite much last night. When? Last night. Because it is last night, you know, past simple. Didn't eat. Didn't was infinitive. Who has broken the plate? Who has broken the plate? You don't know when exactly. And it's not in fact important when exactly. You're just asking about the person who did it, the doer of the action. Break, broke, broken, present perfect. She finished work, went out of the office, and headed back home. We have spoken about this when there are actions which happen one after another in the past. Imagine this one as your schedule or as daily activities which happened in a moment in the past. You usually use past simple. That's it. Here, the emphasis is not put on which action happened first, which one happened second, what was the difference, what was the result, and so on. Here, you're just enumerating the actions one after another. So first she did this, after that she did that, then that one. That's it. In such situation, past simple is your tense. I'm sure the key is in my bag. I have taken it. You're sure that something has happened. So when exactly, you don't know. The result is important. The expected result in this case. Because you are sure that something has happened because you have this idea, you just claim that something has been done in the past. Have taken. Take, took, taken. The telephone is broken, which means that someone has broken it. Who has done it? The result of the action is that the telephone in this case is broken. When you speak about result from an action, the emphasis is put exactly on this, on the fact that there is a result from something that has been done. When exactly in the past, it doesn't matter. It's important that at some moment in the past, something has happened. As a result, we have something else. Because of that, you may hear that present perfect connects the past and the present. The result from something in the past you may find in the present. It's again a marker for present perfect, so what you need is present perfect in both cases. Break, broke, broken. Do, did, done. How was it? I'll be really happy if you share your thoughts, not only on the whole course, of course, this one I'm interested too, but I need to know if the exercises are useful enough, and I need to know if you need extra links, because I can always add more exercises, just I need to know what you need. My idea is to make this course as useful as possible. In combination with the previous one, the Complete English Grammar course, I believe that this is enough for you to master the grammar really. And don't skip the last sections where I'll be explaining the tips, the hints, how to continue improving. It's really important because a lot of people have contacted me so far, students from the previous course, and have said, perfect. I mean, yes, I understand the lectures, I study everything, I do the exercises, everything is fine. And what about that? I mean, what's going on after that? Will I forget everything? What will happen with my knowledge? Well, you need to keep on working on that. How? I'll tell you a little bit later. Good. One more lecture with exercises about past simple and present perfect. See you there. Present perfect or past simple, several more exercises as I've promised you. Let's take a look at these. Be ready. You need to choose which is the correct tense, and you need to choose based on the markers. This exercise, the second one, is one of my favorite as types. Why? Here you need to think really deeper. You need to think how to include the phrase or the word given and how to transform the sentence. This one helps you really improve your overall knowledge and helps you work on paraphrases. To be able to paraphrase is a really important quality. On this way, you can express yourselves in different ways, in different situations. Okay, because of that, there are so many sentences like this one. The exercises you may find in the attached PDF. Let's check them out. Hope you have done them. The first one, present perfect or past simple. I have known her since she was 15. What I told you here. When the sentence contains since, you know that since is a marker for present perfect. Okay, this is the first step. Present perfect goes before since. After since, you have past simple, when there is a verb, of course. Why? Because since when? This is the answer of the question you receive after since. Since when? Since she was 15. So the sentence, I have known her, present perfect, since she was 15. Know, knew, known. Present perfect, since, past simple. And vice versa. Since I came, we haven't stopped talking. Since when? So, in this way, since, past simple, present perfect. Since I came, come, we haven't stopped talking. They have been married since we graduated college. They have been married. Have been married since. Since when? Past simple. Since, past simple, present perfect. Since I knew her, she has always been with him. Know, knew, known. Be, was, been. Since is the marker which connects and which gives you identification which tenses you really need. They have disappeared since I started searching for them. They have disappeared. Have plus third form present perfect. The structure, one more time. Present perfect since past simple. It's really important to memorize it because sentences like these you'll be formulating yourselves quite often. Since I knew the truth, they haven't dared to lie to me. Since I knew, since, past simple, after that, present perfect. They haven't dared. Know, knew, known. She has understood it since she came to the office this morning. She, present perfect, since, past simple. Understand, understood, understood. Come, came, come. And the favorite ones of mine. I see her every day, since yesterday. I haven't seen her since yesterday. Since yesterday is the time marker which needs to help you understand which tense you need. Since when? Yesterday. Before since, present perfect. See, saw, seen. We speak on the phone a lot. Recently. We have recently spoken a lot on the phone. Speak, spoke, spoken. Present perfect one more time. We have recently spoken. I met her. I fell in love with her. You need to think here. Since I met her, I have fallen in love with her. Since what? Since when? Since I met her. Since past simple, comma if you paid attention to this one, but you will find a little bit later a really detailed explanations about all these linking words, these conjunctions, and so on. So yes, for now, just remember that there is a comma there. Since I met her, I have fallen in love with her. Since past simple, present perfect. We have never traveled to Paris. We travel to Paris every day. We have never traveled to Paris. Never gives you the marker for experience. Experience, present perfect. Have never traveled. The pancakes are ready. The pancakes have just been prepared. Why this one is there, been, I mean, you understand in a while, but I hope that you have succeeded in making it there. Okay? If you have written the pancakes have just prepared, keep it for a while like that. You will understand what is passive and how to put passive where in several lectures. I finished the homework. May I go out? I have already finished the homework. May I go out? So again, already tells you that in the past, at some moment, doesn't matter when, the action was completed. The result is important. In the moment of speaking, the action is completed. The action is done. Because of that, present perfect is what you need. The last time I saw her was in 2005. I haven't seen her since 2005. Haven't seen. See, saw, seen. Since when? Since past simple, before that present perfect. We are not together anymore. It was 2 weeks ago when we broke up. We haven't been together for 2 weeks. I hope you've managed this one. So in the original sentence, it was 2 weeks ago. Ago is the marker for past simple. Because of that, there is no doubt that this is the correct form that you need. After that, in the paraphrased sentence, you are required to use for. And you know that for is the marker for present perfect. For goes with a period. For how long? For 2 weeks. Before that, only you need to make the structure applicable in order to fit the context of the first sentence. We haven't been together for 2 weeks. She knows 4 languages. She learned them when she was a student. Since. You think. After that, she has known 4 languages since she was a student. Again, your favorite structure. Present perfect. Since, past simple. Know, knew, known, the 3 forms of the verb. We got married in 2001. Since. Present perfect needs to enter the game, and it is a paraphrase from past simple. We have been married since 2001. I'm still not ready with the translation yet. I haven't finished with the translation yet. Yet, one of the markers that you use with present perfect. And you know that yet goes at the end of the sentence. So, haven't finished the translation yet. Finish is a regular verb. Everything that you need is just to add ed right there. I didn't buy that car. Never. I have never bought a car. Experience, never, present perfect. Buy, bought, bought. His key is broken. Someone. Someone has broken the key. Yes, it's a little bit of imagination, let's say here. But after all, you just need to use the word, sometimes it's verb, sometimes not, the word given, and to think how can you change the structure in a way to express something different. So someone has broken. Why has? Because someone refers to him or her, he, she, and he as well as she as well as it goes with has all the time. Break, broke, broken. why the structure of the first sentence is like this. His key is broken. We'll speak in the passives section. I'm going to the bank. I'll be back in an hour. Gone. The fact that someone has headed for somewhere and is still not back and you need to use gone needs immediately to help you understand what is required. Difference between been and gone. This is what is being tested here. He has gone to the bank, meaning exactly this. He went out, he is still not here, nobody knows when he will come back. He has gone to the bank. I don't like pumpkin, never. I have never liked pumpkin. General statement, the first one. Then you want to introduce experience. You want to say that this statement has always been correct for you. In order to do it, you need to introduce present perfect one more time. I have never liked pumpkin. Good job. We have done right now. I hope that it got a little bit clearer. What's the difference between past simple, present perfect? Don't forget to do all of the links, the exercises from the links, because there you may practice really a lot. And one more time, in case more exercises are needed, give me a hint. I don't promise, unfortunately, that I'll be able to add everything immediately because a lot of students ask a lot of things all the time. But I have a list with your requests and step by step I'm fulfilling all of them. So sooner or later you will have the links, which means that you will continue practicing and continue improving. That's our goal. Good. See you in the next video. The more the course advances, the harder the challenges will be. So now I want to practice 3 tenses at the same time. Everything you need is to revise the basic grammar rules so that to be sure which marker identifies which tense, and of course to be sure about the forms. Then it will be easy. Let's check the exercises first. Open the brackets. I told you need to be careful about the markers. You need to be careful about the type of the verb. After that you need to paraphrase using the word given, and be careful because there are some other identifications given in brackets. It's also important. For example, the very first sentence refers to the present because everything is in present continuous, you can see it, and your task is to use while and to transform it for the past. This is how you need to read the instructions here. Okay? As simple as that. Looks, at least. Let's check them out. When I saw her, she was working till late in the evening. When I saw her, she was working. The one of the actions is in progress, the fact that she was working, and while she was working, she was interrupted. I saw her. When I saw her, the action was in progress. See, saw, seen, the 3 forms of the verb. She has known the boss for 25 years. They have studied together at the university. The very first sentence, for 25 years, for how long? This, you know, is your marker for present perfect. So because of that, you need to choose between have or has. In our case, has, because of she. And after that, the 3rd form of the verb. Know, knew, known. She has known. Then, they have studied together at university. It's not clear when. It's not said when exactly in the past. And it doesn't matter. The result is important. You know that when in one situation the result matters, then you don't use past simple. You use present perfect. Have studied. Study, regular verb, finishes in Y with a consonant in front of that. Because of this, Y goes into I, E, and D after that. Since I apologized, she has started behaving in a completely different way. The structure with since seems quite familiar now, I hope at least. It was like this: present perfect, since, past simple. Or, if you start with since, past simple, present perfect, as in this scenario. Since I apologized, be careful about the pronunciation, apologized, not apologized, she has started behaving. The second verb form here is behaving. It means that we have two verbs. Something happens with the first verb, something happens with the second verb. The first verb, remember this, always takes the tense of the sentence. And the second verb can finish in ing, can be just the infinitive without anything, or can be to plus infinitive. About these, we'll speak in details a little bit later. Just don't wonder now why we have this one behaving, this ing, exactly there. While it was raining, the electricity was off, we decided to take a rest. So the situation, it was raining, something was in progress, and the electricity was off. It can't be in a continuous form here just because the verb to be doesn't have a continuous form, at least not in this scenario. And because of these two, meanwhile, we decided something. We decided to take a rest. Again, second verb form, you have here decided to take a rest. As I've told you, we'll speak about these verb forms, but pay attention to the sentences even now. It's really better to start analyzing the sentences that you read, the sentences that you hear. On this way, you include all of your senses, and it will be really easier for you to memorize due to the context, not to the grammar rules only. When I came back, I saw the door wide open. I heard a strange sound as soon as I entered. I hope that you've done it in past simple. All of the verb forms require past simple only. Why? Because these are things which happened one after another in the past. And you do not put the emphasis here on the fact that one of the actions happened first, then the other one happened, and there was difference in time between these actions. No, you just say that they happened one after another. When I came back, I saw, I heard, I entered. Come came come, see saw seen, hear heard heard. Enter regular verb. The transformations, the paraphrases. I'm having a bath. It's snowing. You need to use while as a connector, which exactly should ring the bell that you need present perfect. Yeah? No. You need past continuous, exactly. And you speak about the past. So the sentence. While I was having a bath, it was snowing. While, and the two actions were happening meanwhile. The last time we spoke to each other was last February. Since. You see, since, you think about perfect tenses. Now you know only present perfect. So we are using present perfect. And something else, the structures. Present perfect since past simple, or since past simple present perfect. Let's apply it in practice. We haven't spoken to each other since last February. So the last time, the first time, the nth time, I told you always goes with past simple. And when you use since when, then present perfect joins. This is the interconnection here. Speak, spoke, spoken, the three forms of the verb. I'm opening the door, the radio is playing. When? Imagine the situation and transform the sentence, the two sentences, into the past. When I opened the door, the radio was playing. Just you need to imagine. So I'm opening, the radio is playing. It means that the radio started playing before I opened and probably will continue after I opened it. Which means when I opened, past simple, the radio was playing, the action was in progress. I didn't have time to check the program today. Yet. You see yet? It's marker for present perfect. Yet is used in negative sentences or in questions. And most of the times it goes at the end of the sentence. So just to make it. I haven't had time to check the program yet. I haven't had time yet. Have had, haven't had. It's completely normal and completely correct structure in English. Don't think that because have and had are the forms of one and the same verb, there is something wrong. Nothing like that. Have, the first that you see after I, is the helping verb, the auxiliary verb, which helps to structure present perfect. And after this helping verb, you do always need the meaningful verb. The meaningful verb in this scenario is have again, and we need the third form. I haven't had time to check the program yet. She's preparing dinner. He's coming back home. Imagine the situation again and think which of the actions can be in progress and which one can be just the interrupting one. Again, we are speaking about the past. While is the marker. While is used with past continuous, exactly. And the sentence. While she was preparing the dinner, while this one was in progress, he came back home. He returned. For example, she started preparing the dinner at 7. She was still preparing the dinner at 7:30 and the dinner was not ready. He came back at 7:30. Okay. She's having a party. He's entering the bar. When? When he entered the bar, she was having a party. He's entering, an action is in progress. When he entered, she was having a party. The last time I visited the country, it was completely different. The first time, the last time, you know it already, it always goes with past simple. And as a paraphrase, we need to use since in the second sentence. Since goes with present perfect. The structure, let me remind it one more time. Since past simple present perfect or present perfect since past simple. Since I visited this country, a lot of things have changed. Don't forget the comma. We'll speak about the punctuation as well. So since I visited, comma, a lot of things have changed, present perfect. I was on a holiday last month. Let me show you some photos. Last month. You're saying when exactly, so you need past simple. But for your paraphrase, you need to use been, which is the third form of the verb to be, right? Well, when it is the third form of the verb to be, it means that you need to paraphrase in present perfect. And when you paraphrase in present perfect, you don't need to mention when exactly this thing happened. Enough hints. I have been on a holiday. That's it. You just don't say when, what, how, and whatever. Let me show you some photos. That was it. I hope that these exercises were useful. And now we are ready to continue. What with? See you in the next video and you will see. When you see our grammar lab sign, you know that it's time for some new knowledge. Today we'll speak about past perfect. Again, if you know the forms of past perfect, if you know what is the difference between past simple and past perfect, please skip the lab and just go to the exercises. But don't forget to check the card. Don't forget to do the exercises that are online, the links after the lecture. It will be useful, I think. With those of you who know it, see you in the exercises section. With all others, let's keep on talking. So, perfect is what you see and what you know already, but you know present perfect. Now going step back almost in tenses, past perfect. There is something common with past simple, there is something common with present perfect, and at the same time, this tense is completely different. Yeah, exactly. How you form it, you can see it's written in green as usual. You need the pronoun I, you, he, she, doesn't matter. After that, had, which in fact is the past form of have, right? That's why it's past perfect. Simple. So I had, and after that the third form of the verb, same as present perfect. So I had done, I had been, I had. What about the irregular verbs? You know this. I have traveled, I had traveled, I have arrived, I had arrived, and so on. Which means two scenarios. The first one, the third form of the irregular verb. The second scenario, the verb, the regular verb, plus ed. The question is when you use past perfect and how not to get really confused with all these tenses concerning the present, the past, the connection between the tenses. Let's take a look. By the time I came, the party had already started. Before I met you, I hadn't seen such a creative man. Step 1. What you have noticed probably from the first sentence, the markers probably are the same as the markers in present perfect. Ever, never, recently, lately, for, since, just, yet, already. Everything that you know is applied here. Had already started, had just started, hadn't started yet, and so on. But there is something really typical, really important, and really meaningful that you need to remember. Past perfect can't exist on its own. If past perfect is without context, if past perfect is just in a simple sentence, well, you can't use it. It's wrong. Past perfect always goes with past simple. There is a situation which is happening in past simple, and to say that something happened before this past moment, you need to use past perfect. So remember this one, really. Past simple with past perfect. Past perfect on its own doesn't bring any sense. It can't be used. You just don't know before what this thing had happened. In a simple sentence, out of nowhere, you can't use past perfect. Again, the forms. Had plus the third form of the irregular verb. As in the second example, hadn't seen. The regular verbs are with ed in their third form. Had plus the regular verb plus ed, had started. Had started, negative, hadn't started. In a question, if necessary, although it's really not that common, had you started. The same way as present perfect, nothing new here. So, had you started? Yes, I had. If necessary. I mean, it's really not that common to use past perfect in that scenario. And the important part. We speak about the past. We are only in the past. Past perfect goes in combination with past simple. Saying it again. Past simple expresses something which happened in the past. Past perfect, something which happened before this past moment. Before. Okay? So, past simple, past perfect. By the time I came, the party had already started. Which one happened first and which one happened second? So first the party started, after that I came. That's the logic. In the sentence you see past perfect, past simple. You always need to think which action happened first. The first thing that happened chronologically goes in past perfect. The action that happened after that goes in past simple. Okay, before I met you, I hadn't seen such a creative man. Before I met you. So first, I hadn't seen such a man. After that, I met you. The first, the second one. Good. Let's check the exercises and I'll leave you to them after that. You need to open the brackets in past perfect only, just to get used to the structures. After that, you need to mark which action happened first. It's really important. When you understand the logic, it will be easier for you to formulate the tense, to use the tense, to not make a mistake between present perfect and past perfect. Just because present perfect connects the past and the present, whereas past perfect refers only to the past. Only. And after that, you need to write the second sentence in past perfect. Why? Because there was something which happened before something else. Enough for a beginning. Do them and we'll check them in a while. I'm sure you did the exercises without that many problems, so let's check them out. Open the brackets in past perfect. Again, the idea of this type of exercises is just to help you get used to the structure. Okay? I felt really tired when we took the train yesterday after the party we had been to the night before that. I had slept for not more than 2 hours. On top of it all, I had had a really busy day at work. Reminding you the structure, had plus the third form of the verb. Be was been, had been. Sleep, slept, slept, had slept. Have, had, had. It's normal to have had as a structure in English. And why all these actions, all these verbs went in past perfect? Because everything happened before yesterday, before I took the train. So the first actions which chronologically happened were these in past perfect. After that came the action in past simple, yesterday. It was 8 p.m. Most of the shops had already closed. Most of the people had finished work as well. I had left the office and was in a hurry for the meeting. So, before 8 p.m., all of these things had happened. The shops had closed, the people had finished work, I had left the office and was in a hurry. I was in a hurry at that moment, at 8 p.m. Close, regular verb, just D. Finish, regular verb, ed. Leave, left, left. That's the logic. He was searching for his wallet all over the place. He had no idea where he had put it. Put. This is the irregular verb. And after that, so he was searching, something was in progress. And at the moment while he was searching, he had no idea where he had put it before that. An action in progress, an action that was happening while the action in progress was going on, and before that something else had happened. The action that happened first, chronologically speaking, needs to be in past perfect. Had, put. Which action happened first? It's easy when you know the rule that the first action, chronologically speaking, is marked in past perfect. But it's important to be able to distinguish them. It's important to be able to understand the logic of the tenses. It's important to visualize, to imagine the situation. Why? Because in the next lecture, for example, we'll speak about past simple and past perfect together. And you need to open the brackets. But that's not the problem. That's not the main idea, to be able to do a grammar exercise. I've mentioned that one several times. The most important part is you to be able to express yourselves freely, to be able to start speaking, to be able to choose the correct tense in order to say what you need to say and not to need any other extra words, just to explain what you could have said based on grammar. Okay? Doing the exercise. When I opened the door, I saw the party had started. First, the party had started. After that, I opened the door. The pizza came. I had paid for it. First, I had paid. After that, the pizza came. I'd watched the movie and I'd even liked it. Then I read the book. Something I haven't mentioned so far, had, watched, had, this form, can be written in short as apostrophe D, only on this way. And be careful because apostrophe D doesn't always stand for had. It can be for would. We will reach that point as well. Okay, I had watched the movie first and I had even liked it when I watched it at that time. Then I read the book. The watching of the movie and the fact that you liked it happened chronologically first. After that, the book appeared. The pharmacy had closed when we arrived. We arrived. Before that, the pharmacy had closed. I bought a new phone. It had appeared on the market in advance. First, the telephone had appeared. Thanks to that, I bought it. Buy, bought, bought. We had decided to go to Italy, so we bought the tickets. Logical. First, we decide something. After that, we take some steps to realize it. In this scenario, first we had decided. After that, we bought the tickets. She didn't expect to meet him there. They hadn't seen each other since graduation. You know about since? Till now we've always associated it with present perfect, exactly. And now please think for since as a marker for perfect tenses, something I have mentioned several times. All of these markers that you know about present perfect refer to past perfect as well. So first, we hadn't seen each other, and after that, she didn't expect to meet him. The first action happened before the second one. The one that happened chronologically first goes in past perfect. See, saw, seen, the verb. Write the second sentence in past perfect. I couldn't find the key. Why? I had forgotten it in the office. So first I had forgotten it. Because of that, I couldn't find it. I was really tired. I hadn't slept all night. You give the reason. You give what had happened in advance. Not present perfect. Please, a lot of people really find it hard, at the beginning at least, to distinguish between present perfect and past perfect. The main difference: past perfect refers to the past only. It connects two actions only in the past. Present perfect refers to the present. It gives a result of something that happened in the past in the present situation. Okay? So when you connect past and present, you use present perfect. When you stay only in the past, you have past perfect. As simple as that. They delivered the furniture. I had paid in advance. Again, you put the emphasis on what had been done in advance. I had paid. Pay, paid, paid. Irregular verb. I forgot the umbrella. It had stopped raining. Fortunately. Okay, so first it had stopped raining. After that, I forgot it. He seemed happy to see me. We hadn't seen each other for ages. We had a similar situation already. So for marker for perfect tense, just this time you talk only about the past. And when you connect two past actions, past perfect and past simple. Oh, I'm happy you came yesterday. I had cleaned everything. So I had cleaned before you came. He invited me to have lunch together. I had already had an arrangement. The arrangement had been done before his invitation. Because of that, I could not go with him, for example. I decided to play the lottery. I hadn't played for years. So something hadn't happened, something hadn't been occurring for a period of time. After that, I decided, hadn't played chronologically first, experience about the past, and contrast past simple again refers about the past. And that was it. This was the easier part. You know that you need to use past perfect, but the idea, one more time, to get used to the structure. And that's why I was explaining the sentences and the situations all the time. It was really quite easier just to tell you, yes, these are the forms, this is past perfect, everything is perfect, yeah, you're best. But what matters is to understand why something was used or why something wasn't used. What you've remembered we'll see in the next video, because there we'll speak about past simple and past perfect. After that, present perfect joins as well. So if there are any questions about past perfect, now is the moment to clear them out. We are going on. As I've promised you, past simple or past perfect. Don't forget that you have extra links after the different lectures. There for online exercises, you can find more on your own. If you need help for finding the correct exercise, give me a hint and I will add it. Okay, what we need to do is to open the brackets in the first exercise, as well as in the second one, and in the third one we need to make sentences in the correct past tense. I guess you have already checked the exercises in the PDF and you have done them, because if you in fact don't do the exercises, just listen to these explanations, it will not be as useful as I'd want to. Why? Because on this way it will be passive knowledge. You need to actively join the course. You need to be doing the exercises all the time. The ones that are in the PDF plus the ones that are online. Okay, let's check them out. I felt helpless when I saw the park. People had littered everywhere. I didn't know from where to start cleaning. The situation, someone is going to the park. In the past, okay, someone went to the park and this person saw something. The actions which happened at the moment when he went there are in past simple, because he saw the result of something that had already happened, that had already been done. I felt helpless when I saw the park. I didn't know from where to start cleaning. Why? Because something had happened, because somebody had littered in advance before. Feel, felt, see, saw, seen. Litter is a regular verb. Know, knew, known. Okay. When I saw her last week, she had gained 50 kilos or so. It was hard to recognize her even. The main action happens last week, and you need to think which of these activities could have happened first, chronologically first in time. So when I saw her last week, she had gained 50 kilos or so. The fact that she had gained that many kilos had happened in advance, had happened before. This was the action that chronologically took part first. When I saw she had gained, it was hard to recognize her. It was hard to recognize her when I saw her last week. Because of that, past simple remains here. See, saw, seen. Gain is a regular verb. Be was been. I borrowed the book. I was sure he had finished it. So I borrowed it in the past, and at the moment when I borrowed it, I was sure that something had been done. I was sure that he had finished it. When I saw you, I had already started the car. First you have a marker here. You know that the markers which you are aware of in terms of present perfect are the same when we speak about past perfect, because these are markers for perfect tenses. Okay? So when I saw you at some moment in the past, I had already started. Something had already been done. I had already started the car. Past perfect. As soon as she went out of the shop, she entered the car. As soon as introduces actions which happen one after another. So when the one happened, the other happened as well. Here there is no need to put the emphasis on which one happened first, chronologically speaking, because there is no chronology that is important in this situation. Just the actions happened one after another. She gave me the flowers that she had picked. She gave me the flowers that she had picked. So first she picked them, after that she gave the flowers to me. Give, gave, given. The action which chronologically happened first goes in past perfect. Had picked. I finally sent the mail that I had written. So first I wrote it, then I sent it. And when you want to put the emphasis on the difference in time when these two actions took place, you use past perfect. I finally sent the mail that I had written in advance. She thought he had forgotten about the anniversary, but she was wrong. So the thinking and the fact that she was wrong happen at the same timeline. And she thought that he had forgotten before that, okay? Because this thing happened chronologically first, it goes in your favorite already, past perfect. He had forgotten. Forget, forgot, forgotten. Think, thought, thought. This verb we forgot to revise. I came to the office later this morning. It had been necessary to finish some things at home. Well, here, in fact, you can use, for the second sentence I'm speaking, you can use past perfect as well as past simple. The difference is that when you use past perfect here, you really put the emphasis on the fact that before that, before the moment when I went to the office, there was a period when I was at home, and at that period, I had to do something. But you can use it in past simple. You can form past simple here as well. I came to the office later this morning. It was necessary to finish some things at home. It's clear that the things that had to be done at home were before the moment when you went to the office. It depends on the fact, again, whether you want to put the emphasis on the time difference. If you think for these two actions as actions which happened one after another, it's possible to use past simple as well. In formal writing, I'd advise you to use past perfect every time when necessary. In formal applications, in formal conversations, yes. In peer-to-peer conversation, which means in an informal conversation, there is no problem in a situation like this to use past simple instead of past perfect. When I saw him, I understood that something had happened. So I see him, I understand, and something has happened before. But the situation is about the past. So the first two actions go in past simple. See, saw, seen, understand, understood, understood. And the third one is in fact the one that happened first, chronologically speaking. Because of that, it goes to past perfect. Had happened. The sentences. In this type of exercise, we have just some hints, just some words, and it's up to us to formulate a sentence including all of them logically. Yesterday, she destroyed the snowman that I had built. So yesterday something happened, and before that something else had happened. Yesterday past simple, the snowman that I had built past perfect. She retold us the book she had read. Okay? So the book had been read first. After that, she retold the book. Because of that, retell goes in past simple and read goes in past perfect. Someone found the mobile Peter had lost. First, Peter had lost it. After that, someone found it. Had lost, past perfect. Lose, lost, lost is the verb. And find, found, the action which chronologically happened second, goes to past simple. She sang a song I hadn't heard before. Experience. You remember that when we speak about our experience in general, out of the context of the past activities, we use present perfect, right? Well, here the story is different. She sang a song, which gives you the line of the actions. And because she sang the song in the past, and you speak about experience, it means that this was your experience up to that precise past moment. Because of that, she sang a song, past simple, I hadn't heard before, past perfect. And for more. We drank all the water, then we saw nothing was left. We drank, then we saw. Both of the actions are in past simple because logically they happened one after another. Chronologically as well, there isn't difference in the time that much. I mean, just imagine you are drinking the water and you see that there isn't enough water or that the water is out. Well, the things happened quite close in time, one after another in the past simple. Drink, drank, drunk, see, saw, seen, the verbs. Do you see improvement, in fact, in your studies for irregular verbs? I hope yes, because as you see, it's impossible to speak correctly and to do all of these exercises without the irregular verbs. And in the next section, where we speak about passive, it will be really impossible for you, underlining it, to cope with the exercises and to start using the passive structures if you don't know the irregular verbs. Just giving you a hint. Okay, when I went out, I realized I had forgotten the lamp. First, I'm going out. At the same time, I'm realizing that something has happened. You're in the past. I went out, I realized, and I realized that something had happened or something hadn't happened before that. I had forgotten, past perfect. She didn't know what had happened. She didn't know at that past moment what had happened before. If you are going to ask why I'm using past simple and past perfect all the time, just look at the instructions of the exercise. After all, we are doing exercises, grammar exercises, and usually there are some instructions that we follow. Past tenses is said to use here, so because of that I can't formulate the sentence in present simple with present perfect, for example. These are not past tenses. But the idea, as I've told you several times, is you to start imagining, you to visualize and to think what kind of situation you can use this grammar structure in. I didn't tell her he had come back some time ago. I didn't tell her at some moment in the past that something had happened before. Didn't tell, past simple, tell, told, the three forms of the verb. And after that, he had come back. Actually, the actions which happened first, chronologically speaking, is he's coming back home. In order to show that there is such a difference between the moment when he came back home and the moment when I told her, or in this case didn't tell her, we need past perfect. Okay? How do you feel? I hope that the exercises you did were correct as well, and the links will help you. If you have any questions, let me know. The next step, past perfect, present perfect. See you there. Present perfect or past perfect. And not only. Present continuous, past simple. Well, in short, I've decided here to add some extra exercises in which we have the tenses we've studied so far mixed. Why? Because, again, it's important for you to be able to use them correctly. It's important to know how to express yourselves. The task open the brackets. As simple as that. We have 18 sentences. You can find them in the attached PDF. So let's get started when you are ready. It isn't snowing at the moment. It has finally stopped. At the moment, present continuous. And because the two sentences are connected, they are out of one and the same context, you need to make this connection between the first and the second one. It isn't snowing, it has finally stopped. When exactly in the past it has stopped, you don't know. You know only the result of the action, and the result is that it's not raining anymore. Present perfect. Present continuous, the verb to be plus the verb plus ing, and present perfect, have or has, plus the third form of the verb if the verb is irregular, or the verb plus ed when the verb is regular. I went to the party yesterday. Perfect, we have the marker, so we have a situation in the past. Go, went, gone, went, the second form, past simple. I didn't know he had invited so many people. I didn't know when I went to the party yesterday. Again, it refers to yesterday, so past simple. He had invited so many people. The invitation happened before I went, before I understood. So, past perfect. He had invited so many people. Had plus third form or had plus the verb plus ed. When she came last night, the marker for past simple, came, we need the second form. When she came last night, the electricity had already gone out. Already, perfect tense. But because of the fact that we speak about the past, something that you understand from the first sentence, we need past perfect. Before the moment when she came back, the electricity had gone out. Had gone. She's watching TV now. Now the marker present perfect required. Exactly. Wrong. Present continuous. Just listen carefully and don't always trust everything that you hear. So she's watching TV now. She just do the homework. She has just done the homework. Just, reminding you, refers to an action which happened exactly before the moment of speaking. She has just done the homework. Do, did, done, present perfect. When he opened the door, she understood that something had happened. So first he opened the door, after that she understood something, and she understood that something had happened before. Past simple, past perfect, one step back in time. Open regular, understand irregular, understand, understood, had happened, past perfect. He doesn't have a car now, he has sold it. Now and present simple. Why? Exactly, because doesn't have cannot be restructured in the form for present continuous. You can't say he isn't having a car now. When you express possession, you use only the simple form. You use the present simple form. He doesn't have a car now, he has sold it. When exactly you don't know, it's not important. The result of the action is important. And the result is that he doesn't have a car right now. Sell, sold, sold. The three forms of the verb. Please take the newspaper. I have finished with it. Please take the newspaper. The first sentence expresses something which is happening now, so you speak about the present. And when you speak about the present and want to make a connection with the past in some way, you need present perfect, which means I have finished with it at some moment in the past. It doesn't matter, it's not important when, and I'm not saying it. Yesterday, immediately we are going in the past. Yesterday I wanted to wear that jacket, but I didn't remember. So I wanted something, I didn't remember something in the past, yesterday. but I didn't remember I hadn't washed it yet. I hadn't washed it before the moment I wanted to wear it and before the moment I remembered that it was dirty. Yet is the other marker which helps you think for past perfect in this situation. So I hadn't washed, past perfect. You are always repeating this is not necessary, so I have cancelled the subscription. If you remember when we spoke about present continuous, one of the usages we've mentioned was exactly irritation. When somebody expresses irritation or when somebody expresses that a situation doesn't please him, then you need to use present continuous. It doesn't mean that this thing is happening at the moment of speaking. It means that this is something which makes me angry, something which irritates me. Always is the typical marker you have in this situation. So you are always repeating present continuous that this is not necessary. So I have cancelled the subscription. When exactly the cancellation happened, it's not mentioned, it's not necessary. This is not the accent. The emphasis in this sentence is put on the result, the fact that the subscription is not valid anymore. Present perfect. The bill I paid last month wasn't right. They had made a mistake. Last month, past simple. The bill I paid wasn't right. They had made a mistake. The mistake was made before that. And because of that, we need past perfect. You remember, when we speak about the past and the actions happened chronologically one after another, and you want to emphasize this one, that there is difference in the occurrence of these actions, then you use past perfect and past simple. Have you ever been to Spain? Simple sentence, you ask about experience. There isn't context that this one needs to be referred to the past. So, general experience, present perfect. Last set of sentences. I was really tired last night. Last night, past simple, no doubts. Be was been. I had a lot of things to do at work. So, last night, the result of the whole day was that I was tired. And why? Because something had happened in advance. So I had a lot of things to do at work. She hasn't finished with her piano class yet. Yet marks perfect tense. And because of the fact that there isn't another past activity, that there isn't a past activity at all, you go to present perfect. She hasn't finished with her piano class yet. Reminding you, yet is used in negative sentences and in questions. Have you applied for that program yet? Here is the second usage in a question. There isn't past context. Because of that, we are using present perfect. Have you applied for that program yet? The spelling, don't forget about these rules. When the verb finishes in Y and the consonant is before that, as in this situation L-Y, Y goes into I, and after that you add ed. They had signed the contract before we knew about it. Okay? Logically speaking, think for the chronology of the activities. So, first they signed, after that we didn't know, after that we didn't understand. Because of that, past perfect in combination with past simple. They had signed before we knew. Know, knew, known, the three forms of the verb. No, please don't open the window again. I have just closed it. I have just closed it. Something happened exactly before the moment of speaking. Just present perfect. And because of that, the first one goes in present simple. Don't open the window again. You can't say, please, I don't know, aren't you opening or something like that. This is the only possible option here. Don't open, you just give your order or your request. In these situations, present simple is used, you remember. I believed you when you told me last night that this had happened. So last night I believed you, last night you told me. And you told me that something had happened before. To show this difference in the tenses and in the moments when the activities took place, you need a combination again, past simple, past perfect. I believed, I told, past simple, that this had happened, past perfect. What's your result from this exercise? I'm curious, not only this, from all of the sentences. So, extra links, extra exercises you can always find or you can ask me for. See you in the next video where we'll start talking about something different. Till now, it was mainly present and past. Time for the future. After everything that you know about the present and the past, time to take a look at the future. The tenses here are several again, and yes, there are differences that you need to know. If you know what is will future, if you know which the markers are and which the forms are, please skip the grammar lab and go to the exercises. The exercises in PDF you will find at the end of this lecture, as well as the links will be here attached for the online exercises. Okay, let's get started. Will future, or future simple, is the basic, let's say, future tense. Most of the people, in fact, use only this, and they're quite happy with that. But as you know, the usage of tenses is not with the idea to show how many tenses you know. The idea is just to give some nuances to what you're saying, okay? Yeah, you can use will in every future situation, on the same way you can use past simple in every past situation and present simple in every present situation. Yeah, but that's not the idea. That's not the idea, because if you don't use the correct tense, then you need to verbalize what you want to say with extra words. You just need to add extra words to express your thoughts. Okay? So let's see what future simple is about and how we will distinguish it from the other tenses we'll speak about later. I will do it. He will do it. I won't do it. He won't do it. We will come. Yes, I will. No, I won't. Sounds simple, right? As a structure, you need the pronoun, the person who is doing the action, I, you, he, she, and so on. After that comes will in positive sentence, and after that the verb in infinitive. Infinitive, you know, the basic form, the form that you find in the dictionary. So I will come, I will travel, and so on. The negative is will not, or the short form won't, I won't. And be careful here, because a lot of people find it difficult to make the difference between won't as a short form of will not and want as expression of desire. So I won't do it, will not, I won't do it, won't plus infinitive. When you make the question, you use the familiar way you are already aware of. What you need is to exchange the places of the auxiliary verb, the helping verb, you know, and the pronoun. So the normal sentence, the positive sentence is I will come. You will exchange the places of the doer of the action and the auxiliary. So the question is, will you come? Will you? And the verb in infinitive. The short answers, yes I will, no I won't. Second step, the more important one, how to understand that you need future simple. In which situations exactly you need future simple. So there are several markers and it's really easy to remember. Hope, think, believe. Remember these three verbs. hope, think, believe. When you speak about the future, you make kind of a prediction, but prediction based on your own senses. It's important. This is called a subjective prediction. I mean, this is that you yourself believe in, or that you yourself hope about, or something that is connected with your own thoughts. So prediction, subjective prediction, just you think, hope, or believe that something will happen. When in the context there is one of these verbs used and you speak about the future, you need future simple. I hope he will succeed. I think he will manage it. I believe you are the best. Hope, think, believe. The first three markers. After that, when you promise something with the verb promise, I promise I'll help you. You're giving the promise. So promise here is the key word that may help you understand this is future simple. You don't need all of the other tenses that are possible to be used for the future. We'll speak about them a little bit later. You need future simple. I promise I'll come. I'll promise I'll help you. When you offer a piece of advice, you offer some help, then you also need future simple. Shall I take the suitcase? Shall I open the window? You offer something. What is shall and how it appeared here? Well, shall is the old-fashioned form of will. Still, it is used. And the difference is that once it was used for all persons, I mean I, he, she, you, and whatever. Now it is mainly used, when you speak about yourself, I, and when you speak about a group of people you are part of, we. Shall I? Shall we? In some once upon a time texts, you can see it shall he, shall she, shall they, shall you, and so on. Recently, it's most commonly seen as usage with I and with we. Shall I? Shall we? If you say will I or will we, it's perfectly correct again. It's just another option the language gives you. Shall I take the suitcase? It's an offer. You are offering your help. And in fact, all of these, the promise and the offer, you can think about them as spontaneous decisions. Decisions that are happening at the moment of speaking. Because this is the situation you use future simple in. When you are making a spontaneous decision, it means you haven't thought about something, you haven't considered it for a long time, you haven't spent nights thinking over this one, whether it's correct or not. Just something happened, and your spontaneous reaction is to say that you will do something. As the first scenario, for example, there is a conversation between two people, imagine it on this way. The one is expressing kind of a problem, and the other one says, I promise I'll help you. You see, I mean, there is nothing considered, nothing thought about carefully. So, promise is the marker, it expresses spontaneous decision. Because of that, you need future simple. Shall I take the suitcase? Same story. You're seeing a woman passing the street with a suitcase, and it seems to be a heavy one, really. So what you say is, shall I take the suitcase? Yes, you offer your help, and this is your initial marker that you need future simple. But the situation is spontaneous. You're taking a spontaneous decision. Because of that, you do need future simple. And another situation for spontaneous decision is like this. Oh, I like it, I'll take it. I liked it right now, I'll take it. That's it. Okay? So promise, offer, spontaneous decision in general. Let's revise them. I think, I hope, I believe. Future simple. You promise something, you're offering something, you're making a spontaneous decision. All of these mean spontaneously deciding what you want to do. You are deciding something at the moment of speaking. As simple as that. And if you remember only this rule, that future simple is used with spontaneous decisions, it will be really quite easier for you. Something is happening, you want to say something based on what's happened, future simple. The other three markers, think, hope, believe. Enough. In a while, when we pass the other future tenses and future forms, you understand why I spend so much time repeating that this one here is spontaneous. Okay? That's the main distinguishing point. The exercises, let's check them out first. Open the brackets in future simple. The idea just let's practice the forms. Same here. Form sentences with will and explain why. It's important. Every time when there is a grammar exercise, try to explain to yourselves why this or that was used. So why you chose future simple. Time for the pause, do the exercises, and see you in the other lecture where I'll give you the answers and the explanations. Good luck. All of the exercises are done, I hope. So let's check and explain why something happened. The answer of the question why is really the one that will help you improve and start using the grammar in practice. Because this is our aim, repeating it again. It's not just learning grammar for the sake of learning grammar or because we are fans of grammar. No, just we want to speak correctly. Open the brackets using future simple. I hope you will come on time tomorrow. The marker, hope. Let's revise here the three forms of the verb as well, just not to forget them somehow. Okay? Come, came, come. He believes she will do everything he wants. Belief. Prediction based on subjective thoughts, on subjective beliefs. Will do, did, done. I think she will buy the dress. Think, marker for future simple. Buy, bought, will buy, infinitive. She thinks she will succeed in applying for that position. Again, think, marker for future simple, when the context is in the future, and the verb succeed is a regular one. When you add ed, it will be pronounced succeeded. We hope she will come back as soon as she finishes her degree. We hope, believe, think, future simple. Come, came, come. No one believes he will achieve such a breakthrough. No one believes. Believe, personal prediction. He will achieve. Will, infinitive. Achieve, the verb finishes in E. If you need the second or the third form, you just need to add D, and you are pronouncing it achieved. I think my sister won't surprise you this time. I think, I hope, I believe, I think. Okay, future simple. My sister won't surprise you, will not, or won't. The same story. Just don't make a mistake saying it again with want as W-A-N-T. That's your desire. You're wanting for something. We believe you won't mislead us. Negative again. We believe, think, hope, believe, future simple. Mislead, misled, misled. I'm thirsty. I'll take a cup of water. I'm thirsty now. I'm making the spontaneous decision to drink water. So spontaneous decision, will. Take, took, taken. Oh, look at that dress. I will buy it. I'm passing through a Windows shop and I'm seeing something, so I'm saying I'll buy it. I haven't thought about this, I haven't calculated my budget, it wasn't part of my daily plan, so I just saw it and I decided that I will do something spontaneously. Spontaneous decision, will. Buy, bought. Your computer is still on. Oh, thanks, I will switch it off. Switch, regular verb, switched. It's again a spontaneous decision. At the moment you understand that something is on this or on that way, and at the moment you decide to change it. Can you speak now? I have something to tell you. I'm asking you at the moment, you're reacting at the moment. Spontaneous decision. Yes, I will finish here later. Will you take that task? Spontaneously imagine that the boss is entering and is asking you immediately, will you do this? Will you take that task? Question. Don't forget how the form is generated here. Take, took, taken. Talk to him, but maybe he won't agree. It's my belief, it's my understanding. Maybe he won't agree. If you form the past form of the verb, agreed, only D at the end. And in the third exercise, our task was to explain why something happened on this way or on that way. I will buy that cup. Spontaneously. There isn't any marker that you have thought, you have considered, and whatever. Buy, bought. She believes he will succeed. Believe is the marker. Hope, believe, think. Succeed, regular, succeeded. I think you will do it. Think is the marker. Do, did, done. It's raining. I won't go to the shop now. So I just see it and I'm saying it. That's it. It's not a plan. I won't go to the shop now. Spontaneous decision. Go, went, gone. You see, you can revise the things that you know all the time, as we are doing now with the irregular verbs. It's cold. I'll shut the window. It's cold. It's just a statement that I'm giving right now. I'll shut the window right now. That's it. Spontaneously. It's heavy. I'll take it. Same story. Something is heavy. You're deciding that you will do it for somebody else. You can think for it as an offer for help. You can think for it as a spontaneous decision. It doesn't matter. In fact, the fact is that you need will. Why? Because it's not your plan. It's not your intention that you have been thought over. You just decide something and you do it. You see something and you do it. That's all. I'll or I will is the same. It's just the short form. And when short forms are mentioned, just reminding you that in informal English, short forms are perfectly fine. They are in fact the ones that people prefer. But when it comes to formal English, especially to formal writing, do not include these short forms. If you are going to sit FC, CE or IELTS, and apart from the situation when you are asked to write an informal letter, in all the other cases, you need those long forms. Again, only in informal letters, if we speak about the exams, the Cambridge exams especially. So only in informal letters, you're allowed to use the short forms. In all other structures, in all other writings, you're required to use the long forms. If the writing is informal, do whatever you want. Otherwise, write the whole words. Okay? It's really important here. And that was it. See you in the next video, where we'll continue talking about the future. It's a mini-series, in fact, with all of the important tenses that you need to know, and with enough exercises for you to master them. See you! The next really common structure for expressing future activities is be going to. And now I will just present you in short, which are the most important things you need to know about be going to. If you know it, if you know what's the difference between be going to and future simple, please skip the grammar lab, go to the exercises, PDF and links after this lecture, the explanations in the other video. So when we speak about be going to, think for it as a form for expressing future activities. It's not a tense, it's a verb form. And the structure is I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. So you need the pronoun I, he, she, whatever, the correct form of the verb to be. After that, always going to, and going to. After this one, you have the verb in infinitive. I'm going to meet him. We are going to travel. Okay? The verb to be. After that, going to. After that, infinitive. The negative form you form with the negativeness in the verb to be. Simple. I'm not going to tell her. We aren't going to sell. I'm not going. We aren't going. The question is formed on the same way you form it when we speak about the verb to be in the present. Is it? And after that, going to rain? Is he going to come? Are we going to enjoy? You name it. And the answers: yes, it is. No, it isn't. Yes, I am. No, I'm not. You're using only the verb to be to answer. You're using only the verb to be to form the question. The markers. This is always the second really important step in order you to be able to understand what all that is about. Plan and prediction. These are the two keywords you need to remember when it comes to be going to. What kind of plan? What kind of prediction? Let's check it out. We are going to travel to Spain. Okay? You are saying this one to a friend of yours, for example. But in order to say we are going to travel to Spain, you mean that there was time in the past when you decided to do it. At the present, you are saying it. And this plan is going to happen in the future. It's important. Something was decided in the past. You are saying it right now. And this thing is going to happen in the future. This is not the spontaneous decision in future simple. It's exactly the opposite situation. That's why I was emphasizing on that spontaneousness all the time. Because this is the key to distinguish, to make the difference between future simple and be going to. When there is a plan, you use be going to. When there is a spontaneous decision, something happens spontaneously, you need future simple. The second case in which be going to is needed is when you speak about prediction. But again, let's compare. In future simple, as you know, the prediction we call it subjective prediction. It's based on your personal thoughts, on your personal belief, on your personal hopes. Okay? It's you believe just because you believe it to be on this way. You predict it based on your personal expectations. Here, the prediction is different. The prediction is based on something that has happened, on something that you see. So you see something and you expect that something else is going to happen. Look at the sun. It's going to be hot today. It's not my personal belief only. I have evidence. There is something that shows me that this one is going to happen. This one is going to be on this way. Again, the differences and the usages. Spontaneous decision. You see something and you decide that you will do it at the moment of speaking. Future simple. Plan. You have thought about something, you have considered it, you have spent nights thinking over it, let's say you have spoken with somebody probably, then you have a plan. Plans are expressed with be going to. Prediction, on the other hand, prediction which is based on your personal thoughts, on your personal beliefs, on your personal expectations. These predictions are expressed with future simple. the other situation. Prediction based on some facts. You see something, you expect something else is going to happen. Be going to. Enough? Let's check the exercises, and I'll give you several minutes to do them before the checking. In the first exercise, you just need to open the brackets using be going to in order to get used to the form. You know this approach. And after that, we make it a little bit harder by adding will here as well. So you need to choose between be going to and will. The differences you do know already. 7 more sentences. It's important really to start distinguishing between the future verb forms, the future tenses from now on, because there are 4 other forms or tenses that we'll speak about, and everything needs to be assimilated, everything needs to be understood step by step. Otherwise, you'll find it really difficult at the end. But I'm sure that you'll succeed in avoiding the mess just by following the instructions that I'm giving you. It means right now, please press the pause button, do the PDF exercises, do after that the online exercises, and let's check the PDF in a while. See you in the other video. The exercises have already been done, I'm sure, so it's time to check what you found easy and what you found difficult, and at the same time to help you understand why you need this or that in every situation. Exactly. Even here, I'd want you to think why we use be going to. Because, yes, the idea of the exercise is to get used to the forms, but at the same time, to start thinking about the situation, to start thinking about the context you are using one or other verb form in. Let's get started. It is going to snow today, at least so says the forecast. So there is a prediction which is based on something which is not only your subjective thoughts and beliefs. Prediction. Be going to, it is going to snow. I'm going to move out. Everything has already been set. It's your plan. You have the intention to do it. You have spent time thinking over it, considering it, and this is the result. I am going to move out. Plan. The dog is going to bite you. Stop staring at it. It's again prediction based on some facts, on something that you see. You see and you expect that something else is going to happen. Imagine just a person passing by a dog and staring at the dog. Well, the dog starts staring to you. Know that you are not actually advised to stare at a stray dog or at a dog in general. Because of that, there is a chance that you are going to be bitten. The dog is going to bite you. Be going to stop staring at it. You are going to fall from the ladder. Don't you see how unstable it is? Again, you're seeing something, so you believe that something is going to happen in the future. Based on the facts that are in front of your eyes, you conclude, you draw your conclusion. Be going to. You're going to fall. Where are you going to have lunch? Where are you going to have lunch? First, be careful about the form as it is a question. Where are you going? You need to change the places of the pronoun and the verb to be. Where are you going to have lunch? We've mentioned this one several times. Based on grammar, you can express what the situation is about. You can express your thoughts. Right here, for example, out of this sentence written on this way, I understand that the person has planned it. The person has spent some time thinking over it. It's not a spontaneous decision. And it's not a spontaneous decision because in the other situation, we would use will. Both of them are correct. The sentence is out of context, so we can use will or be going to. But first, the instruction here is to use be going to. And second, you're just giving different nuances. think for grammar, one more time, as a way to show your feelings, as a way to express your thoughts in a clear way, as a way to give nuances to what you're saying. So in this situation, plan. Where are you going to book a table for the anniversary? A question, again you're careful about the form, and out of the context the sentence is taken from, you understand that this is the plan. This is something that the person has thought over. This is something that the person has considered. It's not a spontaneous decision. Because if it were a spontaneous decision, it would be with will. Are you going to give her a present for the birthday? What is your plan? Have you thought about this? What are your intentions? This is what I'm asking. Are you going to give? Be going to in a question. Our friends are not going to come to the party, unfortunately. If the situation went like this, the telephone is ringing and you hear will not come to the party. It means that we haven't spoken about this one, we've decided this one at the moment of speaking. Well, here the situation is different. Here the people have thought about this, have considered it, okay? And this is what they have come out with. We are not going to come to the party, or our friends are not going to come to the party. It's a plan, it's an intention. Be going to or will. After the previous exercise, I believe that this one will be easy now. I can't open the jar. No problem, I'll do it. Spontaneously. You see that the other person can't cope with the situation. You are offering to give him a hand. I don't think we'll meet again. Hope, think, believe. Will, future simple. We will meet again. Take it easy, you are going to hurt yourself. I see something, I have the evidence to believe that something is going to happen. Based on these facts, I conclude that you are going to hurt yourself. Prediction based on facts. I'm going to meet my brother after work tomorrow. Be careful about the situation, there's another way to say it. About the slight difference we'll speak in a few videos. I'm going to meet my brother after work tomorrow. It's your plan. You have thought about this one, you have considered it, and so you're saying that this thing is going to happen. I'm going to meet. He works really hard. I hope he will pass the exam. Hope, believe, think, will. Who do you think will win the elections? Again, it's up to your personal perceptions of the world, up to your personal feelings, up to your predictions, but personal ones, the subjective predictions. Who do you think will win the elections? Think, will. They are going to buy a new computer. Usually when you buy a computer, it's not a spontaneous decision. Usually I say, so here if you say they will buy a computer, I can accept it, in fact. Depends on the status of the people, let's say. But in the general case, when you speak about a planned activity, you know, be going to. And the purchase of a computer is supposed to be a planned activity. I believe she will call back on time. I believe she will. So hope, believe, think, go at, will. Exactly. Tom's sister is going to have a baby. So it's something that has been planned, it's something that you have the evidence about, and you're saying it based on what you see, right? You see the belly, for example, you see that she's pregnant. Well, based on that, you say she's going to have a baby. Be going to. Don't worry, I will help you. You offer help. You offer a piece of advice. In these situations, you just use will future. The other way of interpretation is, yes, spontaneous decision. That's it. Whichever your interpretation is, it's clear that you need will future. We are always late. I'm sure we are going to miss it again. Based on the facts that we are always late, and we are late in this situation as well, You know what is going to happen in the future. It's not only your belief, it's not only your thought, it's something that you say based on facts. Be going to for the future. Would you like cake or pie? I will take the pie, please. Imagine the situation right now. The waiter is coming and is offering the different dishes from the menu, and you're just choosing one of the dishes. Well, this decision is taken spontaneously at the moment of speaking. Because of that, you need will future. Watch out, you are going to hurt yourself with that knife. You see something? There is evidence that your thoughts is based on. So, based on the facts, saying it again, you decide that something is going to happen in the future. This is prediction based on facts. Be going to. I think it's starting to rain. I will take the umbrella. I think, I'm not sure. Even. It's just something that I think about. So it's prediction, but the outcome is not certain. It's subjective prediction. Think goes with will future. Okay, so that was it. I believe that after all of these examples, it's quite clear for you now what the difference between be going to and will is. Everything you know is a little bit more practice, but not practice with exercises only, whereas practice with speaking and with reading aloud and with listening. About this, we'll speak a little bit later. See you in the other lecture, where we'll speak about another way of talking about the future. See you there. Another grammar lab and more time for something new to learn. So in this lecture we'll keep on talking about the future. As I promised you, there are different ways in which you can express your thoughts concerning the future. The difference now is that we will take advantage of your previous knowledge. You perfectly well know what and when to use present simple as well as present continuous. But the trick is that they have their future meaning as well. Just a hint. If you know what the difference between present simple and present continuous about the future is, please skip the lab and go to the exercises directly, the next video. In the exercises section, you will find the PDF with the exercises as well as links that will help you practice. If you don't know, now is the time for you to understand. So, present simple for the future has two main meanings. The first usage is when you speak about a timetable, and the second one, the easiest way to remember it, is personal timetable or your schedule. When you hear the word timetable, think for vehicles. Think for something that happens up to defined timetable in advance. And for example, you say the bus leaves at 5. My classes finish at 1. There is a program. This is what timetable means. So there is a program up to which the activities happen one after another. It's not correct to use will future here. This is what people usually do. You need present simple, and in this context, it means that the activity will happen in the future up to a predefined timetable, up to a predefined program. When you speak about your own personal schedule, then the logic is the same. You need only present simple, with the future meaning, again. He has a tennis class at 3. You know that recently the topic about time management has been really popular, and a lot of people start using additional applications, additional instruments just to help them schedule their days. Well, if you talk about your personal schedule, your personal timetable, let's call it, you need to use present simple. Remember it on this way. The other tense we've mentioned is present continuous for the future. The forms again are the same. There is nothing new up to the rules, up to the ways the verbs are formed. The difference comes in the meaning. Yes, it refers to the future, and here you speak about personal arrangement or a meeting with somebody. If you have made an arrangement with your doctor, if you have an arrangement with the hairdresser, or an arrangement with a friend just to go out somewhere, in these situations you can use present continuous. I'm seeing my GP in a week. We are going to the theater. What are you doing tonight? In all of these situations, you just ask about somebody's arrangement, what has been planned. And yes, here you have a choice, in fact, between be going to and between present continuous. In most of the cases, however, present continuous is the tense that is preferred. When you speak, saying it again, about personal arrangement and about a meeting. Personal arrangement means that you have called to the person, you have spoken to that one, and you have agreed on something together. If this is only your intention, without a confirmation from the other side, well, then it's not arrangement. It's your plan. In that context, you need be going to. In all the other situations I've already enumerated, be going to is not that well applicable. Present continuous is the one that you're supposed to use. Why I explain everything in so many details, I hope you do already know. Grammar, as we spoke, is not studied for the sake of perfect grammar. Yeah, all those strange sounds. It's studied for the sake of better expression. Just by choosing the correct tense, you succeed in sharing your thoughts without the necessity to add extra words. By saying me, I'm seeing my GP in a week, you just explain that you have called to that person, you have made your personal arrangement, and the meeting is going to happen in a week. Quite easier than explaining everything, right? The exercises that you will find in the other lecture, the answers are there, are a combination of present simple, present continuous, be going to, and will. So please, before opening the PDF and doing the exercises, just revise the basic differences. I'll be repeating them, of course, because the nuances here are really important, but in order to succeed and the exercise to be useful, just take a minute to revise before starting. And what to expect? In the first exercise, you need to choose between present simple and present continuous. The difference we have just explained. After that, you need to go to will and be going to. The differences you may find in the previous video. That was it. So from now on, it's up to you whether you will make the revision or you will depend on your intuition only. And see you in the answer section in a while. Present simple, present continuous, will or be going to. Which of all these ways for talking about the future is the correct one? Plus revision, of course. Let's get started. So in the first exercise, as I told you, you need to choose between present simple and present continuous. The bus arrives at 5 sharp. Present simple. Why? You speak about timetable. When it comes to vehicles, the correct way of talking about the future is using present simple. I'm seeing Tom in a while. I'm seeing, it means you have an arrangement with the person. You have spoken to him, and this is not something that will happen spontaneously. This is not something that you have urged only. This is an agreed meeting. My classes start at 1 every day. Personal timetable or schedule. Think for it as your Google Calendar. If it is in the calendar, it means that this is your timetable, this is your schedule. So you need present simple. We are organizing a party the day after tomorrow. We are organizing a party. This is your arrangement. This is something you have planned. In this situation, you can use be going to. as well, because the sentence is completely out of the context. It's not sure if you have agreed with somebody to help you in order this to be an arrangement so that to use present continuous, or this is just your plan, be going to. The train gets into LA at 5 p.m. the following day. Clear. Timetable about the vehicle, present simple. She's meeting Tom tonight. Arrangement. Meeting. She's meeting Tom. Usually, present continuous is considered as the more formal option. So, if wondering whether to choose between present continuous or be going to when you want to refer to a meeting or to an arrangement made, think for the context. If it is informal, go for be going to. If it is a little bit formal, or at least you need and you want to make it on this way, go for present continuous. The museum opens on the 1st of April. The museum opens. Present simple. It is at the end of the verb. Will or be going to. The second exercise. She has already bought the tickets. We are going to travel in a week. You have the context. Some steps have already been undertaken. So the result of this is that something else is going to happen in the future. Obviously, it's your plan. Steps in advance, saying something now, this thing is going to happen in the future. Be going to. I can hear your alarm still going. Sorry, I'll switch it off. At the moment. At the moment I can hear the alarm is going at the moment, which means that you are making the spontaneous decision to do something, to react in a way. Sorry, I'll switch it off. Will or apostrophe LL, up to you. Saying it again when it comes to apostrophes, if you are in informal situation, they are quite proper. They are preferred even as a way of expression. But when the context is formal, you are not supposed either to use or to write apostrophes. What about entering this shop? Sure, I'll buy the bag that is on the shop window. Again, something that's happening at the moment of speaking, so it can't be a planned activity. It can't be a decision that has been made and needs to be undertaken in the future. It's just a spontaneous decision. It means will future. Oh, you've bought a new book? Yes, I'm going to read it this weekend. The idea that this is your planned activity is given by the second part of the sentence. I'm going to read it this weekend. So I have spent some time, I have thought carefully what and when will happen, and I have decided that within the weekend I will have enough time in order to finish the book, in order to start it at least. Whether I'll finish it is a different story. So when this intention is considered, you need to be going to. Someone's knocking. I'll check. Imagine the situation. It's late at night, for example, and you hear somebody's knocking at the door. Spontaneously, you say, I'll check. Nothing planned here, no arrangement or whatever. So the only option is will, spontaneous decision. And that was it. Hope it's getting a little bit clearer. Check the online exercises, and if you need more, give me a hint, please. I will add more links. Of course, you can find them on your own. Okay, there are 2 more ways of talking about the future. Yes, that's not everything. And we'll speak about them in the next video. See you there. As I've promised you, we continue talking about the future, adding 2 more tenses to what you know. And these, in fact, will be the last 2 tenses you need to know when speaking about the future. The first one is future continuous, the second one, perfect future. If you know them, skip the lab, go to the exercises. You can find them on their usual places. The PDF with the exercises from the lecture is attached after the lab, and the links you may find also there. So future continuous is formed, you see it, the first line in green. Will, after that always be, and after that comes the verb plus ing. This is the form of future continuous. The form of perfect future, a little bit longer. Will, after that always have, and after that the third form of the verb. Probably you've noticed every time when we speak about a perfect tense, doesn't matter if it is present perfect or past perfect or future perfect, every time you need the third form of the verb. So if you still have any doubts about the necessity to learn them, to memorize them by heart, I hope that soon you will not, and you will really spend the time necessary to memorize everything in order to start using the tenses thinking about the grammar situation, not about the form of the verb. Let's check the tenses one after another, starting with their forms first. Future continuous. This time tomorrow I will be traveling. The structure. Will, after that be, and no change up to here. After that the verb plus ing. All of the rules that you know about the ing forms of the verb. We spoke about them in the grammar lab for present continuous for the first time. So all of these rules are applicable here as well. Okay? I told you, you remember something once, you learn it once, and you use it several times after that. So every time when you need to add the ing form to the verb, you need to refer to those rules over there. The negative form is formed with the negative of the auxiliary, the helping verb will. And instead of will, you have won't. This time tomorrow, we won't be traveling. The question, will you be waiting for me this time tomorrow? Will you be waiting? The same story. First you start with the auxiliary will. After that you have the doer of the action, I, he, she, whoever. And then comes the verb be in its basic form, then the verb plus ing. The answers, the short answers as usual, yes I will, no I won't. And the more important question, when you need to use future continuous. This time tomorrow, I'll be cleaning the house. This time tomorrow is one of the markers that will really help you understand that you speak about an activity in the progress in the future. This time tomorrow, something will be happening, meaning at a period of time in the future, there will be an activity in progress. And when you speak about such progression, what you need is future continuous. When you use future continuous, you are emphasizing on the duration of the activity, not on the result, but on the duration. In the future, in that period of time, you'll be in the progress of doing something. This time tomorrow, I'll be cleaning. This time tomorrow, I'll be studying. This time tomorrow, I'll be sleeping, and so on. The result is not important. It's important that you will be in the middle of the activity. That was about future continuous. Future perfect. By the time you call, I will have finished work. By the time you call, I won't have finished work. So when we speak about the forms, pay attention to how the verbs are structured one after another. Always you have will, first of all, because we speak about the future. It's normal. Will. After that, there is a future tense in context here, which means that you need the auxiliary have, and never has. Always have, you have here. Will functions, think of it as a modal verb or as the verb in future simple, which requires always the infinitive. So it doesn't matter if the sentence would be by the time you call, he or she will have finished. Every time after will, you need the basic form of have. And after this comes the third part of the irregular verb or the regular verb possíde. I will have finished work. I won't have finished work. And if you want to form the question, you again need to exchange the places of the auxiliary will and the doer, you. After that, you continue with the have and the verb in its third form. Will you have finished by the time I come? Will you have finished? When it comes to the short answers, the options are two. You can either say yes I will or yes I will have. It's really up to you, there is no difference here. The negative one goes on the same way. No I won't or no I won't have. Choose whichever is closer to you, whichever comes more natural to you. And again, the markers and how to understand that you need to use future perfect. By the time I come, she will have left. By the time is one of the most common markers that show you this is what you need, of course in future context, because if the sentence is taken out of context and put in a past situation, then the story becomes a little bit more different. Think for the combination of tenses. We need then by the time you came, and after that it's your turn. Something had happened. Yeah. So it depends. Here we speak about the future. How it looks like. By the time I come, she will have left. So now I'm saying something and I speak about something that will happen in the future. I will come. By the time I come, something will have already happened. You see on the graph where future perfect is. So it's before the future moment. This is the trick here, and this is what you need to understand. By the time something happens, and here always present simple, not will. By the time something happens, something else will have already happened. We'll practice it, so don't worry if you find it a little bit harder now. As I give you more and more examples, you'll get used to this one, promise. And let's check the exercises. In the first one, you just need to open the brackets using future continuous in order to get used to the structure. And of course to think why. Why do we need future continuous in all of these situations? Same story, this time with future perfect. And again, why do we need future perfect? Of course, the third one, future perfect or future continuous. Once you have mastered the structures, and you don't think about them anymore, the next step is to start comparing the tenses. You do know this approach already. So future perfect, future continuous, future perfect, or future continuous. And it's your turn. The exercises are in the attached PDF. The answers are coming in a while. Don't forget to go through the links and see you in the next video. I believe it was harder on theory than it actually turned out to be, and you could do the exercises perfectly well. Let's check them out and let's explain one more time when what is needed to be filled in. Future continuous. As we've agreed, here you're just writing the forms and thinking about why. Why future continuous is required in this or in that situation. 2 years from now, I'll be traveling around the world. 2 years from now. In a future moment, the activity will be in progress. Will be traveling. Several years from now is again one of the markers for future continuous. Tonight, I'll be working till late. Don't wait for me. An action that will be in progress. If you're wondering, yes, you can say tonight I'm going to work, if it is your plan. Or you can say tonight I'm working. Just the emphasis you put is on different aspect of the activity. Saying it on this way, you tell me what is important for you. In this context, it's important for you that the activity will take a period of time. That's it. It's not wrong to say it in the other ways. Just the accent you're putting on a different nuance. You speak about a plan, you speak about arrangement. That's why I'm telling you, imagine the context. And when speaking, think for what you want to transmit with the grammar that you use. I guess he'll be listening to music when we come back. An activity that will be in progress in the future moment. Promise that you won't be waiting for me again tomorrow morning. You won't be waiting, and why not won't wait? Same logic. Here I want to emphasize on the fact that this activity will be taking a place, or I hope that it will not be taking a place here exactly. Promise that you won't be waiting, you won't be spending time. This one will not be happening in the future. I bet she'll be sleeping if you call her. If you call her, she will be sleeping. In the future, this one will be in progress. She'll be in the middle of doing it. This time tomorrow, I'll be having a rest on a desert island. This time tomorrow. One of the markers. So this time tomorrow something will be happening. It's for example 5 in the afternoon. At 5 in the afternoon tomorrow I will be having a rest on that desert island. They will be reading again tonight, I'm sure. They will be reading again tonight. On this way you are telling me that in that future moment the activity will be in progress. They will be reading. Future perfect. The other story. She will have chosen the shoes for the wedding before I invite her. I bet on it. The invitation is going to happen in the future. At some moment in the future. It doesn't matter that it's with present simple. Just remember this one. Here you need present simple to refer to that moment in the future. So up to that moment in the future, at some moment, she will have chosen the shoes. Will have third form of the verb. By 8 tonight, it will have stopped raining. I hope so. It will have stopped raining. Here the emphasis is not on the fact that it will have been raining for several hours. Here the emphasis is on the fact that at 8 it will have stopped. And this is what you're telling me. Up to a future moment, the activity will have been completed. Now, for example, as 4 in the afternoon. By 8, it will have stopped raining. By this time tomorrow, I will have done my homework. By this time tomorrow, something will have been completed. I will have done my homework. By the time you call me, I will have prepared the suitcase. Same story. We are speaking now. I haven't started preparing my suitcase even, but by the time you call me, which will happen in the future, the activity will have been completed, will have finished. I will have prepared the suitcase. He will have bought a ticket by the time you decide to join him. At the moment of speaking, you haven't decided whether to join him or not. In the future, at some future moment, you will decide. And by this future moment of your decision, he will have already bought the ticket. He will have bought a ticket by the time you decide to join him. We will have left the room by the time they ask us to. We will have left by the time. Currently speaking, they haven't asked us to leave the room. But at some moment in the future, they will do it. They will ask about this one. So by this future moment, by the moment they ask us, we will have left the room. An activity will have been completed. I will have cleaned the house by the time you come back from the shop. At some moment in the future, before the moment you come back, I will have cleaned the house, so that when you come back, the house will be cleaned. That's it. And let's mix them to think a little bit deeper which one is required where. I'll be having guests between 6 and 9 tomorrow. Don't call me then. An activity that will be in progress in the future. I'll be having guests between 6 and 9 tomorrow. Will be verb plus ing. Try to call her after 8. She will have come back home by that time. So you know that by a certain moment in the future, the activity will have been completed. Try to call her after 8. She will have come back. When exactly in the future, it's not set. But the important fact here is that at 8, she'll be at home, which means that by that time, the activity will have been completed. Tomorrow, I'll be ordering the winter coats. Tomorrow, this one will be in progress. Please come at 11. The meeting will have finished by then. It's not set for certain whether the activity will finish, the meeting will finish at 10 or at 10:30 or at 9 even, it doesn't matter. What is important is that by 11, the meeting will have finished. So again, up to a moment in the future, the activity will have been completed. By then is the marker. This time tomorrow, when you see this phrase already, this time tomorrow, absolutely, it means that you need future continuous. This time tomorrow, I'll be preparing the speech. At this time tomorrow, I'll be in the middle of doing something. I'll be in the middle of preparing my speech. By this time tomorrow, by present perfect, no, future perfect, good. By this time tomorrow, I will have prepared the speech. By this time, it will have been ready. When exactly, it's not set. When we arrive, we'll need to have a rest. We will have driven or will have been driving for almost 48 hours. So, will have been driving is future perfect continuous. I'm sure that you can catch the logic. Yeah, an action that will be in progress. Okay, just it's up to you whether you will use the more complicated form or you use the simple form. Will have driven. Again, it's important where you want to put the emphasis. If you want to emphasize on the fact that this activity will have been completed but have taken a long time, so you put the accent on the duration of the activity, then you need future perfect continuous. In the other case, when you want to say just something that will be completed up to a moment in the future, will have driven. How are you doing? All of the future activities are expressed with the correct tenses already. You do know what is the difference between present simple and present continuous, between will and be going to, between future perfect and future continuous. Remember that it's only up to you which tense, in what situation you will choose to use. Why? Because the options are different and it depends on your own intention. It depends on what you want to say, what you want to transmit as a meaning. So if you speak about a plan, think whether it's important that it's an arrangement or whether it's important that this is a planned activity. Okay? So just choose the correct grammar tense up to your needs, and you will see that grammar is not difficult, it's just helpful. As a last step, before summarizing everything you know about tenses already, I'd want to help you with 2 more structures. The first one, or the first tense, is present perfect continuous. Present perfect continuous. So it's a combination between present perfect as a form and present continuous. Obvious from the name of the tense even. If you have an idea about the tense, if you know which the markers are and if you know how to format, please again skip the lab, go to the exercises. The PDF with the exercises is after the video, as well as the links to the exercises online. For all others, let's check it out in more details. So, the forms first. I have been studying English for 3 years. I have been studying for 3 years. He has been talking on the phone for hours. The first thing that has probably attracted your attention is the marker. For, the same marker, but we'll speak about this one in a while. Let's take a look at the form. You need always have or has, depending on whom you speak about. If you speak about me, you use I, you, we, then you have, I have. If you speak about he, she, it, has, the general logic. So, have or has plus been, always. Been, you don't touch it, it just stays there, okay? I have been, and after that comes the verb. The verb that is going to change in each and every sentence depending on what you want to say. I have been studying, verb plus ing. English for 3 years. About the rules, we have spoken already. The rules for the ing form, you know them from the present continuous tense. Nothing new added here. I have been studying English. He has been talking on the phone. The negative, on the same way as in present perfect. You just need the negative form of have. I haven't been living. He hasn't been cooking. I haven't been living. He hasn't been cooking. When you make a question, you need to exchange the places of the auxiliary have or has, plus the person who is talking, you, plus been, and after that the verb plus ing. Have you been playing the guitar for all those years? Have you been playing the guitar? Has he been working there all the time? Okay? Have or has plus the person who is doing the action plus been plus the verb plus ing. And the answers after that, the same as in present perfect. Yes, I have. No, I haven't. Yes, he has. No, he hasn't. Up to forms, I guess everything is perfectly clear. How to understand when you need present perfect continuous. Let's take a look at the example first. I have been waiting for you for an hour or so. I have been waiting for you. So, you're talking about something at the present, and you say that the activity you are talking about has started at some moment in the past. You don't say when exactly. Has continued up to the present moment and is going to continue probably after that. The important difference between present perfect continuous and present perfect. In present perfect, we spoke about the result. The result from an activity which happened in the past refers to the present, and this result is important. I have lost my key. I can't find it now. This is the result of the activity. When you want to say that the activity is important, when you put the emphasis on the action, on the progress of the action, then you need present perfect continuous. I have been waiting, I have been writing, I have been doing something for some time. Why for appears here? Well, I've told you even then that for and since are markers for perfect tenses, remember? Till now, we have used for in situations when the importance was not in terms of the action, of the progression of the action. The important part was the result. Or the second situation we used for in was when we used a verb that can't form the continuous form. For example, I have known him for 20 years. Okay? I have known him. The verb know, in the context of know somebody, can't be used in a continuous form. So because of that, we use that with the present perfect simple tense. But the general rule is that when you want to emphasize on the duration of the activity using for, because this is your marker most of the times, you need present perfect continuous. Again, how long plus for plus present perfect continuous if applicable in the situation, if suitable for the verb. If this is the idea you want to transmit, you want to give to your audience, to the people you're talking to. I have been waiting for you for an hour, and so. The question, how long have you been waiting here for? How long is the marker that most commonly gives you identification for present perfect continuous. How long have you been waiting here for? Okay? Theoretically, it sounds simple, let's say. But let's see what will happen in practice. Because of that, I have prepared you several exercises as usual. The first one, practicing only the forms. And here we'll be talking about each and every situation why we needed present perfect continuous. After that, we'll compare present perfect continuous with present perfect simple. It's really important to be able to distinguish, not for the sake of the exercises only, but for the sake of your correct speaking, because this is what you want. And that's the idea why there are a little bit more sentences practicing this skill of yours exactly. More exercises in the links that follow. And in the next lecture, I'll give you the answers plus the explanations of the exercises that you've just seen. See you there. Present perfect or present perfect continuous? That was the question we finished with the previous time. So let's get started first by revising the usage of present perfect continuous, and after that comparing the two tenses. How long have you been studying drawing? How long is the marker for present perfect continuous? That's why we are using it here. As a structure, have plus the doer of the action, he, she, you, plus been, always been is not changed, then the verb plus ing. Reminding you just here something about the spelling. When the verb finishes in y and there is a consonant before that, you add ing without changing anything. Same story goes when the verb finishes in y and there is a vowel in front of that one. The changes happened only when we add s or ed. Okay. I have been trying to get in touch with you for a couple of hours. For a couple of hours, the emphasis is put on the duration of the activity. Because of that, the correct question is how long? How long have you been trying to get in touch with me? I have been trying to get in touch with you for a couple of hours. Present perfect continuous required. How long, the same marker, has he been working in this company? How long has he been working in this company? The result of the action is not important, reminding you the usage of present perfect continuous. The result of the action is not important. It's important that the activity was in progress in a moment in the past, continuing up to the present, probably going on in the future. She has been playing the piano for years. She has been playing the piano for years. For how long? For years. I have been searching for that pen for hours. Same story, how long? How long have you been searching for that pen? For hours. Somebody has been knocking on the door for 20 minutes or so. Somebody, he or she. Because of that, we need has, not have. After that, always been, no questions here. After that follows the verb plus ing. Somebody has been knocking on the door. We have been talking about you. Glad to see you. We have been talking about you. So we plus have plus been plus the verb plus ing. The emphasis is put on the duration of the activity. We have been talking. The action was in progress. And let's compare now present perfect continuous and past simple and use them together. I have been repairing the house the whole summer. There are still some details to be finished. Reminding you the difference. Present perfect continuous puts the emphasis on the fact that the activity was in progress. Whether the action is completed or not, it's not important. Most of the cases, when you use present perfect continuous, it means that the activity is not finished, just because after the moment of speaking, this action may continue. This is present perfect continuous. By contrast, when you use present perfect simple, you say exactly the opposite. You say that the action happened at some moment in the past. It doesn't matter when, but the action was completed then, and the result is in the present. Well, here, because of the second sentence, there are still some details to be finished, you understand that the activity hasn't been completed. In other words, you need present perfect continuous. I have painted the walls green. How do you find the color? Obviously, when the color is there, it means that everything has been finished. Because of that, we need present perfect simple here. The result of the activity is important and it's visible in the moment of speaking. Thanks for the book. I have read it. Great story. I can give my opinion on the book, which means that I have finished it. The result of the activity is important. Present perfect simple. She has been reading the book I gave her for more than 2 months now. So she has been reading. 4 is the marker that the activity was in progress, and there the emphasis is put on. Well, it's not clear whether it's been finished or not. Because of that, you can choose here whether you want really to emphasize on the duration of the activity, saying that the book will be finished in a future moment, after the moment of speaking, or you just want to emphasize on the result, that she has read the book. Both of the verb forms are possible depending on your interpretation. What's important, one more time, is to understand the difference, to understand what you say in which situation by the choice of this or that structure. I have been sending emails since early in the morning. Since early in the morning, something has been in progress, and the action is still not completed. Saying it on this way, it means that after the moment of speaking, you continue sending the emails. Just the task is not completed yet. He has already sent 15 emails. When you can answer the question how many emails have been already sent, well, how many refers to the usage of present perfect simple. How long? Present perfect continuous. Remember these. I haven't been playing on the computer for more than a day. For more than a day, this one gives you the marker for present perfect continuous. For how long? For more than a day, meaning it will continue after the moment of speaking. We have known each other for more than 15 years. No choice here. You can't say have been knowing just because the verb know somebody, know, can't be used in a continuous form. Because of that, you go to the simple one. We have known each other for more than 15 years. I have been calling you for almost an hour. For, meaning the duration of the activity is important. Present perfect continuous. Where have you been? What have you been doing? Where have you been? Been just because you can't use the continuous form of be. It doesn't exist in this context. And after that, what have you been doing? Do can be used in a continuous structure. Because of that, in order to be in unison with the first usage, referred to the period, have been calling, you go to the present perfect continuous. Have been doing. What have you been doing? All that time while I have been calling you. You have found it. I have been searching for it for ages. You are amazing. So I have been searching for it, meaning the activity started at some moment in the past and was continuing at the moment of speaking and was going to continue after the moment of speaking. But Have found refers to the result of the activity taken. So you have found it. We have the result. This that was searched for was finally found. Present perfect. I haven't started preparing the dinner even yet. I have been talking with my sister for the last hour or so. I haven't started preparing, which means, in fact, is it present perfect or present perfect continuous? We have the ing form. Well, if you have thought that this is present perfect continuous, sorry, but you are wrong. Where is been? Nowhere, right? And I told you that been is required. Here you have present perfect simple, have started, negative, haven't started, and after that the second verb form, preparing, verb posing, is the second verb form in our case. So I haven't started preparing the dinner even yet. The result hasn't been visible in the present. It doesn't exist. Why? I have been talking with my sister. The duration of the activity is important. Because of this activity, I haven't started with the other tasks of mine. Is it better? I'd really hope so. More exercises after the previous video in the link. And if you need something else, give me a hint, as usual. See you in the next lecture, where we'll pass through the last tense we haven't checked so far. Which one? You'll understand in a while. The last tense I mentioned we are going to talk about is past perfect continuous. It's not that commonly met, because of that it's the last one we are checking out. And at the same time, it does help you express yourselves better, as usual. This is the idea of grammar, you know it. If you know which the forms are, just skip the lab and go to the exercises section. Don't forget the links as well. As a structure, it has the past form of have, which is had. After that, been, which always goes with the perfect continuous tenses. After that follows the verb plus ing. Had been, verb plus ing. Had been doing. If you think for a while, you do already know have been doing, had been doing, will have been doing. You see, the perfect continuous forms are structured on the same way. The difference is in the first part. Have, had, will have, depending on the time period you refer to. Let's check out what it means. Had been doing. I had been reading all morning. Finally, I had read 2 articles. Then you came. I hadn't been reading all morning. I had read just 1 article. Then you came. When you use past perfect continuous, you see, again it's important to have a past moment as a reference. Because whether a continuous or simple, past perfect needs to have a guidance. It can't exist on its own. You can't just like that start using past perfect if there isn't a past moment it happened before. Past perfect continuous puts the emphasis exactly on the fact that this action had been in progress for a particular moment in the past. Same story as present perfect continuous. The result you mark with past perfect, I had read, and the guiding tense is past simple. So absolutely the same logic as present perfect continuous. Past perfect continuous, the emphasis is on the duration of the activity, past perfect of the result from the activity. When you make a question, you need to start with the auxiliary, with the helping verb. Had you been reading all morning? Again, here the emphasis is on the duration of the activity. Had, after that the doer of the action, then been, and after that the verb plus ing. Had you been reading all morning? Yes, I had. No, I hadn't. The answers. As simple as that. If you have already mastered all the other tenses we have spoken about, I believe that it will not be difficult for you to get used to this one and to understand in what situations exactly to use it. And let me help you a little bit more by adding several exercises. The first one, you need to choose between past perfect continuous or past perfect simple. Same one goes on here. Why? Because I told you, you can't use past perfect continuous on its own. On the same way you can't just use past perfect without context. So check out the exercises, take your time to do this, and see you in the answer section. Past perfect simple or past perfect continuous? This is where we finished the previous time. Hope you had the time and have already done the exercises, so time to check them out. We had been friends for 10 years before we fell in love. We had been friends. Had been, be can't be used in a continuous form. And because of that, you can't use present perfect continuous here, although you have the marker for. I had always enjoyed traveling, so that was a great chance. You speak about your experience. There isn't a marker that something needs to be in progress. Past perfect simple. Had always enjoyed. We had been waiting for that call for a month. He contacted us last week. Had been waiting. An action was in progress. The marker for. And how you understand exactly that you need a perfect tense here, there is another form that may guide you. It's the past simple in the second sentence. I had never flown from Europe to the USA before. It isn't as pleasant as I expected. So, up to a moment in the past, something hadn't happened. You speak about your past experience. Past perfect. That day, I was sure I had met you before. You speak about something which happened before a moment in the past. No indication about a period. Past perfect simple. We had been repairing the roof for days. Unfortunately, it was then that the rainy period started. An action was in progress, and it was important that the duration of the activity took some time. 4 days, the marker, how long? 4 days. We had been repairing. It's not clear if the activity was finished or not, and it's not important. Past perfect continuous. The balcony was wet because it had been raining heavily in the afternoon. The balcony was wet. This is the result of the action, and at the same time it had been raining heavily in the afternoon. The action was happening during a period of time. Past perfect continuous. We were exhausted as we hadn't had anything for days. The reason? Past perfect. We were exhausted at a moment in the past because of something that had happened up to that past moment. We hadn't had anything for days. I was really happy to hear you then. I had been waiting for your call for hours. 4 hours? How long? It answers the question which refers to the progression, to the progress of the activity. I was really happy, so we have a moment in the past and something that had been happening before that moment in the past. I had been waiting. He needed rest because he had been driving all night long. The emphasis here is put on the duration of the activity that happened before another past moment. Past perfect continuous. As it had been snowing all night long. How long? All night long. Past perfect continuous. I couldn't find my car in the morning. It had been snowing all night long. Here you can use past perfect simple as well. As it had rained all night long, I couldn't find my car in the morning. On this way, you put the emphasis on the result of the action. It's not important that it had been snowing, it's important that at the moment I couldn't find my car. So what approach you will choose, as always when it comes to grammar, almost always, depends on what you want to say. I had been trying to buy tickets for this play for months. How could you do it? So I had been trying. The activity was in progress in a moment before the past moment. Had been trying. Past perfect continuous. How could you do it? The second tense which guides you is in past simple. So it's easy to understand that you need past perfect, not present perfect, because of that. Good. Believe it or not, we finished with the basic English tenses. And what is left now is to practice all of them in one and the same exercise. Let's do it. See you in the next 2 lectures, which I promise will be interesting. Just before that, please take your time to revise. You need to know the forms, you need to know the markers. See you there. Everything we've spoken about so far in several exercises. Time to check what you've remembered and how much you have improved. The exercises you will find in the attached PDF, of course. The first type of exercises, find the mistakes and correct them, obviously. Let's get them checked. He been able to play the piano since he was 4. Since, marker for present perfect. The structure, he, present perfect. Since, past simple. Has is missing here, the auxiliary or the helping verb, which you need to form present perfect. How many books have you wrote so far? How many books? How many is the question which marks the usage of present perfect one more time. Present perfect requires have, after or has, yes. After that, the doer of the action. After that, the third form of the verb. Write, wrote, written. I don't know where she's gone. I haven't seen her for a couple of hours. I haven't seen her for a couple of hours. Let's start from there. How long for? For a couple of hours. You can't use present perfect continuous just because the verb see can't be used in a continuous form in this context. Because of that, you need present perfect simple. And in order to form present perfect simple, as we've already revised, you need the third form of the verb. I haven't seen. See, saw, seen. I don't know where she has gone. The difference between been and gone, reminding you, been means that you were somewhere and you came back after that. Whereas gone means that you went somewhere and you're still not back. So have gone is the correct one that you need here. I met her a year ago and we became close. I had no idea she had already got married by that time. From the beginning, I met her a year ago. A year ago is your marker. Ago is used with past simple, not with present perfect. Because of that, the usage of present perfect here is inappropriate. After that, I had no idea she had already got married by that time. The main tense is in past simple. Because of that, if you want to speak about something which was supposed to happen before that past moment, you need past perfect, not present perfect. While I was having a bath, he was sleeping. While, one of the markers for past continuous. And usually you say that while something was happening, something else was in progress as well. Which means, while I was having a bath, he was sleeping. While, past continuous, was or were, plus the verb, wasing. These were the forms. They've tried 5 of the meals already. How many is the question that you need to ask. How many of the meals have they tried? How many goes with present perfect, not with present perfect continuous. Because of that, you need to substitute tried for been trying. They've tried is the correct form. We were thinking where to go on a holiday. Think in a continuous form indicates consideration. So you have thought about something for a long period of time. It means that you have considered something. Because of that, the past simple form here is inappropriate. What you need is the continuous one, past continuous. We were thinking where to go on a holiday. We were considering it. We were thinking over the idea of. I've been standing up all day long. Please, let's have a rest. The focus, the emphasis is on the duration of the activity. When this approach is accepted, when this is the idea, you need the continuous form, the present perfect continuous form in our case. How long? All day long. She doesn't eat meat at all. She's a vegetarian. It's not something that you're criticizing, at least it's not clear from the context. It's not something that's happening only at the moment. It's a statement that is correct in each and every situation. Because of that, you don't need present continuous, you need present simple. Did you meet Peter last month while in Europe? Last month, marker of past simple. Present perfect, have you met, is inapplicable here. Let's revise the markers for present perfect. For, since, just, yet, recently, lately, been and gone. You remember the difference there as well. And about experience, when you speak ever, never. I had never been on a plane until previous July. The basic moment which guides you with the choice of tenses is previous July, something which happened in a particular moment in the past. I had never been on a plane up to previous July. Up to a moment in the past, I hadn't had that experience. When you speak about experience that was applicable, that was happening up to a moment in the past, what you need to do is to choose past perfect. I had never been on a plane until previous July. By the time I met him, he had already made up his mind. By the time, past simple, by the time I met him, something had already happened. He had already made up his mind. When the fire broke out, a lot of people were sleeping in that building. When something happened, another action was in progress. Past continuous in the second situation. This time next week, so we switch to the future. This time next week, I'll be having fun at the seaside. An activity that will be in progress in a moment in the future. This time next week, I'll be having fun. Oh, I do like your outfit. I will buy the same. Spontaneous decision. You see something, you like it, you decide that you will do something. It's not a plan, it's not something that you've considered, it's just something that you've spontaneously decided. By the time we arrived, the party had finished. By the time something happened, something else had already happened. We arrived is the basic tense, and because of that you need to be careful when the other action happened. Well, obviously, in this situation it happened before. By the time we arrived, the party had finished. Past perfect. Apologies for not being there on Friday. I was having a meeting at that time exactly. An activity that was in progress at a particular moment in the past. I was having. Past continuous. You can also use past perfect continuous here. I had been having a meeting at that time exactly. It has been a few days since I last heard from him. Since I last heard from him, since past simple, and before that, present perfect is required. Has been, not past simple. Okay? How did you find them? I hope interesting. Another portion of exercises is waiting for us in the other lecture. Don't skip it. Do them. Pause off the exercises you have in the links. See you there. Let's keep on practicing with the other types of exercises this time. Opening the brackets. Several exercises you have probably downloaded and done them already, so let's get them checked. Oh, you can hardly breathe. Right, I have been running for more than 2 hours. I have been running. It's important that the activity has continued for a period of time. 4 is the marker, and there is a result from the activity in the present. You see, it can be used in a combination. It's not said that every time when you use present perfect continuous, only the duration of the activity is important. Sometimes it's mixed, and it's up to you to decide how to formulate, how to express yourselves in the best way. Usually, you're paying more attention to the markers for more than 2 hours, okay? 4 is the indicator for the perfect continuous tense. I saw the light was on till late last night. Yes, I was preparing the school report. So an activity was in progress when something else happened. Past continuous, interrupted by past simple. Hope I didn't disturb you last night. No, I was reading till late. Same story. An activity that was happening over a period of time in the past, and at the same time another activity that interrupted it. That this case didn't interrupt, in fact. Why is the room such a mess? Sorry, I have been trying to put some things in order. I have been trying. So the tries of the person have started before the moment of speaking. Obviously, the result is still not achieved, and the cleaning will continue after the moment of speaking. Because of that, the correct option here is present perfect continuous. Look at her. She is going to fall asleep every minute now. Conclusion about something that will happen in the future based on the facts in the present. So this one is be going to. Exactly. You predict, not based on your personal hopes, beliefs, and what you think will happen in the future, but based on some facts. When facts are included, we have be going to. What time does your flat land? Timetable. What time does your flat land? Present simple. I'm sure Tom will find job easily once he graduates. I'm sure. Certainty, but again, objective certainty. It's something you believe in. And when you believe in something for the future, this is future simple. You know that after this, after the future simple, you need to use present simple, not future. These are future clauses, and you need to use present simple here. There's an official statement on this. They will not be sacking anyone within the next year. Within a period of time, an activity will be in progress. Will not be in progress in this context. Future continuous, because you speak about the future. Hurry up, we are going to be late again. Based on some facts, probably based on the time, which is a fact. So based on some facts, you draw some conclusions about the future. Be going to. Will you have managed to solve the problem by the end of the day? By a moment in the future, something will have been done or will not have been done. Will you have managed to solve the problem by the end of the day? By is the marker for the perfect tense. And because you speak about the future, what you need here is future perfect. By the end of the day, I will have finished the report. Same story. By the end of the day, marker for perfect tense, future perfect based on the context. By the end of the day, I will have finished the report. Will, have, always have and never has, and the verb with ed. When he tried to apply a day ago, he noticed the period had already expired. How you understand where in the timeline to pause the whole action? Based on the marker you have, a day ago, past simple, and the main activity happens to be in the past simple. He tried to apply. He noticed, so these two activities happened one after another. He tried to apply, at the same time he noticed. And he noticed that something had happened in advance, had already expired. Past perfect, one step back in time. I have been doing the homework for more than 5 hours, but it's still not ready. No result. The result is not important, the duration of the activity is what the emphasis is put on. Because of that, present perfect continuous. Something that started in the past, doesn't matter when exactly, that is continuing up to the moment of speaking, and that will probably continue after the moment of speaking. When I saw him yesterday you have your basic time marker, so you need past simple. He already understand, already marker for perfect tense. And as we have past simple as a basic tense, the perfect you need is past perfect. He had already understood what had been going on, what had been happening. This, the last activity, is supposed to be in progress. Because of that you need past perfect continuous. We will be dancing at the festival this time tomorrow. This time tomorrow, future activity, and more specifically talking, an activity that will be in progress at a certain moment in the future. Because of that, will be verb plus ing, will be dancing. Do you need more exercises like these? Give me a hint, if so. If not, see you in the next section, where we'll start talking about passives. See you there. It's grammar time again, starting with something different. Once you've passed through all of the tenses, let's go to the other form that exists in each and every tense, the passive one. And speaking about passives, this is our task today, to check all of the passive forms and to see how they will be used in the different tenses. So please, if you do already know this one, just skip the grammar lab and go to the exercises. They are numerous, really, and they are waiting for you. Okay, our first task, as I told you, is to check the forms and the usage of passive and what passive actually means. We'll start with tenses in groups. Okay? My idea is that till now you have already mastered them, so you will not have any problems with this one. Just follow the logic. The simple tenses. The simple tenses are present simple, past simple, future simple. And all of them form the passive in comparatively the same way. They just need the correct form of the verb to be. And after that, the third form of the verb. The correct form of the verb to be plus the third form of the verb. As I told you, without knowing the three forms of the irregular verbs, it will be really impossible for you. So third form of irregular, or if the verb is regular, just the verb plus ed. What's the difference between active and passive in general? When the sentence is active, or this is the case that we have examined so far, it means that somebody is doing the action. There is a person, there is a doer of the action. I drive a car. I drove a car. I will drive a car. So I am the doer of the action, and I have the leading role in the sentence. Whether you will use drive, drove, or will drive, it depends on the time context you are in. The choice of tense depends on markers, on situation, on way of expression, and whatever. Everything that you do know so far about tenses, everything, is applicable when we speak about passive. So all of the markers, all of the nuances, everything that I have told you about the different tenses, you will need it here. The difference between active and passive. In passive, there is somebody or something which is, let's say, suffering from the action. It is not important who did it, at least in most of the times. It's important that the action was done. And the leading role is not for the doer of the action, but for the subject or the object which suffers from this action. Remember it on this way. So, I drive a car. It's important that I drive the car every day. A car is driven. It doesn't matter by whom. A car is driven. This is the important information. You just change the emphasis. You change the accent of what you're saying. It's again another nuance. In fact, that the language gives you a nuance that you can express yourselves better with. So if you want, after all, to include the doer of the action, to say who did it, you need by, and after that the pronoun, by me, by him, by her, and so on. I drive, present simple. A car is driven, present simple, passive. The correct form of the verb to be. In present, the verb to be has the forms is or are. And after that, the third form is driven. I drove a car, past simple. A car was driven. Was the correct form of the verb to be in the past. Was or were was the third form of the verb. After that, I will drive a car. Will drive, future simple. When you make it passive, a car will be driven. Will be, this is the correct future form of the verb to be. And after that comes again the third form. So these are the ways the passive is formed in the simple tenses. The verb to be plus the third form of the tense. When we speak about continuous tenses, the difference is that we need one being included. So the correct form of the verb to be plus being plus the third form of the verb. I am driving a car. Present continuous. A car is being driven by me. The same logic. The difference between active and passive, as I've already mentioned, where you put the emphasis. The idea about the tenses, you know it. Present continuous, something at the present. So nothing else is changed, just the verb structure. I am driving. A car is being driven. Is the correct form of the verb to be for the present, plus being, always, and you don't touch it, you don't change this being. After that, the third form of the verb is being driven. I was driving a car, past continuous. I was driving a car. Was driving. In passive, a car was being driven. It means the verb to be, after that being, after that third form. The difference again, in present continuous, the correct form of the verb to be is or are. In past continuous, was or were. If you want to introduce the doer of the action, the person who did it, you just say by me, by you, and by whomever. The perfect tenses. I have driven a car. I hadn't driven a car. You need again have or has. After that, you need been, always. And you don't touch this been, it stays there. Then follows the third form of the verb. So, I have driven a car. A car has been driven by me. Has been driven. I had driven a car, past perfect. A car had been driven. I'd really advise you to rewrite these rules, to print them, to do whatever, but really to memorize, because it's not that difficult. People just find it strange a little bit at the very beginning. Actually, it helps you a lot It's really helpful, and you will see that you will start using it. It helps you vary your language. It helps you express yourselves more clearly. It helps you advance in the way you speak, and it is important. Okay? So from now on, we'll start with the exercises step by step on the way we pass the tenses. We are starting first with present simple and continuous. The rules you know about which tense when is used. Yes, I will remind you, but in general I think you don't have any problems here. Just the trick is that we speak about active or passive. In order to get used to the structures, first you have an exercise in which you need to practice present simple passive only. After that, present continuous only passive. Only passive. It means be careful which form, after which one is needed, and so on. And after that, you need to turn into passive. You have the sentences in active, you need to turn into passive. The summarizing exercise, you need to choose active or passive, and as in every exercise till now, we'll be explaining why, when, and what happened. It's important. Again, if you visualize the situations, if you're sure that you can imagine the situation we speak about, it will be quite easier for you to start using the language after that. So this is what expects you in the PDF after this lecture. Don't forget that the online exercises are attached here as well. See you in the answer section in a while. Present simple or present continuous? Active or passive? Let's check the exercises. In the first one, we are practicing the forms of passive in present simple only. And again, it's important to answer the question why. Why do we need this tense and this form? English is spoken by people over the world. General statement, so you need present simple. After that, English is spoken. Somebody else speaks English. Those people, they speak English, which means that English suffers, let's say. English is spoken. Reminding you how we form the passive in present simple, the correct form of the verb to be, plus the third form of the verb, is spoken. After that, his books are read by people from different cultures. By people. Again, somebody else reads. The people read. And his books are read. General statement. Because of that we need present simple. And the present simple is formed with the correct form of the verb to be. Are, because of the plural books, plus the third form of the verb. Read, read, read. A different story is retold by the mother every night. The mother retells the story every night. Active. In passive, the story is retold by the mother every night. Every night is the marker of the tense. Sweets are loved by a lot of people. A lot of people love sweets. This is the simple sentence that we've seen up to now. It means that sweets are loved. General statement again. The correct form of the verb to be is are. After that comes the third form of the verb. Sweets are loved. Then, different games are played in the kindergarten. The children play different games in the kindergarten. In general. So, to form the passive, you need the correct form of the verb to be, are, because of games is in plural, and after that the verb plus ed. Different games are played in the kindergarten. Question. Is the film watched by a lot of people? Is the film watched? Be careful. If the sentence is in active, the question would be, do a lot of people watch films? Do. This is the auxiliary. But when you form the passive, what you need as a helping verb is the correct form of the verb to be, right? So this is your helping verb. And you need this verb exactly when you form the question. Is the film watched by a lot of people? Is English grammar taught in your native language? Is English grammar taught? Passive again, present simple. Do they teach English grammar in your native language? The question in present simple. Active. But when it is passive, is your auxiliary, your helping verb. So the correct one is English grammar taught? Teach, taught, taught. Then, present continuous passive. Let's check these out. The room is being reserved at the moment by the phone. I'm sorry. So somebody is reserving the room now. Present continuous, active. Somebody is reserving, which means that in passive you need is being reserved. Is the correct form of the verb to be. Being is always there, always. And after that comes the verb plus ed, or the third form of the verb, is being reserved. The curtains are being torn by the cat. Do something to stop her. At the moment, the cat is tearing the curtains, which means that the cat is the doer of the action, and the curtains just suffer from this action literally this time. Well, because of that, to form the passive, you need are, curtains is in plural, after that being, to identify, to mark that the action is being done at the moment, and after that the third form of the verb. Tear, tore, torn is the structure that you need here. Are being torn by the cat. The robber is being chased by the policeman. Inactive. The policeman is chasing the robber right now, at the moment. And to keep this one in passive, you need to say the robber is, the correct form of the verb to be, being, always there to mark that this is a continuous form, and after that the verb plus d, or the third form of the verb, is being chased by the policeman. The money is being collected at the moment. Hope you can wait. The money is being collected. It means that somebody is collecting the money now. The first trap. Money in English always is, not are. Be careful with this one. Money is. Because in a lot of other languages you say money are. Well, in English, money is. The money is being collected at the moment, passive. Is, being always stays there. And collected you need the verb plus ed. Is the lift being washed at the moment? Same story. Be careful with the structure in a question. You need the auxiliary is or are. You need being to stay there. And you need the correct form of the verb. Is the lift being washed at the moment? In active, the sentence would sound, is someone washing the lift at the moment? Is someone washing? Is the lift being washed? The lift suffers from the action. The clothes are being washed right now. You need to choose another pair. Somebody is washing the clothes right now. Most probably the washing machine. Which means that the clothes are not the doer of the action, obviously. Because of that, you need the passive structure. The clothes are, after that being, as this is the marker for present continuous, after that the verb plus ed, are being washed right now, and be careful about the pronunciation. It's not wash it, it's washed. The last one. Who are the civils being checked by? Inactive. Who is checking the civils? Who is checking the civils right now? In passive. Who are the civils being checked by? You ask about the doer of the action, but it's not clear at the moment who the doer is. Because of that, you need the passive structure. The civils are suffering. You're imagining it on this way already. So somebody else is making them suffer. Who are the civils being checked by? The next task I've prepared you for, in fact. There will be sentences in active. You need to change them to turn them into passive. Tom is drinking a glass of wine. Is drinking present continuous. When you have such kind of exercise, you don't have to imagine anything about the tense. Everything is given. What you need is just to practice the forms. So Tom is drinking. A glass of wine is being drunk. Present continuous. Is being third form of the verb. Drink, drank, drunk. Is being drunk. If you are still wondering why being is there, look at the initial sentence, the first sentence. Is drinking. This ing form needs to go somewhere. It can't disappear. Well, because of that, you have is. After that comes the ing form, being. After that, the third form of the verb. She does the shopping every Tuesday. She does the shopping. Present simple. The shopping is done, passive, by her every Tuesday. The correct form of the verb to be is, and the third form of the verb is done. We are photographing her. At the moment, present continuous. Passive. She is being photographed. The correct form of the verb to be plus being, which always stays there to identify, to mark the tense, plus the verb with ed, because it's a regular one, is being photographed. She is not wearing high heels. She is not wearing. Present continuous, at the moment, obviously. And when you form the passive, high heels, just the correct form here is are, not is, because high heels is in plural. High heels are not being worn by her. Being worn. Wear, wore, worn. Does she wear her uniform every day? Does she wear her uniform? Correct sentence in present simple, active. But when you go to the passive, you remember you can't use do or does there. What you need is the auxiliary to be plus the correct third form. Is uniform worn every day? Is the uniform worn? And one more question. Why is he driving this car? Why is he driving? Present continuous at the moment. In passive, why is this car, this is the subject, this car being driven? Being to keep the marker for present continuous. Why is this car being driven by him? The last exercise. Present simple, present continuous, active or passive. It is believed that boys are born mainly in winter. General statement. People believe, so it is believed. Boys are born. Somebody else gives birth. Because of that, the boys, the babies in general, are born. Passive in both of the situations, present simple in the whole sentence because it's a general statement. While the dinner is being prepared, the TV is working. We speak only about the present. Because of that, there isn't an option to make it in past continuous here. Only because of that, because of the instructions. Otherwise, it's possible, depends on the context. So, while the dinner is being prepared, while gives you the marker of something which is happening at the moment. It can be at the moment of speaking, or it can be at the moment in a particular past situation. While the dinner is being prepared right now, passive for present continuous, the TV is working. Somebody else is preparing the dinner, so the dinner is being prepared. The TV is working itself. I mean, nobody works instead of the TV. Because of that, you need active. Scientists recommend drinking warm water. especially in the morning. Scientists recommend. It's a general sentence, general statement, present simple. The guests are being expected. We are ready. So this is happening at the moment. You are not expecting the guests in general all the time, whenever they want, but at the moment we are ready now, so we are expecting them now. Books are read mainly in holidays. It's a general statement, one more time, and somebody else reads the books, which means that the books are read. Passive, present simple. She's waiting for him, but he's late this time. Again, we are choosing only between present simple and present continuous. Good? So she's waiting for him at the moment, but he's late this time. The verb to be doesn't have a form in present continuous. Because of that, you need is only. Active in both of the cases. And that was it. Hope the exercises you found easy or at least understandable, because it's important. It's important to catch the logic. In fact, it's more important than doing them correctly. If you had any mistakes and at the same time you understood what the mistake was, then everything is perfect. Don't forget the online exercises with the links after the previous video, and see you in the next one. About the differences in the usage of active and passive, as well as the forms of passive voice, we spoke in the grammar lab. You can find at the beginning of this section if you've missed it somehow. Well, from now on till the end of the section, we'll keep on doing exercises. So if you have any questions about grammar, please refer to the very first video. If you have missed something about tenses, because everything that you know about tenses applies here as well, please come back to the previous section and check the precise tense. And now, let's keep on exercising. The first one, you need to turn the sentences into passive, just to open the brackets, in past simple. In the second one, you test present perfect. After that, there are some active sentences that you need to turn into passive, and last but not least, to choose between active and passive. Of course, in order to be able to do the exercises, you need to know the differences between the tenses, the time markers, the identifiers, the structures, and so on. The exercises you will find in the PDF attached after this video, so it's up to you to open it, to do the exercises, and to check them together after that. Starting with the checking. The first one, open the brackets in past simple to form passive sentences. The table was booked by your husband an hour ago. An hour ago is the marker for past simple. At the same time, it's clear that somebody else did the action, the husband, not the table. Well, because of that, you need passive of past simple. The table was booked. The correct form of the verb to be, plus the verb plus ed, was booked. The car was stolen. It's not said by whom, meaning that this is not the important information within the sentence, but the fact is given. The car was stolen. Why past simple? Just because of the instructions above. Otherwise, you can use whichever tense you want. But right now, it's tested your knowledge on past simple passive. The picture was finished on time for the exhibition. Was finished. Somebody else finished, probably the painter, finished the picture on time, so the picture was finished. The correct form of the verb to be, was in this case, plus the verb plus ed, was finished. The telephone was switched off by mistake. Somebody switched off the telephone, so the telephone was switched off. It suffered from somebody's actions. He was known all over the country. All over the country they knew him. So he was known. The three forms of know: knew, known. He was known. His photos were sold in hours. His photos, plural. Because it's plural, you need were as the correct form. His photos were sold in hours. Sell, sold, sold. The three forms of the verb. They were told to leave the hotel. They were told. So somebody told them, which means that they were told to leave the hotel. If the structure required active, it would be structured in a little bit different way. Tell somebody to do something. Okay? So they were told, passive is required here. They were told to leave the hotel. Passive, this time in present perfect. The present hasn't been chosen yet. Yet is the marker for the perfect tense. Hasn't been chosen. Why? In passive, because somebody hasn't chosen it. The present can't choose itself, which means that the only option here is the passive structure. Negative one at the same time. Hasn't been is always there, chosen, the third form. The story hasn't been believed by anybody. Nobody believed the story. So the story hasn't been believed. Passive. Hasn't, the correct form of have. Here, negative, plus the verb given in brackets with D at the end, because it is a regular one. The repairment hasn't been finished yet. Hasn't been finished. Somebody hasn't finished the repairment. Passive, the repairment hasn't been finished. The book has already been read. The book has already been read. Somebody has already read the book. The difference between active and passive in present perfect, been. This is your only marker. Has already been read. Read, 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 the three forms. The newspaper has just been published. Has just been published. Meaning that someone has just published the newspaper. The newspaper has just been published. The TV has just been switched off. Somebody has just switched off the TV. The TV is suffering from this action, so the TV has just been switched off. All of the items have already been sold. Someone has already sold all of the items. Active. In passive, all of the items, they are turned into the subject of the sentence. All of the items have already been the marker of passive, have already been sold. The next step. The sentences are given in active. What you need is to change them to turn them into passive voice. We've been doing that till now, at least I allowed, just to prepare you for this one. Have they paid you? Have you been paid? Have they paid you? Have you been paid? The first question is in present perfect, right? Active. And in order to form the passive, you need to change the doer of the action and to add been. Did he keep his promise last night? Question in past simple, active. Did he keep? Be careful with the question in passive. It is the same story as the one we had in present simple. In present simple, the question in active is formed with the auxiliary do. Do or does. Does he speak English? And when you need to form the passive, then the auxiliary is changed. The auxiliary is not do or does anymore. The auxiliary is or are. Is English spoken? Here the same story goes. Did he keep the promise? Was the promise kept last night? That's how the question needs to be formed. if the sentence was affirmative, positive, it would be the promise was kept. So you just exchange the places and it starts with was, then was the promise kept? Okay. Did they buy a new car last month? Did they buy a new car last month? If you make this sentence positive, affirmative, it would be they bought a new car last month. They bought. Passive. A new car was bought last month. Well, same logic. Because of that, you need to start the question with was. Was a new car bought last month? And you have the correct structure of the question in passive voice. They forgot the story quite soon. Past simple, active. The story was forgotten. The verb to be was the third form of the verb. Was forgotten. We have washed the windows. Present perfect. We have washed. Active. Passive now. The windows have been washed. The only difference from a compositional point of view is only the verb been. Have been washed. Have they decided what to do? And be careful here. Have they decided what to do? Has it been decided what to do? Has it been decided? Have they decided what to be done? Or even, has it been decided what to be done? I just wanted to show you that you can form passive of the two structures as well. What to do, what to be done. We'll speak about this one later. It's just an introduction to the structure. So in the first part, you have the regular present perfect. Have they decided? Has it been decided? Nothing new. If you want to form passive of the second verb, the verb that comes after to, you need to include be as an auxiliary. Want to be, third form, what to be done. We'll speak about this one later. And in the last exercise, you needed to choose between active or passive. Again, the tenses are to, past simple, or present perfect. I was told about the party, but I forgot the time it started. So they told me, but I forgot, which means that I was told, somebody else told me, passive, but I forgot the time it started. Active, active after that. He has never been waited by so many people. He wondered, or he has wondered, how to react. He has never been waited. Never is the marker for present perfect, as you need to choose between present perfect and past simple only. And after that, you need passive, because he has been waited. Somebody else has waiting for him. He has never been waited by. The introducer of the doer becomes with by. It's another marker, that you can use to understand when present perfect is needed. So he has never been waited by so many people. He wondered, or he has wondered, both of them are applicable here, how to react. The surprise last night, past simple because of last night, wasn't expected at all. The surprise wasn't expected, meaning that somebody didn't expect the surprise. These are the doers of the action. They didn't know last night again, because of that you need past simple. They didn't know how to behave once they understood. And they understood again last night. So everything goes in past simple, just you need to be careful about active or passive. I didn't believe what I was told yesterday. Both of the actions happened yesterday. The first one, I didn't believe. I'm the doer of the action, I didn't believe it. What I was told, passive, because somebody else told me something. Tell, told, told, the three forms of the verb. They have never been to such a marvelous place. Experience, present perfect, quite a familiar situation. Active, yeah. They have never been to such a marvelous place. And that was the end. for this set of exercises. Don't forget the links that you have attached. Give me a hint if you need more exercises and tell me on what. I don't promise that I will add them immediately, but I will, because I have a list with all of your requests, and step by step I'm fulfilling it. See you in the next video. As we've already had a look at how past simple and present perfect work in active as well as in passive, let's keep on going on. The next mixture of tenses we'll examine is past perfect, past simple, past continuous. Which tense is used when you do know perfectly well. The idea now is to practice the active and the passive forms. You know that the grammar is explained in another video. This is the grammar lab at the beginning of the section. So if you still have some questions about the structures and about the exact forms you need, please take a look there. The PDF with the exercises you have already found, I guess. It is attached after this video. So in the first exercise, you are asked to choose between past simple and past perfect, active or passive, of course. After that, you need to turn into passive several sentences, then again to choose between active and passive, the three tenses. That's it. Let's check the exercises and let's explain where what is needed and why. The first one, past simple or past perfect. The movie trailer had already been released when I heard about the movie. The context you have is given by the instructions of the exercise, past simple or past perfect, which means that you need to imagine the whole situation happening in the past. This is the first prerequisite, the first really important step. So, having this in mind, already works immediately as a marker for the perfect tense, in our case past perfect. The movie's trailer had already been released. We need passive here because somebody else had released the trailer. So the trailer had been released. Reminding you, past perfect passive is formed with the verb had, the auxiliary verb had. After that, you always have the third form of the verb to be been, always. It does never change. And after that, you have the regular verb plus ed or the irregular verb in the third form. Depends on the verb in question. When I heard about the movie. Past perfect in the first case, past simple in the second one. The first action that happened in time, chronologically, was the release of the trailer. Because of that, you need past perfect. After that comes past simple. He had saved my life long before I met you. He had saved my life long before I met you. Imagine the timeline. First, he had saved my life. After that, I met you. And because there is a difference between the time these two activities happened, long before, you immediately understand the first one needs to be in past perfect, had saved, active because the person did the action. The second one needs to be in past simple, I met. Meet, met, met. Save is a regular verb. The payment had been received in advance, so I could pay the bills. The payment had been received in advance. Had been received, the receiving of the payment is the action which happened first, chronologically speaking, the first one in time, which means that it needs to go in past perfect. Why passive? Because somebody had sent the payment, which means that the payment had been received. And based on this activity, based on this action, which had already happened, something else was possible to happen. So I could pay the bills. Past simple. Could is the modal verb here, and just reminding you, we'll speak about modal verbs in details. Could is the modal verb, and after modal verb you do always have infinitive, could pay. After that, the gift had been given as a surprise, so you didn't expect it. Or the gift was given as a surprise, so you didn't expect it. Here it depends on your own interpretation. If you want to show that there is a time difference between the moment when the present was given and the moment when the person was not expected, then you need to choose past perfect. If you want to tell that these things happened one after another and to form them just on this way on the timeline, then you can use past simple. Had been was given. Okay, just be careful. Whichever option you choose, you need the passive. Why? Because somebody had given the gift. The gift had been given. Or somebody gave the gift. The gift was given. Passive in both of the cases. When I came back home, I realized that my wallet had been stolen. Imagine the situation. The first thing which happened was that I came back home. As soon as I came back home, I realized something. Both of these verbs immediately go in past simple. And I realized that something had happened. Well, it's not only that something had happened, but somebody had caused this thing to happen. Meaning, you need passive and you need it in past perfect. Had been stolen. Steal, stole, stolen. The three forms of the verbs. The second exercise. The sentences are given in active. You need to turn them in passive. They were expecting their friend to come back. They were expecting past continuous. Now in passive, their friend was being expected to come back. It's obvious that in this situation you don't have a marker for the tense. But again, our guide is the instruction we are given at the beginning of the exercise. We just need to change the voice. So from the first one, from past continuous active, we are making past continuous passive. The idea, get used to the forms. That's it. Fortunately, the firefighters had put out the fire. Past perfect. We need passive. Fortunately, the fire had been put out. Put. The three forms are identical. Who had stolen the wallet? Question in past perfect. Who had stolen? Now the same question in past perfect passive. Who had the wallet been stolen by? Remember this one. When there is a question in passive voice, the by particle, that small part, comes at the end of the question. As well as all of the other prepositions, something we'll again speak about later. So who had stolen? Past perfect. And past perfect passive. Who had the wallet been? Been is the marker for the passive form. Who had the wallet been stolen by? We were cleaning the flat for hours. Were cleaning? Exactly, past continuous. And you need to change it, the same tense, using the same tense, you need to change the voice from active to passive. The flat was being cleaned for hours. Reminding you that when there is a continuous form, what you need in order to keep this continuous meaning is to add being. This is not the form of the verb to be. This is not the verb to be that you know from present simple. This is just the helping verb which gives you the chance to form the passive. Who was looking after the toddler? Who was looking after the toddler? Past continuous, active. And after that, who was the toddler being looked after? Who was the toddler being looked after? The preposition at the end, being marker for the continuous tense. They didn't do it. It wasn't done by them. Again, be careful. In past simple, the negative sentence, when the sentence is in active, you use the auxiliary didn't, right? But when it comes to the passive form, the auxiliary is changed. It's not didn't anymore, it is wasn't. It wasn't done by them. Wasn't, and the third form of the verb. And the last exercise. Here you needed to choose between active or passive, the three tenses: past simple, past continuous, past perfect. While they were trying to steal the car, the police was caught. While, this is your marker for the perfect continuous tense. While they were trying, obviously you have active. The police was caught. Somebody caught the car. Somebody called the police. So the police was caught. Passive. Why past simple? Because there is an action that was going on in progress while they were trying, and another action that interrupted this first progressive activity. The activity which interrupts the first one is in past simple. They didn't know why the husband hadn't been invited. They didn't know at that past moment why the husband hadn't been invited in advance. So they didn't know then why the husband hadn't been invited in advance. The second one in past perfect, passive, because somebody hadn't invited the man. The telephone had already been paid, already marker for the perfect tense, passive, because somebody else had already paid when she changed her mind on the model. When something happened, past simple, and it happened because of the person. So when she changed her mind on the model, past simple, active. She insisted on being right, so finally she wasn't forced to finish the task. She insisted on being right, so finally she wasn't forced. Both of the activities are happening in the past. Because of that, there is nothing that marks something was in progress. You need past simple. Another interpretation. You can say that she had insisted on being right, so finally she wasn't forced. If there is a difference between the time that she insisted and that she wasn't forced. This one here depends on your interpretation only. It's subjective. But the more important part, both of these verbs need to be in active. No passive needed here. The dinner had already been served when somebody knocked at the door. This pattern you know perfectly well. Already, marker for past perfect. The dinner had already been served, meaning that somebody had served the dinner. Because of that, you need passive. And the first activity had already happened when something else happened. When somebody else knocked at the door. Okay? I hope the exercises were useful, as well as the links that you will find at the end of the lecture. And let's keep on working. You've seen that the passive structures are not dangerous, are not that difficult, and they're really useful. We will continue working with them in the next several videos. My advice and my request, if you need more exercises on the topic, because it's supposed to be one of the most difficult, at least at the beginning, people find it really difficult, just give me a hint. I can add more exercises to the videos, I can give you extra links, whatever is needed. See you in the next video. Before we are going to mix all of the tenses you have already learned and see what you've remembered about the active and passive forms, there is one more step, the future tenses. This is what we haven't practiced yet. So let's catch up on this. In the first exercise, you need to open the brackets using a future tense, active or passive, of course. After that, there are some sentences given in active voice and you need to change them into passive, and that's it. The exercises are in the attached PDF. Let's get started. Just in case you haven't done them, please take your time and do the exercises. Otherwise, it will be really useless just to be listening to this one and to be checking the exercise of something that you haven't done yourselves. By the time we arrive, the presents will have already been opened. By the time is the marker for the tense that you need. Future perfect. By the time we arrive, the presents will have already been opened. Okay, open. Why in passive here? Because somebody will have opened the presents. Exactly. It means that the presents will have suffered, let's say, from the activity. The presents will have been opened. I hope the project will be handled on time. Hope, think, believe. These verbs are used, with future simple. I hope the project will be handled. How you form the passive in future simple? Will. After that, be, because you always need be, some form of be with the simple tenses. And then comes the verb with ed, or the third form of the verb. Will be handled. Passive, because there will be somebody who will handle the project on time. Who is the bill going to be paid by? You have a hint here in brackets that we speak about a plan. So when there is a planned activity, you need to use be going to. Question: who is the bill going to be paid by? Be careful, this is passive here. Going to be paid by. Who is going to pay the bill? Passive. Who is the bill going to be? So after to, you always need the verb to be, and after that, the third form of the verb, to be paid by. This dress will have definitely been bought by the end of the day. You presume that something will have happened up to a certain moment in the future, which means future perfect. And because somebody will have done this thing, it means that you need passive one more time. This dress will have definitely been bought. Somebody will have bought the dress. The movie is going to be released in June. Again, the hint is in brackets, plan, so you know which tense you need. The movie is going to be released. Passive, be going to. This time next year, future continuous immediately without checking even the verb, just because you know that this time next month, this time next year, and so on, marks an activity that will be in progress at a certain moment in the future. Okay, so this time next year, I will be studying abroad. Will be verb plus ing, future continuous. I think he won't be asked about his opinion. I think he won't be asked about his opinion. Think, hope, believe. The markers you know about future simple. Why passive here? Look at the sentence carefully. I think he, and after that his opinion. Obviously there is one and the same person we speak about in the first and in the second part of the sentence. Well, if the sentence were I think he, in brackets not ask, about her opinion, then no problem to write that in active. I think he won't ask about her opinion. The second one. The sentences are given in active, we need to change them into passive. Doctors will keep him in hospital for at least a month. This one is will future active. Passive. Will be third form of the verb. He will be kept in hospital for at least a month. Why the doctors are not added here? Well, exactly because first it's not that important and second it's clear. There is nobody else that can keep the patient within the hospital apart from the doctors. So no need to add extra information that doesn't add to the meaning of the sentence. He will be kept in hospital for at least a month. They will have done the dishes by tonight. Future perfect. The dishes, we need passive. Been is what needs to be added. The dishes will have been done by tonight. They will soon renew the infrastructure. Will soon renew. Future simple. Passive. The infrastructure will soon be renewed. The verb to be. And after that, the verb plus ed, or the third form of the verb, will be renewed. They will have solved the problems by the end of the year. Will have solved, future perfect. And after that, passive, the problems will have been solved by the end of the year. Been here is the marker for the passive form. Many people will remember this president. Many people will remember. Future simple. And after that we need the passive, meaning the verb to be needs to be included somewhere. This president will be remembered by many people. Not remembered, just reminding you about the pronunciation. And the last sentence of her. He will have registered the car by the end of the year. Future perfect. He will have registered the car. After that, in passive, the car will have been, don't forget the been, registered by the end of the year. I hope you've already got used to all of the structures, to the change in the meaning, and to everything that's connected with the usage of passive voice. What you've remembered from the different tenses and the different forms, well, we'll see in the next 2 videos. Why? Because there you will practice everything at once, all of the tenses mixed. The exercises you will find after the lectures, just download them, do them, and let's check in the next 2 videos what you have done. See you there. As I've promised, the exercises on all tenses, active and passive forms, are coming. In this first summary video, we have 3 exercises. The first one, turn into passive. After that, open the brackets 2 times. So that's it. I hope you've done them. So we are starting directly. Turn into passive. They guard the product's formula jealously. Here, the idea is just to revise the forms. Okay? So they guard present simple. Present simple passive. The product's formula is guarded jealously. The verb to be in the correct form for the present tense plus the verb plus ed is guarded. They are using their influence to shape the overall opinion. Present continuous. Again, in passive, the correct form of the verb to be plus being, because we have the continuous tense, plus the third form of the verb, or the verb plus ed. Their influence is being used to shape the overall opinion. Scientists have produced reasonable arguments against the idea. Scientists have produced. Present perfect. The verb to be enters the game in passive. Reasonable arguments have been produced against the idea. Have been. Officials used guard dogs to stop the protesters. Used, past simple. Guard dogs were used to stop the protesters. Past simple, passive. Officials used, guard dogs were used. The correct form of the verb to be. The rain had made the road slippery. The rain had made the roads slippery. Had made, past perfect. Past perfect passive. The roads had been made slippery by the rain. Had been made slippery by the rain. The passive reminding you had plus been plus the third form of the verb. They had confirmed his theory, past perfect one more time. They had confirmed, and passive, his theory had been confirmed. You see that been, being, be, the forms of the verb to be are really important when forming the passive structures. The next exercise. Open the brackets. He came back while dinner was being prepared. You need the time marker to catch first. While, past continuous. And while one of the activities was in progress, another one happened. So he came back while dinner was being prepared. Or the dinner here, it doesn't matter. While the dinner was being prepared. So somebody else was preparing the dinner, meaning that the other activity interrupted the first one. Active, passive after that. Although it was early, drinks had already been served. Why past perfect? Because the first part of the sentence is in past simple. Although it was early. It was past simple. After that, already is the marker for the perfect tense. Had already been served. Passive. Somebody had served them. They had been served. She didn't come to the last night party because she hadn't been invited. The party last night, you know when exactly, past simple. She didn't come. Negative sentence. Why? Because something hadn't happened. She hadn't been invited. They hadn't invited her. She hadn't been invited. Passive, past perfect. I missed the morning meeting because I hadn't been informed in advance. The morning meeting, something that happened at a particular moment in the past. Past simple. I missed. Active. And after that, because something before that had or hadn't happened, I hadn't been informed. Somebody hadn't informed me. I hadn't been informed. She was released on bail yesterday. Yesterday, past simple. She was released. It means that somebody released her. Passive. This hotel has recently been renovated. Out of context, you see recently, there isn't another past activity, meaning you need present perfect. And passive, because somebody has renovated the hotel. This hotel has recently been renovated. Has recently, after that been, after that the third form of the verb. And several more sentences. The telephone call last night, immediately you understand this is past simple, was answered by a recorded message. Was answered. So somebody answered. Was answered by. By is the marker for, exactly, for passive voice. The telephone call last night was answered, somebody answered, by a recorded message. At the moment, present continuous immediately, the old tower is being restored. Somebody is restoring the tower is being restored. Because the activity is happening at the moment, you need to keep this progression. You need to show that this is continuous tense. Being is needed. Is being. After that, the verb plus ed, or the third form of the verb, is being restored. The capital is going to be soon relocated. Plan, it's given in brackets what you need, so you don't need to think here even about the tense. You know that when there is a plan, you use be going to. And you are careful just because you need passive. The capital is going to be soon relocated. Somebody is going to relocate the capital. The capital is going to be the verb plus ed, relocated. The next day, the experiment will be repeated. Tomorrow, the next day, future simple, will be repeated, meaning that somebody will repeat the experiment. Passive, will, plus the verb to be, plus the verb plus ed, will be repeated. The report will have been written by tomorrow morning. By a moment in the future, an activity will have already been completed, meaning you need future perfect. And you need it in passive because the report will have been written. Somebody will have written the report. Don't forget about the spelling of written, double T. Write, wrote, written. The three forms. The plan hasn't been accepted by all parties yet. There isn't a marker for another past activity. There is yet as a marker for the tense, so you need present perfect. And after that, you need it in passive because the parties haven't accepted, which means the plan hasn't been accepted. In order to understand if you still have any difficulties in defining between active and passive, just try to imagine the situation. Just try to understand who is doing what and why. If the problem is in the vocabulary, you need to catch up on this one. I mean, this one depends only on you. To read more books, to improve just by watching some movies. We'll speak about this one later on in the course, but if the problem is in vocabulary, for now use a dictionary. Translate the words if necessary. And after that comes only logic. Once you know the vocabulary and once you catch the logic, you'll be able to express yourselves in the better way. Enough for this video. In the other, there are more exercises waiting for you. Open the PDF, do them, and of course we'll check them together again. See you there. 2 more exercises in which we'll be practicing all of the tenses and all of the active and passive forms. In the first one, you need to ask a question and to be careful because the underlined word needs to be the answer. In the second one, you need to open the brackets. So let's get started. Tulips are grown by the Dutch. Who are tulips grown by? Present simple question. By, because you ask about the doer of the action, goes at the end. Who are tulips grown by? 10 bodies have been found after the earthquake. How many bodies have been found after the earthquake? How many? The question for present perfect. It's one of the markers. If you remember when we spoke about differences between present perfect and present perfect continuous, I've mentioned that how many goes with present perfect. How long goes with present perfect continuous. A double room with a balcony has been reserved. What room has been reserved? What room? A double room with a balcony. I was not given any details. What were you not given? Or what were you given? You can ask in both ways. What were you given? You need to answer no details. What weren't you given? Any details. He was sent to prison for drink driving. What was he sent to prison for? For drink driving. What was he sent to prison for? Or why was he sent to prison? For drink driving. The information has been processed by the computers. What had been processed by the computers? Don't change the tenses. This is one of the idea of the exercise. When asking a question, you don't need to change the tense. You don't need to change the logic. You just need to follow the initial logic that has been given and to work based on it. Open the brackets. One of your favorite exercises, I'm sure. A soldier was asked to leave his home and come back on duty. He had been promised to be prepaid. He had also been assured he would serve in proper conditions. So here we have two options, in fact, to work on the situation. The first one, as it is given. The idea that he was asked, and he was asked based on conditions that had been given to him in advance. Then comes the logic of past simple, past perfect after that. Or you can say a soldier was asked, he was promised, he was also assured. It depends on your interpretation of the scenario. That's everything. But what's important is to keep passive in all of the forms here, because somebody else asked him, somebody else had promised him, and somebody else had assured him. While the driver was trying to keep control on the road, he saw that an accident had already happened. So while he was trying, while past continuous, he saw something else happen, something else interrupted the activity. And he saw that something had already happened. Already is the marker for the perfect tense. Something had already happened, past perfect. They claimed they hadn't sent the tickets for the play. I'm sure I did it a week ago. They claimed they hadn't been sent the tickets. So they claimed in a past moment that something hadn't been done in advance. Past perfect, passive. I am sure I did it a week ago. A week ago, past simple. And that was it. I really hope the exercises were useful, as well as the links you will find after this and the previous lecture. Something else is waiting for us in the other section. See you there. Welcome to the next lecture, to the next section of this course. And here we'll speak about something different. So once we've passed through all of the tenses, plus all of the active and passive forms, now it's time to talk about conditional structures. Conditional structures, first we'll pass through the if sentences. After that we have the wish sentences. And of course we'll be mixing all of them. As till now, you will find the grammar sections as well as the explanations plus the exercises. If you are aware of a topic, if you know, for example, what first conditional or second conditional or third one or the mixed ones are, just skip the grammar lab and go to the exercises directly to start practicing. Don't forget checking the online links that are added here and there, and give me a hint if there are any questions. Let's get started. The first structure we'll be talking about is the first conditional, first type conditionals. As grammar structure, it is presented by present simple followed by future simple. All of the conditional sentences start with if. This is one of the markers that will help you really understand where the conditional sentence is. And why conditional? Because you speak about something hypothetical most of the times. You put a condition, you introduce a condition, and this condition is introduced most of the times with if. There is another way, and we'll mention it a little bit later. The first type conditional refers to the present only. Present with future orientation. You say that if something happens now, something will happen in the future. Nothing hypothetical, you just speak about a regular situation. There are always two options to express this conditional structure. The first one is to start the sentence with if, and not to forget the comma after the first part, it's really important. The second way is to start with the consequence, with what will happen. After that, to introduce the condition with if, and then to go to what is the situation at the moment. First important point. The first conditional refers to the present with future orientation. Present plus future. Second important point. There is nothing hypothetical in first conditional. Let's check some examples and you'll understand that. If it rains, we won't go. That's it. If present simple, if something happens and it's completely possible to happen, then we won't go. This will be the consequence, what will happen in the future. So if it rains, completely possible, we won't go, completely possible. There is consequence. The both actions are connected. The other way you can say it is to transform the sentence vice versa. We won't go, this is the consequence, and why. Then you introduce if it rains. Paying attention to the comma again, to the punctuation. When the sentence starts with if, the comma is after the first part of the sentence. Why? We'll speak about conjunctions, about these linking words a little bit later, but for now please remember it on this way. If, first part of the sentence, comma, second part of the sentence. When the structure is turned vice versa, when you start with the consequence, then you have the consequence, after that if, and then the first part of the sentence, no comma needed. Another way to introduce a conditional structure is with the usage of unless. Unless means if not. And remember that unless can be used in each and every conditional sentence because there are several. You'll check it out in a while. So unless can be used in each and every structure, not only in first conditional. It doesn't matter that we speak about first conditional now. Unless can be used in all conditional structures. Unless you call, you won't understand the truth. Unless you call. Unless I told you means if not, which means that after if not, you need a positive verb. Exactly, this is the hint you need to be following. Unless you call, the same as if you don't call, you won't understand the truth. Unless you call, you won't understand, not unless you don't call. Not is considered as part of unless. It is within unless. And the exercises. In the first one, you need to finish the conditional structure. Only first type we are practicing here, it will be really easy, but I want to answer the question why, as always till now. Why you need to use this or that conditional. It's important, because when you speak, nobody will tell you please use first conditional or please use present simple. It doesn't work on this way. Then you will need to express your thoughts based on the grammar that you know. And the choice of correct grammar, as we have spoken numerous times, is really important in order you to show what you mean to the people who are around you. So in the first exercise, only first type conditional. After that, you need to rewrite the sentences using unless. Unless. If not, yeah, the same. And in the third sentence, you need to put if or unless. Here, your marker will be the meaning, the context, and the form of the verb, of course. Unless goes always with a positive verb. So now you're ready. The PDF is attached after this lecture. There you will find the links for the online exercises as well. See you in the next video where we'll pass through the answers. First conditional structure, exercises. Let's check them out. In the first one, you needed just to finish the conditional. And as we've spoken about first type conditionals only, yes, only first type conditionals are tested. The structure just reminding you if present simple, comma, will, or will if present simple. If I have some days off at the end of the year, I will go on a holiday. Both parts are possible, nothing hypothetical here. So if I have some days, and it's possible to have some days, I will go on a holiday, and I will really do it. I will give you a hint if I have time. Possible situation. If somehow I have time, I will give you a hint. Using the first conditional, you don't say if you think it is possible or not. You just say that it's real. It could happen. If you touch hot oven, you will get burnt. If you touch, you will get burnt. Again, the first part is possible, the second one is logical consequence as well. If present simple, comma, will. If you don't order your room, you won't go out tonight. That's it. The first part introduces some activities, the second one consequence from these activities. If you don't order, you won't go out. Transform it please using unless. Unless you order, you won't go out. Unless, reminding you, goes always with the positive verb, not with the negative form, with the positive verb. I will buy you ice cream if you behave well. If you behave well, I will buy you ice cream. Difference? Punctuation, don't forget about that one. First conditional. If I'm not accepted at university, they will be disappointed. So if the first part doesn't happen, the second one will follow logically. Nothing hypothetical, it's completely real possible situation. If I'm not accepted, because here you need be accepted, yeah, passive, okay? So if I'm not accepted at university, they will be disappointed. Future will, don't forget the comma. Rewrite the sentences using unless. Unless equals if not. I will see you at the party if I don't come late. I will see you at the party unless I come late. The fact that unless equals if not means that it should be always combined with the positive verb form. I will see you at the party unless I come late. Unless, positive verb after that. You can take more fries if you don't want dessert. You can take more fries if you don't want dessert. You can take more fries unless you want dessert. Here in the first part there isn't will future, but we have a modal verb, and it can be used as a substitution, as another way to add some nuances to what you're saying. If you don't come on time, I will go on my own. If you don't come on time, I will go on my own. And unless you come on time, I will go on my own. If you don't, unless, positive verb after that. You can't park here if you don't have a permission. You can't park here unless you have a permission. A reminder, unless is combined with a positive verb, but it means that this positive verb needs to follow unless. Okay? It doesn't refer to the whole sentence, because what people sometimes find difficult is to understand that yes, you can have negative sentences, negative forms in a sentence where unless is used. The important part is this negative verb form not to be after unless. So unless goes with the positive form and everything else depends on the context of the sentence. You can't join the club if you aren't invited. You can't join the club if you aren't. If not, unless. Unless you are invited. And there is absolutely no problem the negative form to stay in the first part. You can't join the club. You should call a doctor if you don't get better soon. If you don't get better soon, if not. So, unless you get better soon. Unless you get better soon, you should call a doctor. Should call, it's again a modal verb. We'll speak about them in the next section. If or unless. Unless you call, you won't understand what is going on. How you can understand, in fact, whether you need if or unless? Context of the sentence. That's it. And the form of the verb. If you have a negative verb, obviously you cannot have unless in front. Unless you call, meaning if you don't call, you won't understand. I will do my best if you help me. I will do my best if you help me. Unless doesn't fit logically here. Unless you speak louder, I can't hear you. If you don't speak louder, I can't hear you. He won't believe you if you don't provide evidence. Don't provide. So there is a negative structure after that, meaning immediately that you cannot use unless. So he won't believe unless you provide evidence. This is different. But as you have the negative form don't provide, you need if as a linking word. We won't visit Spain this year unless we succeed collecting the money. If we don't succeed collecting the money, we won't visit Spain. You need unless to introduce that negativity in the second part of the sentence. I hope you've already got the logic. If you want to try the swimming pool, you need a swimming costume. Logically from the sentence, you need just the positive linking. If you want to try the swimming pool, you need a swimming costume. How are the exercises? Along with those that were linked after the previous lecture? Useful, I hope. A lot of more tasks are ahead connected with conditional structures, if sentences, which sentences, and so on. So let's keep on working. Next lecture, second conditional. See you there. The next step, second conditional. The structure here, if past simple, would. If you know something or everything about past conditional, you'd better skip the grammar lab and go to the exercises directly. If there you see something that you don't understand or can't catch the logic of, then come back to this lecture. Okay, second conditional presents a hypothetical situation. A hypothetical situation about the present, and this is important. You use past simple in the first part of the sentence and would future in the second part. But the hypothetical situation refers to the present, not to the past. A lot of people seeing past simple start thinking about the hypothetical situation in the past. No, the hypothetical situation, third time saying it, refers to the present. And it's very important to understand and to remember this one now. Again, two ways to structure the sentence. Starting with if and adding the comma after the first part, or starting with the consequence, the second part, adding if in the middle without a comma, and finishing with the hypothetical situation in the present. How some sentences would sound. If I won that money, I would move out. But it's clear that there isn't a chance to win that money. So because of that you make it hypothetical. If I won, but I haven't, I would move out. But I won't, because I will not win. Or I would move out if I won that money. So if, past simple, would future. The sentence refers to the present. The hypothetical situation is about the present, and after that the consequence is in the future. But it's again a hypothetical future. If past simple would if past simple. The exercises you will find in the attached PDF. And what you are asked to do, first you need to make some conditional sentences in second type only. After that, you need to make conditionals based on some situations. So you are given the situations, you need to think about the conditional sentences. Be careful here. You can be asked about first or second. I don't know, depends on you and how you will interpret the situation. And after that, you need to make some conditionals in second type only. As I've mentioned, unless is used in all of the conditional structures. The fact that we used it in the first conditional, that we introduced it there, doesn't mean that it refers to first conditional only. Exactly the opposite. It can be used in 0, first, second, and 2 mixed conditionals. Yeah, they also exist. Okay, so see you in the answer section. And don't forget the links with the online exercises. I think they are useful, as always. See you there. Probably you found the exercises easy. It's perfect because once you master the technique, you'll be able to start using grammar freely. And this is our aim. Let's check them out. Conditional sentences, second type. The structure, if past simple would, or would if past simple. If I had money myself, I would lend you some, but I don't have. This is the idea. When you use the correct conditional sentence, you don't need to clarify your thought. It's again another confirmation of what I've told you about grammar in general. It's used just to help you express yourselves. So if I had money myself, but I don't have, I would lend you some. If I knew the answer, I would tell you. Meaning, unfortunately, I don't know the answer. No new known. Second form, past simple. If I knew the answer, I would tell you. I would go out tonight if I didn't have a headache. But I have a headache. Because of that, I can't go out. I won't go out tonight. If I were elected, I would make a detailed renovation plan. So first pay attention to the form. If I were. In British English especially, if I were is the structure which is preferred compared to if I was. If I was, you can hear in American movies. If I were elected. So this is the past simple of the verb to be, and it doesn't matter that you use I or he or she. In all of the persons, you need were in conditional sentences. Remember this one. So if I were elected, I would make a detailed renovation plan. The truth, I'm not elected. Because of that, you speak about a hypothetical situation. I would be thankful if I had more free time. The truth, I don't have more free time. But if I had it, I would be thankful. If I offered her to pay for the dinner, would she accept? In general, I don't offer. This is the truth. So if I offered her to pay for the dinner, would she accept? Second conditional. Situations make conditionals. I don't have friends. I'll go on an excursion with my parents. So if I had friends, just make it hypothetical, just turn. If you have a positive structure in the original sentence, you need the negative one, and vice versa. If you have the negative structure, you need the positive one. If I had friends, I would go on an excursion with my parents. If I had friends, I wouldn't go on an excursion with my parents. There is a very slight chance for me to win the lottery. However, I'd want a flat of my own. If I won the lottery, I would buy a flat of my own. There is a very slight chance. Because of that, you speak about something hypothetical. One more time. If I won, I would win. I feel better. I don't need a doctor. If I didn't feel better, I would go to the doctor. You're making it hypothetical. So you're saying the opposite, using exactly this hypothetical structure. And if you hear only this sentence, if I didn't feel better, I would go to the doctor, you immediately understand that the person does really feel better because he uses second conditional in the correct structure, in the correct context. You see how important it is, because you can really say something that you don't mean to, that's not on your mind, if you just can't express yourselves correctly. My flat is under rent. I don't have enough money to buy one. If I had money, I would buy my own flat. But I don't have money. This is what is understood. My advice is to quit your job. Something specific again. When you give advice, you say that you would do something if you were somebody else. The most common sentence you will hear in this situation is, if I were you, I would do this. The structure, if I were you. If I were you, I would quit my job. Or, my advice is to learn at least one foreign language. My advice. You're giving a piece of advice to somebody. If I were you, or if I were on your place, if I were you, I would learn at least one more foreign language. If I were you. And the last exercise, make conditionals using the second type. I speak German. I will find good job in Germany. You need to use unless. And you need to think about the hypothetical, meaning the opposite situation. I wouldn't find a good job in Germany unless I spoke German. The truth, I speak German, I will find good job. So hypothetical, I wouldn't find if I didn't speak, or unless I spoke. I don't have a driving license. I can't come to pick you up. If I had a driving license, but I don't have it, I would come to pick you up, but I can't come. He wants to go to the gym. He will get fit. Unless. He wouldn't get fit unless he went to the gym. The second situation is a hypothetical one. The real one, the situation that happened, the facts as they were, are given in the first sentence. We don't get on well with each other. We can't live together. If we got on well with each other, we would be able to live together. After would, you can't use can. Because of that, you need the alternative, be able to. About this, we'll speak in a while in the section with the modal verbs. Enough with the exercises. See you in the next grammar lab, where we'll speak about third conditional. Another grammar lab, more knowledge to be shared. We continue talking about the conditional structures. So what you know so far is first type conditionals and second type conditionals. Now we continue with the third one. If you know the basics of the third type, if you know the structure, if you know when it is used, skip the grammar lab and continue with the exercises. If not, now we'll check it out. Let's first revise what you do already know. The first conditional is used when you speak about something real that may happen in the present with orientation in the future. Completely possible, probable situation. Nothing hypothetical there. When it comes to the second conditional, you speak about something hypothetical in the present. The tenses that you use. In first conditional, the first clause is if, present simple, will, future. And after that, in second conditional, you have if, past simple, would. The third type conditional is a little bit different. It refers to the past. This is the first important thing you need to remember. It refers to the past. The first part of the sentence as well as the second part of the sentence. And just imagine, can you change the past? Can you change something in the order of events? No, right? Well, exactly because of that, the third type conditional sentence is hypothetical. Hypothetical about the past. To show this hypothetical meaning, you need the correct tenses. The structure goes like this. If past perfect, comma, would have, and third form of the verb. The first part refers to the past, the second one as well. If something had happened, something else would have happened. As in the other conditional structures, you may change it vice versa. You may start with the second part, with the future in the past, and after that to turn to the past perfect. This would have happened if I had done something. With examples it will be easier. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have met him. If I hadn't come, past perfect, I wouldn't have met him. Both of the parts of the sentence refer to the past. The reality, if I hadn't come, but I did come, so I came, I wouldn't have met him, but I did. I met him. Vice versa. I wouldn't have met him if I hadn't come. Be careful with the punctuation. One more time. When the sentence starts with if, you do always need the comma between the two parts of the sentence. Okay? So these are the most important things to remember. Third type conditional refers to the past. You speak about something hypothetical, and the tenses you use: if, past perfect, would have was the third form of the verb. There are exercises prepared. As usual, you will find them in the attached PDF. Let's just check them out to know what to expect. In the first exercise, you need to open the brackets using third conditional, and of course, to answer to yourselves the question why. Why do we need third conditional in this situation? After that, there are some situations given. You need to make the conditional sentences. Be careful about the tenses. These are your markers in this case, and that's it. Enjoy it. Take your time, do the exercises. It's really important to practice on your own. So do everything, mark if you have any questions, and if you don't hear me answering the questions in the exercises section, then ask me later in the Q&A section. I will come back to you in one way or another. See you in the answer section. We are practicing the third conditional. Time to check the exercises. In the first one, I asked you to form the third conditional, to use the correct tenses, and to answer the question why. Why do we need the third conditional here or there? Let's check it out. If you hadn't been late yesterday, we would have caught the bus. And let's see what it means. So first you see that you have the marker, yesterday, and when something refers to the past, you need to use a hypothetical conditional which refers to the past. Third conditional. So far we don't know anything about the mixed conditionals. Let's think so. Because of that, your only option is really third conditional. Why I've mentioned the mixed conditionals, you've seen a while. So if you hadn't been late, the reality, you were late. We would have caught the bus. The reality, we didn't catch the bus. I would have solved the task on the test yesterday if I hadn't forgotten to revise that last lesson. Yesterday. Again, there is a marker about the time. Yesterday. It means that the situation happened in the past. And because of that, you need the third conditional. Okay. If is in the middle, meaning you need to reverse the structure. We need to start with would have, the third form of the verb, and after that to come the past perfect. Good beginning. What it means? I would have solved the task on the test yesterday. Reality, I didn't solve it. If I hadn't forgotten to revise. Reality, I forgot to revise. Third one. If you hadn't drunk that much at the party last night, you wouldn't have felt that sick after that. Last night. This is the time marker which brings you back in the past. Last night. Because of that, you know that you need to use the third conditional. What's the reality based on this hypothetical situation? If you hadn't drunk that much, reality, you drank, that's it. The three forms of the verb, drink, drunk, drunk. Okay. You wouldn't have felt that sick. Reality, you felt really sick after that. You see, I just want to show you one more time why grammar is useful. It really helps you express yourselves without that many words. I would have succeeded if I had put a little bit more effort. Unfortunately, I didn't do my best. The second sentence is the helper in this case. It just tells you that the situation happened in the past. And because it happened in the past, you are going to the third conditional. So, I would have succeeded. You start not with the if, but with the second clause. Meaning you need would plus have plus the verb plus ed. I would have succeeded if I had put a little bit more effort. Past perfect. Reality. I didn't succeed because I didn't put a little bit more effort. That's it. If I had asked her, she would have agreed. Just I wasn't brave enough. Same story as in the previous context. Just I wasn't brave enough. I wasn't. It refers to the past. Because it refers to the past, you understand that you need the third conditional. Good beginning. After that, if I had asked her, past perfect, she would plus have plus the verb plus ed, would have agreed. And the reality now. If I had asked her, in reality I didn't ask her, she would have agreed. This is the hypothetical situation. The reality, she didn't agree. Okay. The second exercise. There are some situations given. What you need to do is to make conditionals. I've prepared you for this exercise, in fact. That's why I was referring to the reality and to the hypothesis in the previous exercise. So let's check it out. I didn't go to the party because I couldn't afford it. This is the reality. And let's see the hypothetical situation now. I would have gone to the party if I could afford it. I would have gone, would plus have plus the third form of the verb. If I could afford it. You see it? When you have this modal verb, just there is no need to go to past perfect. Keep the modal verb. About modal verbs, we'll speak in a while in the next section, and it will get really clearer. I hope that up to intuition only, you did it on this way. If not, ask a question if necessary after the next section, please. After the next section. Next situation. You didn't tell me, so I didn't go. If you had told me, I would have gone. Okay. He didn't have enough time, so he didn't finish the project. Past, past. If he had had enough time, past perfect, he would have finished the project. Would plus have plus the verb plus ed. He would have finished the project. She went to the course because she didn't know the language. She wouldn't have gone to the course if she had known the language, or if she had been able to speak the language. You can say it in whichever you'd want to. She wouldn't have gone if she had known the language. We traveled by train because we didn't have a car. We wouldn't have traveled by train if we had had a car. You're just saying the opposite, you see? Because we speak about real and hypothetical situation. To formulate the hypothesis, you just need to form the opposite structure, to make the opposite structure. We traveled by train. Negative. We wouldn't have traveled by train. We didn't have a car if we had had a car. The wallet wasn't found, so I didn't have any money. Didn't. If the wallet had been found, be careful, passive is required. In fact, about active and passive, you should be always on the watch out. You should be always alert, should always be careful about this one. Why? Because there are cases in which you may just go for the forms without thinking about the active or passive structure. Well, in reality, nobody will tell you, please use passive here, right? It just needs to come up to you. You need to understand it, you need to feel it. And it requires practice only. If the wallet had been found, I would have had some money. That was it. In the next video, we'll speak a little bit about the zero conditionals, just to know that it exists as well, and to take a look at it, and we'll practice everything that we've been through up to now. So, see you there. The plan for the video. First, we'll pass through the zero conditional. After that, I'll show you the exercises that in fact you may find in the attached PDF. And then we continue with the checking directly. So if you know the zero conditionals, please download the PDF now, do the exercises, and let's check them out. Why the zero conditionals comes last, actually? Because it's simple. Let's start from there. And at the same time, it's not that common to use it. The zero conditional is used when you speak about something which is always true. Usually this is called scientific truth. Something which cannot be hypothetical. It's just done this way and that's it. And the structure is really simple. You need present simple in the first and in the second part of the conditional structure. An example. If you heat ice, it melts. That's it. It can't be hypothetical. It doesn't depend on the future. It's just the truth as it exists. Scientific truth. That's how it's called. And our task, in fact, for today is to look at all of the conditionals we have spoken about so far. Why now? Because after this lecture, we'll speak about some more advanced topics. Mixed conditionals and advanced conditional structures. There, you need to focus. But in order to catch what's going on there, you need to be certain that you have mastered the first, the second, and the third type of conditionals. In the first exercise, you need to form the correct conditional. After that, you need to correct what is wrong. Again, you need to form conditionals based on situations, and vice versa. Based on the conditionals, you need to form the situations. The exercises, as I've told you, are on their usual place in the attached PDF. So let's start checking them out. The first exercise. Form the correct conditional. You don't really care, do you? If you did, you would come for the rehearsal. So you don't care, in general, you don't come to the rehearsals. If you did, you would come for the rehearsal. If you suppose that this situation, that this story happened in the past, it's completely possible to form the third conditional here. If you had done, you would have come for the rehearsal. It just depends on your interpretation, because it's, let's say, not that clear whether that particular situation in the second sentence refers to the present or to the past. It's important just to know what's the difference. From there on, how it would be interpreted is a matter of context. The war ended a month ago. No questions here, we are in the past. If he had changed his mind and hadn't joined the troops, he wouldn't have been killed on the battlefield. Just be careful with the active and passive forms. If he, past perfect, if he had changed his mind and he hadn't joined, past perfect, so the first part of the sentence, the if clause, consists of two parts. Had changed, hadn't joined. He wouldn't have been killed, second part of the conditional structure, passive. Wouldn't have been killed on the battlefield. He passed away a month ago. Again, we are in the past. But be careful. If he were alive, he would do everything possible to accomplish his goal. So he passed away a month ago, but the hypothetical situation refers to the present. And because it refers to the present, you need second conditional. Second conditional reminding you hypothetical situation about the present. If he were alive, but he is not, he would do everything possible. Well, he can't. Things would have taken a very bad turn if you hadn't complained on time. Hypothetical situation about the past. Things would have taken a very bad turn if you hadn't complained on time. Why third? You understand it just from the context. If you have another interpretation, let me know, because it's possible, just it depends how you would interpret it. Write in the Q&A section, and if I see that it's correct as interpretation, I would agree. Correct what's wrong here. I will help you with the homework if you help me with the housework. First conditional. In the first conditional, you need present simple in the first clause. Because of that, you cannot say if you will help me. If I were you, second conditional, I would quit that job. Would in the second part, not will. After that, I'm currently unemployed. This is the reality. If I had a job, so this is something hypothetical, if I had a job, I would need to get up early. If I had, I would. If she needed me, she wouldn't behave like that all the time. She wouldn't behave like that. Would plus the verb, second conditional. And the first part of the second conditional consists of past simple. Exactly. If she needed me, she wouldn't behave like that all the time. If I hadn't made up my mind, third conditional, I wouldn't have succeeded in finding that job. Just be careful about the tenses which are required. If past perfect, would have plus the third form of the verb. And the last one. If she spoke better English, she wouldn't need to study after work. If she spoke, she wouldn't need to study after work. If past simple, would plus the verb. The reality, she doesn't speak, she needs to study. The interesting exercises are coming. Conditionals based on the situations. I wasn't prepared because they didn't give me a clue. Wasn't prepared, didn't give me. In the past, exactly, which means third conditional. If they hadn't given me a clue in advance, I would have been prepared. Just be careful with the passive again. If they had given me, I would have been prepared. The reality. But for his sneezing, the guards would never have found we were there. We were there, this is the marker for you, that we speak about something which happened in the past. In other words, we need the third conditional. But for this structure, we will speak in the video after the next one, in the advanced structures. So, if it hadn't been for his sneezing, past perfect, the guards would have never found. Why have and why not haven't? Because you know that in English you cannot have double negation. You can't say not twice. And haven't and never is impossible to exist in one sentence. Either haven't or never. The other way to say it is the guards wouldn't have ever found. So either the negative verb form plus ever or the positive verb form plus never. These are the options. I wasn't dressed properly, so I didn't feel confident. Wasn't dressed, didn't feel. Both of these refer to the past, which means that you need third conditional. If I had been dressed properly, passive, be careful, I would have felt confident. If past perfect, would have plus the third form of the verb. I won't call him because I don't have his number. And you're making it hypothetical. Second conditional. If I had his number, I would call him. Hypothetical about the present. They don't have a map, so they are now lost. They don't have, so they are now lost. It refers to the present. If they had a map, they wouldn't be lost. If they had, they wouldn't be. They didn't take a map, so they got lost. They didn't take a map. If they had taken a map, they wouldn't have got lost. Third conditional. If they had taken a map, they wouldn't have got lost. The last exercise, write the situation based on the conditional. This is the vice versa logic. If I had time, I would go shopping on my own. So what the reality was? I don't have time. Present, because you have second conditional, exactly, hypothetical situation. I don't have time. I can't go shopping on my own. If I had time, I would go shopping. If they had left the house, they would have turned the lights off. Third conditional, so we speak about the past. They didn't leave the house because the lights were still on. If she came to see you, we would go to the zoo. She won't come to see us, so we won't go to the zoo. Hypothetical situation, you need to say what's the reality like. And the last one. If we had decided earlier, we would have bought cheaper tickets. Had decided, would have bought. Past perfect, would have plus the third form of the verb, which means third conditional. We didn't decide earlier, so we didn't buy cheaper tickets. The reality in the past. We didn't decide, we didn't buy. Hope that after all of these exercises you now feel more confident. If you still need more examples, don't forget to check the links. After almost every lecture you have extra exercises. You may do them online. You can even expand that list with links on your own, and I encourage you to share useful exercises in the Q&A section. It will be helpful for some other students, and why not to help each other, because Udemy is a community, okay? Just enjoy, share and learn more. In the next 2 videos, we'll speak about the mixed conditionals. Then come the advanced conditional structures. In short, if you can't catch the first, second or third type conditional, don't go to the mixed and to the advanced structures. First, master these 3, catch the logic, learn to follow the logic, learn to recognize what is needed where, and after that, we may continue. When you are ready, see you in the next lecture. Finally, we've reached the grammar section I've promised you and I've mentioned several times. We speak about mixed conditionals now. If you by chance know them and have no doubts, no problems, skip the grammar lab, go to the exercises. The PDF attached is after this lecture, as well as the links. You may find them there as well. Okay, why mixed conditionals? And what is mixed exactly? The label in green may help you. We have two types of mixed conditionals. In the first one, we have a combination between second and third type. The first part of the second type of conditionals and the second part of the third type conditionals. In the second type mixed conditionals, we have the first part of the third type conditionals and the second part of the second type. It just sounds difficult. I promise you'll catch it. So let's take a look at it step by step. The first mixed conditional. If I had studied at school, I wouldn't need to study English now. If I had studied at school. Had studied, past perfect. This is the usual first part of the third conditional, right? And you know that this structure refers to the past, hypothetical past. Okay, so we have something which happened in the past. We have a fact about the past. If I had studied, the reality, I didn't study. I wouldn't need to study English now. Now. So there is a combination between the past and the present. Past, third conditional. Present, hypothetical, second conditional. Wouldn't need. This is the second part of the second conditional. It's easy, in fact, once you catch the logic. Again, something happened in the past. There is a fact in the past, and there is a result in the present. The mixed conditional gives you this hypothesis, which is mixed between the past and the present. If I had studied at school, but I didn't study, I wouldn't need to study English now, but I do need it. Take a look at the tenses. If, past perfect, would plus infinitive. Again, there is a comma between the two parts. And one more time. If you start with the second part, there is no comma. The structure is kept the same. Would plus infinitive, if, past perfect. I wouldn't need to study if I had studied at school. It means that you have something which is hypothetical about the past, combined with something which is hypothetical about the present. Third type conditional, second type conditional. Change them vice versa. Something which is hypothetical about the present, second type conditional, second part. Something which is hypothetical about the past, the first part of the third type conditional. And the second. What is the difference between the first and the second mixed conditional? The example. If I weren't so short, I would have joined the basketball team. If I weren't so short, so this one refers to the present. I am short. That's it. So if I weren't so short, something hypothetical about the present, I would have joined the basketball team. Something hypothetical about the past. The combination here is vice versa. You take the first part of the second conditional and combine it with the second part of the third conditional. The fact is in the present. I'm short. And you make it hypothetical. The result is in the past. So if the reality was different, the past would have been different as well. I would have joined the basketball team. Hope it's better now. Again, if you start the sentence with if, don't forget the comma which splits the first and the second part. If is in the middle, there's no need to add extra punctuation. I would have joined the basketball team, past, if I weren't so short, present. The tenses. If, past simple, would have was the third form of the verb. Or would have was the third form of the verb, past simple. Everything you need to remember is that the mixed conditionals are combinations of second and third type conditionals. You just mix the present and the past. Which happened when, what's the logic, which action followed after the other one. I think you'll be able to master it quite soon. Just it's important to be aware of the difference between second and third type conditionals. If you still have any doubts about the structures, about usage there, it would be really difficult for you to catch the mixed conditionals. So please give me a hint if you need extra help, and I'll try to find more exercises. But first, please do all of the exercises from the course, plus all of the links I have provided for you. The exercises. In the first one, you need to open the brackets. After that, you need to make mixed conditionals. Based on what? Based on the situations which you are given. After that, there are several sentences with something wrong, with mistakes. Your task is to understand where the mistake is, and after that, to correct it. Take your time, calm down, it's not that difficult. Do the exercises and see you in the next section. There I'll try to explain everything in details. See you there. Mixed conditionals, exercises. I'm sure you understood that it sounded more difficult than it really is. So let's check them out and keep on explaining if and where necessary. In the first exercise, you needed to open the brackets. If I weren't so patient, I would have quit the job long time ago. Long time ago refers to the past. If I weren't so patient, but in general I am, I would have quit the job, but I didn't. Mixed conditional. I would join on the trip tomorrow if I hadn't planned something else in advance. Well, I planned something else in advance, and because of that, I won't join the trip tomorrow. You just need to imagine the situation. It's really not that difficult. You will start doing it really intuitively, I'm sure, because it's logical. And it's not more difficult than the second or the third type conditionals. If she had studied foreign languages earlier, this is reference to the past, she wouldn't go or wouldn't be going to classes every day after work now. So the first part refers to the past. If she had studied foreign languages earlier, but she didn't, she wouldn't go to classes every day after work now, but she does. If she had studied the first part of third conditional, she wouldn't go, but she goes. The second part of the second conditional. If I had some of the skills in demand, I would have been offered a better salary a long time ago. Long time ago, the second part refers to the past, which directs you exactly to the third type conditional. I would have been offered, be careful because you need the passive. Somebody else would have offered me, which means that I would have been offered. If I had some of the skills in demand, but I don't have them, I would have been offered, but they didn't offer me. Would you join us today if she had invited you some time ago? Some time ago, the second part refers to the past. If she had invited you some time ago would you join us today? Today, present. Again, there is a linking between the past and the present. And because of that, the mixed conditional is required. Short revision. First conditional refers to the present and to the future, nothing hypothetical there. Second conditional refers to the present with an idea what would happen in the future, but this is hypothetical. Past simple you use here, but you speak about the present. Third conditional refers only to the past. And the two mixed conditionals are a combination between present and past. Whatever the combination, it's always a hypothetical situation. The zero conditional is what I haven't mentioned. This is universal truth. Okay, that was your time to take a breath. The next exercise. Make mixed conditionals. I'm hardworking. I passed a really difficult exam last week. Now you need to make it hypothetical. And what you have as a guidance here are the time markers. M, past. If I weren't hardworking, but I am, I wouldn't have passed that exam, but I passed it. He didn't send me the right bill. I'm not going to pay him. He didn't send, past. I'm not going to pay, future. If he had sent, past hypothetical, I was going to pay, present, hypothetical. Had sent, was going to. Why was going to? Because you need the hypothetical structure for be going to. No need to change the tense here. I didn't take the map. We are lost now. I didn't take the map in the past. We are lost now, present. There is again a combination between past and present. If I had taken the map in the past, we wouldn't be lost now. Action in the past, result in the present, mixed conditional. Had taken, wouldn't be. We are on a safe place. I made the correct choice. We are, I made. I made it in the past. Because of that, there is a result in the present. We are. You need to make it hypothetical. We wouldn't be on a safe place if I hadn't made the correct choice. We wouldn't be, but we are, if I hadn't made, but I made it. Combination between third and second conditional. You didn't listen carefully. You don't know how to solve the problem now. You didn't listen in the past. You don't know how to solve it now. Something which happened in the past with a consequence, with a result in the present. Obviously, you need the mixed conditional because of that. So, if you had listened, but you didn't, you would know how to solve the problem, but you don't. And the last example. I love you, that's why I married you. I love you now, that's why I married you in the past. Hypothetical. If I didn't love you, second conditional, I wouldn't have married you. Third conditional. You see, it's really not that difficult. I'm sure you've started catching the logic. Just imagine the situation. As always, this is the best advice I can give you. Imagine the situation and think how you can use this sentence in real life. What you can do in order this grammar to become part of your active vocabulary. Because if it remains only here within the grammar exercises, that's not quite cool. Correct. Let's take a look at that. If I didn't need to finish the homework, I go on the trip this morning. If I didn't need to finish the homework, I would have gone on the trip this morning. If I didn't need, but I need, I would have gone, but I didn't. You can also correct this one, making it third conditional. If I hadn't needed, I would have gone. Depends on your interpretation. There isn't strict marker within the sentence. She wouldn't come by bus for the conference yesterday if she had a car. Yesterday, so something about yesterday, meaning you need the first or the second part of the third conditional. She wouldn't have come. It can't be she wouldn't come because this is second conditional. And you know that the second conditional refers to the present. Exactly. So she wouldn't have come by bus for the conference if she had a car. In general, hypothetical about the present, second conditional, perfect. If it wasn't raining, they would already go for the trip. Instead, they are still at home checking the weather forecast. So the second sentence shows you that this is something hypothetical one more time. If it wasn't raining, but it is, they would have already gone for the trip, but they didn't. If you didn't eat that much, you wouldn't feel sick now. Now, something resulted now based on something else which happened in the past, meaning that the first part of the conditional needs to be taken a step back in time. Past perfect you need. If you hadn't eaten that much, you wouldn't feel sick now. That was it. Don't forget the links which we have attached after the previous video. And one more time, if you need more exercises and you can't find what you need, give me a hint and I will update the course by adding more links. Something else I'd want to share with you about the conditional structures, and this will happen in the next video, so see you there. Apart from the conditional structures which you do already know, such as 0, first, second, third type conditionals and the mixed conditionals, there is another way in which you may vary your way of expression. These are considered advanced conditional structures just because they introduce some new markers. You will not use if, you will use something different. So if you are aware of variations, skip the grammar lab and see you in the exercises section. Otherwise, let's take a look and see how they differ from what you do already know. The first type of transformation which you can make in the way you express yourselves is to use inverted conditionals. About inversion, we'll speak in details. Just take a look at the curriculum of the course and you'll see that we have a specified section only about this one. But it's important inversion to be introduced here just because you need to know how to invert the conditionals. Let's start with the first conditional. If it's rainy, we'll be inside. Should it be rainy, we'll be inside. Should it be? So you start with should, after that it, after that the infinitive. Should it be? Should, pronoun, infinitive. The second type conditional. If I were you, I wouldn't trust him. Were I you, I wouldn't trust him. You change the place of the auxiliary and the pronoun. And be careful, when you make the negative, you need not. Were I not you, not weren't I you. Weren't I you is wrong. Were I not you, I wouldn't trust him. Third type conditional. If you had asked me, I would have agreed. Again, you need to change the places of the auxiliary and the pronoun. Had you asked me, I would have agreed. Or, had you not asked me, I wouldn't have agreed. Okay? Remember that this resembles questions quite a lot. The difference is that here you don't have a question mark. And here you put the emphasis on the first part. That's why we use inversion. We put the emphasis, we emphasize on the important part of the sentence. And the important part of the sentence, in this case, is the first part of it. Another way to vary your way of expression is to use different markers instead of if. Unless you know. Unless means if not, and it's always followed by a positive verb form. For example, unless I was really thirsty, I wouldn't drink that water. Unless I was, or unless I were. Depends on your preference here. Unless I was really thirsty, I wouldn't drink that water. Not unless I wasn't thirsty. After that, provided that, it's a linker. All of these are linkers. About linkers, conjunctions, you may hear them in various ways. We'll speak as well. So provided that means if. Provided that there are enough seats in the car, everyone can come. Which means if there are enough car seats, everyone can come. Provided that. Then, on condition that, only if. On condition that. I would have come on condition that you had called me. I would have come on condition that you had called me. Only if you had called me. On condition that. But for, if, and we've seen the structure. But for the traffic, I would have already arrived. But for the traffic, if it hadn't been for the traffic. But for the traffic, I would have already arrived. In case, or in case of. In case of fire, there's the emergency. In case of fire, there's the emergency. If it wasn't for, means without. Without. If it wasn't for Peter, I wouldn't have passed the exam. If it wasn't for Peter, without Peter's help, I wouldn't have passed the exam. These are considered advanced linkers, advanced substitutors, and in general advanced conditional structures. If you are to sit an exam, FCE, CAE, IELTS, TOEFL, whichever, you will need them. And when you speak, you will need them as well. Remember that when you are aware of the language on a higher level, it's always and really easy to go back, to start speaking in an easier way. But if you know only the simple grammar structures, then it would be really difficult for you to express yourselves in a little bit different surrounding when you're surrounded by people who speak English in a little bit different way. That's why try to memorize as much as possible and try to practice as much as possible about techniques, how to keep your grammar active, how to keep on working, how to improve it. We'll speak later on in the course. Let's take a look at the exercises that you will find in the attached PDF. You need to make first inverted conditionals. After that, you need to transform the sentences using the words given. These are exactly the substitutors that we spoke about. And after that, you need to finish the conditionals. Be careful, the exercises are really not that easy, but they are useful, I believe. So see you in the answers section. Keep on learning, keep on improving, and I'm sure you'll be satisfied with the result at the end. See you there. Let's see how the advanced grammar structures I've shown you work in practice. In the first exercise, you needed to make inverted conditionals. So, if I were here, this wouldn't have happened. Which conditional is this in fact? If I were, wouldn't have happened. Mixed conditional, exactly. Were I here? It doesn't matter whether you have a mixed conditional or second type conditional in this situation. It's important what structure the conditional sentence starts with. It starts with the first part of the second conditional, meaning that you need the inversion which I've shown you about the second conditional. If I were I? Were I here, this wouldn't have happened. And why we use the inversion one more time? Because on this way we put the emphasis on the exact part of the sentence. We say which part of the sentence is important. If the rain continues, the consequences should be really devastating. If the rain continues. First conditional. Should the rain continue? Don't forget that after should you need the infinitive. Modal verbs in a while. Should the rain continue, the consequences will be really devastating. If he hadn't called me, I would be out now. If he hadn't called me, I would be. Mixed conditional, which is a combination between third and second. So if he hadn't called me, in this part comes the inversion. Had he not called me, I would be out. If you didn't come, I would be disappointed. If you didn't come, be careful. Second conditional. And we need the inversion with the auxiliary were. Were you not to come? And not weren't you to come. Were you not to come, I would be disappointed. Not did here. Were you not to come, I would be disappointed. If they hadn't warned us, we would have been among the victims. If they hadn't, we would have been. Third conditional. Had they not warned us, we would have been among the victims. Had they not, if they hadn't. If we didn't finish the project on time, we would have problems. If we didn't finish, we would have problems. Second conditional. Were we not to finish, we would have problems. Were we not? Then, you need to transform using the substitutors for if. If the rain stops, we'll go to the seaside. If the rain stops. As long as the rain stops, we'll go to the seaside. You see, nothing else is changed. You just need to use the correct structure, the correct linker. As long as, and you keep the logic of the sentence after that. We'll move houses if you promise to help me more. We'll move houses if you promise to help me more, provided that, which means if. We'll move houses provided that you promise to help me more. You don't need to change the conditional. This is, for example, first conditional, leave it on this way. Yeah, nobody has asked you to change the meaning of the situation. Just change the linker. If you are over 18, you are allowed to apply for membership. If you are over 18, on condition that, the same as if. On condition that you are over 18, you are allowed to apply for membership. I would enjoy more if Tom wasn't here. Wasn't for. Without. That was the meaning. So I would enjoy more if it wasn't for Tom. Don't forget that you need to have the doer of the action. And if there isn't a doer, you need the pronoun it. Something in the English sentence. It can't just stay like that. If it wasn't for Tom. If Mark's father hadn't come, we would have got in trouble. But for Mark's father, meaning without Mark's father, help. But for Mark's father, and it's enough for the first part of the sentence, the second part remains the same. We would have got in trouble. If there is earthquake, enter the bunker. In case of earthquake, enter the bunker. Don't forget that you need of in case of something. In case of earthquake, enter the bunker. The last exercise could have been a little bit more difficult, but let's see. Finish the conditionals. Here you need to consider everything we have spoken about so far. The only reason we escaped was that dog. We wouldn't have. Okay, the only reason we escaped was that dog. Something about the past, which means you need the third conditional. To wait to say it. For example, we wouldn't have escaped if it hadn't been the dog. Or we wouldn't have escaped had it not been for the dog. Which option you'd choose depends on your personal preferences. It's one and the same. None of the children was lost because of the teacher. But for, thanks to the help of, but for the teacher, some of the children would have been lost, if not the teacher there. But for the teacher, some of the children would have been lost. We'll need to postpone the play if the hall isn't full. Unless is given, you know that after unless you need the positive verb form. Unless the hall is full, we'll need to postpone the play. Unless. We would have felt worse if you didn't come to see us. Would have felt if you didn't. Mixed conditional. Were it not for you to come and see us, you see, because you start with were it, you need to change the sentence itself, you need to revert it. First comes the if part, and you need the inversion of the if part. After that follows the first part of the sentence. Were it not for you to come and see us, we would have felt worse. A little bit difficult, I know, but try to understand the logic of each and every situation. Try to think for examples of your own, and I'm sure you'll be able to catch the logic, to understand what, why, how is going on. Something else about conditional structures, just a little bit easier. Wish sentences in the other video. See you there.